My name is Cassie Brown. Online, I go by CB. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm an esports broadcaster.
Hi, my name is Aramori. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a Overwatch content creator, coach, and a competitive player.
My name is Avery. I go by any pronouns. I have been playing in Tier 3 since 2020. I've been playing in Collegiate with Bellevue since 2021.
My name is Danny, also known as Grandma to a lot of the community because old. And I am gender fluid, so I'm cool with any pronouns. Some of the things I'm known for in the Overwatch community, backcaps and epic sleeps on Ana.
I originally got into gaming as a way to kind of hang out with my dad.
I've been gaming pretty much since I was a very, very small child. I was like 5 or 6 years old.
My experience in gaming before Overwatch was purely casual. I would go over to my cousin's house, and he was actually the person that got me into Overwatch.
I discovered it through my sister, who plays it, shout out to Lynn, and she was adamant that Overwatch was not like other FPS games and that I would actually like it. So I picked it up. I immediately became a Pharah main because apparently I have a type in video games and it's flying lesbians. And I actually started off in no elo bronze, like bottom 500, and I got to diamond playing Pharah, and then at some point I became an Ana main instead, and now I'm masters.
Events like the Overwatch League Grand Finals out in Philly, World Cup Finals in 2019 BlizzCon, having an opportunity to see all of your online friends all in one place gathered to share a moment together is really, really special.
One of the biggest ones for me was getting to play at my first LAN with my collegiate team. Even though we got kind of wiped, it was still a great experience to actually get to go with my friends. And then there's also a lot of the moments that I've gotten to experience as a caster. Getting to calling all heroes is definitely one of the coolest things that I've ever had the chance to do. Catboy Cafe had nothing to counter it. They were just completely at the mercy of it. That's gonna be a memory that kind of sits with me forever. Being a trans woman in the Overwatch scene and also one of the more prominent trans Overwatch casters at this point in time, it makes me kind of look back at my transition as a whole and how before I transitioned, I had no real idea who I was, what I wanted to be, what I wanted to do, and I just really had no direction. Being able to find my identity and start to, lean more into the things that I just love to do, the way that I love to be seen, and the way that I like to interact with all of the people around me, helped me find some of these communities that uplifted me and helped me start to find my way to where I am now.
For me, I think my identity has played a big part in who I associate with and who I surround myself with. A lot of people within the LGBT community, within, Calling All Heroes community. I've really made myself a good support system. Being
a woman in esports or just gaming in general definitely made it harder to kind of start out my journey. Originally, I kind of struggled getting onto new teams for fear of being kind of ostracized, kind of in a similar way to maybe I was being ostracized in ranked. So I just feel I have to fight twice as hard to be perceived anywhere close to the same skill level as other players.
I'm pretty solid in that identity. So if I want to be a shield for other people, I want to be Reinhardt. I want to support all the people out there who have to deal with so much hatred and make sure they feel supported and cared for. I want people to know that there are people out there who won't tolerate so-called gamer words thrown at them, because it's not okay. At the end of the day, we're all here to compete and have fun. And it's just not fair to some people that they don't get to compete at the level they want to or have as much fun as they want because of all this willful ignorance and hate.
In terms of a direct correlation from Calling All Heroes, I see a lot of my teammates or my friends or people from Calling All Heroes just grinding ranked. I feel it's given a lot of marginalized gendered peoples a lot of drive to just get in there and work really hard because they know that they're going to be able to play in a tournament that actually cares and supports them.
If you're passionate about something, don't let anyone dissuade you from following that, and you got to be yourself above anything else. I didn't think I was gonna go to college in senior year, and turns out this thing I'd dedicated my life to for a few years was the reason I got into college. Just be yourself, do what makes you happy, and you'll get through it.
Even though it might be really scary, and even though you feel you're not welcome there, It's really important for you to be there because I know there are a lot of you who can do it. When other people like us, other LGBTQ people see that, it inspires them to go for it too. So at some point, we're just gonna have to make our own space. We're gonna have to sort of shove our way in there. And you know what? People like me, I'm gonna support you.
There's always going to be people who want to knock you down and always want to see you, be the worst version of yourself, but you can kind of like take all their hate and just be like, you know what, despite all this, I'm going to succeed.
I would just say do what makes you happy. If you're not hurting anybody and you're being true to yourself and you find happiness and you find validation in the ways that you express yourself, I say go for it.
Pride and calling all heroes are important to me because I am a bisexual woman, and there is still like so much hate out in the world towards like LGBT plus and marginalized gender individuals. So anything that we can do to just normalize, love and who we truly are is always going to be super important.
We don't always feel the most welcome. We don't always feel the most comfortable, and we're not always allowed to, but Pride is one of those situations where, like, despite everything else, we can just be unequivocally who we are and be loud and be proud of it and have a little bit of solidarity with one another, and we know we're living our truth, we know we're happy because of it, and that's just awesome.
So much of my becoming comfortable with myself came down to my support system, like my partner, my family, and then especially, all the people I've met through Calling All Heroes and through Overwatch in general. They were the people that, encouraged me to come out publicly and gave me the confidence to do that.
Growing up, like, before a lot of y'all were born, there actually were no terms for who I was that I knew about at the time. But I was still those things. Like, we didn't have a word for asexual. My friends just called me non-sexual, like, gender fluid wasn't really coined yet, so I just told people I was, like, in girl mode or I was in boy mode. Me being here and being able to be openly bi, openly ace, openly gender fluid, and celebrating that with other people in the community, like, that means a lot.
Be a part of the community. Support the Calling All Heroes broadcast. Come out, watch them, support the players. Help them get other opportunities down the line, because that's what we're all here for.
But I also think in gaming, we also need allies.
Even just like standing up for someone if they're being like flamed for, their gender or being harassed like in game.
I feel like being an ally isn't something you either are or aren't. It's an ongoing process that you have to choose every day. In every situation. Be like Reinhardt. Be their shield.
Support each other and love each other.
If we support each other and if we support the community, then we'll all rise.
Hey, guys, playtime's over. Let's get to work.
Yes! Yes! Let's go! Come on! Whoa!
What a heartbreaker!
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart. And that'll be it. And they run over the shot.
One more chance, one more push. Maybe they turn it around. It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Just give it to him, bro. 1, 2, 3. A huge shatter from Toulouse.
I mean, what a series that they play.
Welcome back to Overwatch League, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo!
It's summer stage time, baby. Woo! Let's go!
Let's go.
I'm trying to do your.
Oh, yeah!
Did I do it right?
Yeah, but you gotta do it more like ferociously, like you're a lion in the jungle. Like,
Can you give us an example one more time?
yeah!
Danny Lever, I'm of course joined by Jonathan, Reinforce, Snowden. Hey! This guy got married. Anyways, and of course Jake Lyon, Mr. Jake Lyon as well. Guys, Summer stage, you know, it's hot and the competition is just getting started. But before we dive into all that, how have you guys been? Good?
I've been great.
Good. It's been good. Honestly, guys, I miss the Overwatch League. You know, like my life without work, it's amorphous. I lack purpose. I need esports.
What did you do? Like go hike?
I went to the gym like 100 times in the span of 3 weeks.
100 times?
No,
Wow,
not
okay.
really. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just need work. I need the structure. I crave structure.
Okay. All right. How about
so
you?
I'm happy to be back. Happy to
be back. I'm also happy to be back. How about you, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm super happy to be back. You know, got married, went to the East Coast for a little bit, out in nature, did some gardening, stuff like that. Outdoor stuff, you know, touching grass. I did a lot of grass touching.
Grass has been touched.
But now I'm back, ready for video games. It's gonna be great.
All right. So let's talk about video games. And of course, we got to talk about the elephant in the room, you know, roster mania. It has been crazy. The 3 weeks off, there has been a lot of moves in the rosters for a lot of teams. So guys, what are your first call outs?
I gotta look at the shock. I mean, like that's not just roster mania. We see a couple swaps from a lot of teams. This is a full rebuild from Shock. So going back to their mixed roster roots, I'm really interested to see how this plays out for them.
Got some breaking news as well. Look, I gotta mention Toronto Defiant as well. Obviously, hugely disappointing first half for the Toronto Defiant. And so they made a few switches, you know, Speedly is out of the roster, Sam's out of the roster, OG, but they instead picked up Spectre and Opener. So I'm excited about Toronto Defiant. Maybe they can kickstart the second half.
Toronto Defiant, and of course there's San Francisco Shock. So many other teams, you know, they made some big moves indeed, but you know, as much as I love your big brain takes, you know, we gotta hand it off to an expert who's going to do a deep dive, you know, on all these roster changes. So Jaws, what do you have for us?
Jaws.
Hello.
Out of the shadow.
Well,
He's just walking.
What have you been
behind
cooking?
I've been back there for 3 weeks. I only came out for Johnny's wedding. That was fun.
He's been cooking.
I've been cooking. Well,
Overwatch League stocks capital management.
yeah,
So
this is the firm that I recently set up in the 3 weeks that we had. Basically, I'm going to give you investment advice that you shouldn't take. Do not take any of it, please. I mean, look.
Okay.
There's been a lot of roster swaps over the last couple of weeks, and in fact,
Wait a minute.
I mean, okay, right. Let me explain this graph. We call this the brain graph, as you can see here. I realize the text is incredibly small now and might not actually show on camera. Oh, there you go. It's on camera.
There you go.
The amount of Overwatch League from a 1 to 6. I don't know what that stands for. I'm gonna.
Yeah, what's a 6?
What does amount of Overwatch League mean?
It's 6. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
We
it.
need more explanation.
No. I mean, look,
Units.
sanity at the bottom, 100% to 0. You go down, and amount of AL goes down. Sanity also goes down to 0 there, as you can see.
get this.
So you understand?
Yeah,
you understand?
no owl, less sanity.
Yeah, you knew this was made by someone that gets 200k a year, so it better be understandable. Right. Look, there's been a lot of roster swaps, and there's one today which I didn't pick up on because I made this presentation a week ago. So yeah, we're gonna go from there. But the Gladiators, though, they made some big changes.
Okay.
In fact, they did end up losing a player, unfortunately, and the analysts not sure if they like that at all. I'm gonna be honest with you. Of course, the beautiful danteh, and yeah, a lot of people pretty upset danteh's left. And it was crazy, actually. The last couple of days have been a bit wild on the timeline. And I think maybe potentially this is one of the reasons, and the analysts picked up on this, luckily. It was Unter. Couldn't stand this guy. Good riddance.
That's unreal.
That's rough.
Toxic. What a toxic.
That's real rough.
Yeah. We need to investigate what's going on at the Gladiators.
I know. look, I mean, at the end of the day, you can use this information and maybe pump the stock a little bit, or maybe you're buying already. You're buying already.
Yeah.
Well, luckily for you, Johnny, we did have an inside source. Don't know who this is. In fact, it was leaked to us. Could be anybody.
What is it
I think it's an ice cream.
No.
I'm not entirely sure.
No.
No, I don't know what that is.
okay.
But anyway, some leaker came out of the woodwork and actually before announced the new roster signing came out, and it was Marvel.
Whoa,
Marvel,
let's
are you
go.
still buying? Are you still buying?
Yeah, I'm buying.
Still buying? I mean, look,
Take mine, Soul Dynasty 2019 and stuff.
it's pretty good, but what about Ramantra play and JQ play? If we're going to see that, maybe you could be left. I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, I think it's for the Winston, right? You gotta.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's a main tank with off-tank diversity.
Yeah.
He can play it all. He's like Dante, but he has a Winston.
Big shoes to fill in the off-tanks, but I think the Winston is strong.
Look, the analysts are a little bit divided. Some say that's Shanghai Dragons. We need to go back. That don't know. Sorry about that. 20%. Yeah, we'll skip past that. We don't want to get sued. So it was up 20, down 15. There's a differential of about 5% there. So it's a give or take. Don't take this financial advice. Maybe buy Glads, but maybe don't. Of course, another big team that ended up changing their roster is Shanghai Dragons. Guess what happened? Can you guess? You should know.
I mean, I know.
Fleta.
Yeah.
Now I know. I see Fleta.
It's Fleta, yes. Guess where did he go?
Support.
He got
Yes, yeah, actually, Danny, you're correct. No, he went to assistant coach. He's off the tank role. And to replace him, a very familiar face.
Yes!
Okay.
Fate is back.
I'm in.
Mr. Patsingu.
He's back.
Mr.
He's back.
Patsingu is back. Okay.
I'm a Fate stan. I'm a
I
believer.
love
I'm a
Fate.
big-time believer in
And,
Fate.
I mean, so were the analysts. In fact,
wait
it
a
was
minute.
such a big increase. And I've got a diagram to kind of demonstrate how big it is. It's
lot of
huge. Massive increase.
What does this have to do with anything?
It's a massive increase for the team.
What
And I'm
does it have to do
demonstrating
with
it.
So percentage-wise,
Do I really have to spell this out,
How much
Johnny?
increase is this?
Do I have to spell this out?
Forehead?
Is this like a 40%
Oh, brain
increase?
size? Like 5 head?
Skip the slide. Skip the slide. Do I really have to?
100%. That was a 100% increase?
The joke was it's big. Mitch's forehead is big,
Okay.
and it's a big increase. A 100% increase because
Wow.
they have a tank player.
Okay.
That's
John,
crazy.
You're trying to like get a number out of the picture of Mitch's forehead.
Yeah, I mean, what was Blood trying to pull from that?
I don't know what Mitch has to do anything with Shanghai Dragons, but okay. Move on.
You've been away. You've been in the East Coast. I don't know what you've been doing in the East Coast. Another team that actually made a sizable change. Vegas Eternal. They only have one map win, by the way, this season so far.
That's good.
So,
I think they
making
will
a
get another
few
map win.
changes. Luke Amino, who recently actually signed with the San Francisco Shock.
Incredible.
Of all teams.
Crazy.
Malfoy and Vulcan have been let go from the roster.
Okay.
How are you feeling right now? Are we feeling the buy? Are we feeling the sell?
I mean, they needed a rework. We don't own any. We sold them all.
You sold them all.
The question is,
So
will
what do we
buy?
get?
Are you going to buy back?
You gotta
I don't
tell us
know.
what we get.
Some
before we
people
buy
could have
or
bought.
sell.
You could
All
still
right,
be
we'll
holding
buy.
on.
I'm ready for a short squeeze.
A short
There's
squeeze. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Why not? This is great. Everyone's down on Vegas. No, look at these guys.
I mean, yeah. So the irony of these pickups is that they're probably going to be they're probably going to be playing on ping. Sadly.
Oh.
So Tuyu who's also been in the league before. I mean, Tuyu, pretty damn good player. And analyst rating. We're actually confused about this one. Again, a lot of us have played above 200k a year, but the issue is we don't do our jobs very well and we don't do that much research. So it's a big question mark for this one, so it's just a gamble. Will they get more than a single map win with this new roster?
At a certain point, you go to the roulette table and you put your money on a number. That's Vegas. This is the right. They need to make a crazy move to try and salvage the season. So I don't think.
And that's a crazy move. They swapped 3 for 3. Yeah. Technically, that's a 0% increase.
That's crazy, bro.
That's a 0% increase.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have more players than before, but, you know, they mix it up. Maybe they'll do better this season.
Exactly. Toronto Defiant also made some crazy changes to their roster, getting rid of 3 players. Sam, Speedly, OG.
Wow, they look sad.
Boom. Who recently signed with... why do you have to say that? What are you saying?
Yeah, these are player photos.
These are player photos from the start of the season.
Johnny.
They're not recent. Okay, well, OG recently signed with New York Excelsior, which is pretty exciting. Speedly and Sam obviously hoping they're going to get picked up rather soon, but they have been replaced by a very familiar face in Opener of all people. Yeah, Opener, you know, was on the Washington Justice, I think last year or the year before. Feels like quite a while ago at this point. Very hazy, my memory.
Wow, you weren't kidding about the research part.
Just letting you know, I'm getting nothing out of this.
You're getting nothing? Zero. You're getting nothing?
Hero Man.
Are you going to buy? And Hero Man. Yes, from Team CC. This is a very old photo.
Is that Hero Man or Arrow Man? Or
That's what I was thinking too. Look,
Wait a minute.
we use this formula to
Jesus.
calculate whether this will be a good trade. You know, 3 players for 2. You know, you're shrinking down the roster, so maybe there's more resources. For the C# heads out there, your IDE of choice, just plug in this equation. And you will get the exact answer.
Just call it C#.
That's C#. Yeah, that's the programming language.
Is this actually a line of code in that language?
Yeah, a double.
Wow,
No
way.
The variable is answer, and it's a double, so it can be higher than an integer. And then you just 1 minus math.power, which will be I think math.f, I think, is the library you have to use for C#. .power, fn, yeah, you just copy that into your IDE. And
Pythagoras is cooking.
Yeah.
Pythagoras. And this is
some Greek stuff.
This is the answer we got. 3 minus 2 is 1. So it's a 1% increase, and I realized I've misspelled, and actually there's an error in this line of text. So look at that.
No, there's
a 1%.
It looks fine.
There's a 1% increase because 3 minus 2 is 1, so a 1% increase in potential more food available in the Define HQ.
I like how you made the arrow
more food.
giant, like to make it feel like
Food
it's
more
big,
food
and then just
available
1%.
in Defiant HQ.
Yeah, food, more food. Yeah, okay, I misspelled. I misspelled. Okay.
Illusion Hydron can make more gains now. They can get bigger and stronger.
Exactly. So a 1% increase for the Toronto Defiant, maybe. Again, do not take any of this advice. It's not worth it. Oh, God,
what was that?
No, don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. But this is not financial advice. I hope maybe it's helped.
I've already been buying and selling. I've been day trading on my phone this whole time. Like, you know.
You've been day trading this time. Danny?
Yeah.
Who's your big pick?
I'm not joking.
Today?
I did not learn anything.
For the class.
I learned that food, more food.
Food, more food. Okay, well, I wish I gave him the updated version because I only caught that this morning. Johnny, any big takeaways from this?
That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Okay.
This is big, talking real big smack from the guy with the Hollywood insanity presentation.
Hey, Josh, but hey, A for effort. Great job. I'm sure there's more intelligent viewers who saw that and they were like, oh, okay, I see what he's saying, but I'm just not smart enough. So, yeah. But Josh, thank you so much for that. You know what? Let's dive into this roster mania thing. I mean, you were talking a little bit of San Francisco Shock, Jake. So, with all these new additions, what do you think about the team and how are they going to play out?
You know, I think Shock, they made a bunch of interesting trades, but just today we've got some breaking news, you know, straight from the horse's mouth. So we've got a video from the Shock to show you guys. I was pretty surprised to see this one, but maybe I shouldn't have. So let's roll the video.
Hey guys, Krusty here. I know you guys are curious about roster changes, right? So that's why I'm here to clear that up, okay? So for that, oh my god, hold on guys, I need to have this call.
Hey Krusty, I don't have a team yet. We have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever.
Well, screw my plan. How soon you can get here?
I am on my way.
Hey guys, Striker is back. Oh my god, so much stress off my shoulder.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Striker is back on the San Francisco Shock for the third time? What is it?
It's a Canada.
I can't believe this is happening. This cannot be real.
Unreal. It was unreal last time, and now it's like, all right, whatever, man. Like if Boston is signed to a Striker ever again, I'm gonna lose it. Actually.
It's actually a good signing, though. It is actually a good signing. It will improve the Shock.
I mean, if anything, it's the best signing of the four, I think. I think what's interesting looking at the Shock, right, is they are going back to their mixed roster roots, bringing in Renko and Luke Mino. Renko, I think, is an exciting pickup. He's a player I've had my eye on for a while. Has been doing the rounds of contenders and looking really strong. Used to go by Mudkip if you were following contenders a long time ago. Luke Mino, I think, is a way bigger surprise. I'd be really interested to learn more about how they came to this, because Luke Mino, was kind of struggling in Vegas, part of the Vegas Eternals. I don't know if you blame Luke Mino for that, but it wasn't like, an obvious pickup to me. Maybe they ran some tryouts and just felt like their synergy with Renko is really strong, and the mixed roster history of the Shock has been some of their strongest moments. And I haven't even mentioned Probe, who I think is another great pickup. Maybe for the Shock, they can kind of get their DPS rotation in order. I really feel that was one of their biggest pain points in the opening half of the season, that there's just some swaps that don't make any sense from like a technical perspective in Overwatch. Like, you don't switch your DPS players for some of these hero swaps. And they were doing it. So I think really, for me, it's less about the individual players coming in. I think Heesang was also a strong DPS player. I think it's more about finding the rhythm and the identity as a team that they just couldn't find in this first half of the season. And maybe the mixed roster can sort of help that. Maybe the support team of Renko and Luke Mino can make it happen. I'm a little skeptical, honestly. I think this is like a little bit like crazy.
It's a funny backline. It is a funny backline.
I mean, it's like not what anyone would have called going into the season, right? No one would have predicted this, but it's the reality we're living in, and we've got to see. Can Shock perform with this new roster?
I think
if they needed to do some big changes.
Yeah, they needed to.
Yeah. And these are enormous changes.
Yeah,
like these
big
are,
changes. We were
I
asking
respect
big
that
changes, and we got big changes.
Yeah.
And we're gonna find out if that is a plus or not. I mean, they're playing today against the Gladiators later today. But before that, Johnny, I mean, you were also talking about another team, Toronto Defiant. What do you think about them currently?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exciting for Toronto Defiant. Obviously, like I said, they struggled in the first half, right? But now they pick up Spectre and Opener. And, Opener at times on Washington Justice, for example, like way back, he looked pretty good in the main support role. And I am hopeful for the Toronto Defiant. I am excited to see what they can do. So you can see yourself, picked up Spectre as well, who's an exciting damage player. Look, they had trouble with their damage lineup in the first half. Speedily, Sam, Hydron, like they couldn't settle, specifically on a Tracer player. We saw Speedily try to pick up that role. At times, even like Hydron had like the best Tracer on the team, which is weird because he was like the long-range hit scan player for this team. And so they had to change something up as well because things just weren't going their way. And I like these changes. Still, the tank situation is a bit questionable because Kalush is carrying a lot of that load and you don't really have that Winston player to sub in for him either. But maybe they can kickstart something here. I'm excited to see what Toronto Defiant does. And another team, Danny, of course, like we talked about, the LA Gladiators.
True.
And with the LA Gladiators, there was a legend, former teammate of yours, Jake, that did retire. It's danteh. So we got a quick little video here talking about danteh.
This is danteh, former Overwatch League Pro.
danteh, huge pulse bomb off the back of a suck from hydration. Oh my word. Oh, that was crispy clean.
Overwatch definitely changed my life. I got to go straight to Overwatch League from high school. I've made so many good relationships and friendships with people, like whether it's like staff, coaches, fans. I got to experience a lot of Korean culture, being teammates with Koreans. I got to try a lot of amazing food. I got to travel. It's really been life-changing for me.
And you see him just how maneuverable danteh is.
You're not supposed to be able to do that. It's illegal.
Yeah, danteh, you transition to tank.
Ooh, danteh with the spin to win.
My top 3 moments, they come to mind really, really easily. I think beating San Francisco Shock in Season 2 of Overwatch League during GOATS meta when they were insane. They were the best team Overwatch League has ever seen in like the history of Overwatch League. Number 2 was probably getting 3rd place in Grand Finals last year. It was just a surreal experience. Got to play in front of a huge crowd. My 3rd one is probably beating San Francisco Shock in Season 4. It was just a crazy match. We went like map 6 or something. It was Havana. We got full held and then we held Fuller. It doesn't get much better than that. Those are the 3 that come to mind when I think of things that I'll remember forever in my Overwatch League career. And I'd like to thank everyone that helped me get to this spot I'm at today. My parents, all my family, my friends, former teammates and stuff. Just ranked players that motivated me. The Overwatch League staff, Overwatch League fans, literally everyone. I couldn't do it without everyone. I need you guys to succeed, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye.
Man, it's really sad to see danteh go, but I mean, he was such an amazing player. He's such a nice guy as well.
That hit hard.
It hits different.
That really did hit hard.
Such a great guy.
Yeah, danteh, he's a legend. I think he'll always be remembered in the league as like one of those greatest of all time players. So like kind of, I think one of the first players to like lead the charge into Overwatch 2, where we've seen a ton of role swaps. But danteh was one of the first to like really dive in with that and took that risk for us when I was coaching the Outlaws and like we wanted to try it out. Ended up being huge for us that season. It was like a huge part of our success. So
he's always had like a starting spot because he's so flexible, but he's also so good on so many heroes. Like we talked about his damage heroes, and you saw the good old times when he was on the damage role, of course. But then also in the GOATS meta, he flexed over, played some Zarya, I believe, as well. And all this adds up. And if we take a look at the all-time Final Blows leaderboard, he's 6th in the league all time when it comes to Final Blows. So he's above Decay, Fitz, Sparkle, Fury. Just below Striker and Birdring. Like, this is a legendary list right here. And danteh, he slots right in because he's played in so many matches across so many different seasons and on so many heroes, right? He's always had a starting spot because he's been so good at the game. So, yeah, it's sad that he's retiring. I'm happy for him for a really good career, and I wish him the best of luck moving forward.
Yeah, excited to see what his future holds. I think he's gonna do some collegiate. Get some.
That's right. Yeah, he's not like he's not all-time retired. Like fully retired.
Retirement.
He's still gaming a little bit.
Retirement is a fraught term in esports. It's you know, the closing of one door opens a window. I think that's what they say.
He decided to coast, maybe. It's like coast a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, you never know. Maybe he could, after 1 or 2 seasons, he might come back. Like some people. maybe not. Hey, but I mean, currently for Gladiators, with danteh leaving, now they have a new tank, Marvel. So what do you think Marvel is going to be bringing to the table for the Gladiators?
I mean, I think it was obvious in the Gladiators in the first half that they did have some struggles when it came to danteh's gameplay. As good as he is when it comes to some of the off-tank heroes, for example, danteh was forced to pick up the Winston a lot of the time, something that you actually have experience with when you were on Houston with him last year. In the playoffs, for example. And I think that Marvel just has a better Winston. We've seen in the play rate so far this year, Winston has been played like 45% of the time out of all tanks, right? And so Marvel can also play the Ramatra, for example, and pick up if we were to go into a Junker Queen meta and these other heroes, right? So stepping up the Winston massively, but then Marvel also provides the flexibility needed, I think, for the Gladiators.
Yeah, I think it's just the way the meta has gone this season. It's a very heavy Winston meta. You want a Winston specialist who has flexibility on other heroes. It's much harder for, we've seen a lot of players this season who are really, really great off-tank players, but they're flexing to Winston. And you know, yes, they're strong Winston players, but there's just a difference between those, you know, best of the best. You're competing with Smurf, Fearless. I mean, it's just such a tough pool. So I think focusing on the Winston in the hero pool, it makes sense. Marvel's a great pickup.
Yeah.
All right, I mean, we've been talking a lot about these amazing players, but let's take a step back and talk about one of the talents, because someone on the desk is no longer a free agent, ladies and gentlemen. It's a sad news, yes, but formerly known as Mr. Reinforced Larson is now happily married, and he is now Jonathan Snowden now.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I like it.
Look at that.
String to it.
Oh.
Beautiful couple.
It was a beautiful wedding.
Thank you.
It was a beautiful. I had a lot of fun.
It was everything went perfect. Yeah, well, let's just say,
let's just end it at that.
Drinks were flowing. Let's put it that way. We had a great time. But yeah, that was an amazing wedding. Thank you.
How do you feel? Do you feel any different?
I feel amazing. Like I'm just. I know like nothing like really changed because I just.
But it's a big thing.
But I feel amazing. Got some bling bling, you know. Ooh. Yeah. But yeah, I'm locked down.
You are?
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
no longer
put a ring on it.
It's okay. Well, I mean, ladies. People who have to go, just go. Make it quick. I'm still available, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, you're next, Danny.
Single and ready to mingle, baby. All right.
DMs or?
No, Jesus.
Sorry, guys. All right. I mean, hey, I think like summer is a great time to get married. I mean, you weren't the only person who got married. One of our amazing producers, Nathan, was also married, and he's on his honeymoon, so he's not in the studio. And I guess he's happily. He loves food.
Wow.
What is he putting in his mouth?
That's a good question.
What is that?
I don't know. Snails? Something?
Herring. Okay.
Oh, I think I know where it is.
I love his eyes are just okay. Yeah. All right,
guys. Are you guys ready to guess where
okay. This is what we're gonna do. Because he's not here, like we have to guess where he's going to be. Then as you're seeing on the screen, it's where in the world is our producer. Yeah. So we're gonna see a couple pictures, and you guys are gonna take a guess where he is, where that picture is taken from.
All right.
I already saw that picture. I already have a guess, but let's get more info.
What is this? Let's see. Amorino.
I see ham.
I think it's France, guys.
Ben, that's on you. You told us.
Our producer accidentally told us what the person was before the show. Yeah, but you got the small little one of those like dessert things in the right. Oh, is this a new country? New country? This looks like.
Is that a
Germany?
burger?
It's Germany or maybe Switzerland.
Well, I mean, there's a sausage.
Switzerland.
Right?
How do you know if that's Switzerland?
Let's go! That's what's up. I've been there.
No, cheater.
You've been there. You've been right there. You recognize the images.
Is it Lausanne?
Well, I don't know if we know that.
No, right.
There's a sausage and some bread.
Why is that bread? Why is that bread? All right, never mind. All right, let's do the last one, right? Pizza.
It has to be Italy, right?
Yeah, that has to be Italy,
right?
Oh, wow, wow, look at us. We're
beautiful.
So. I mean, I am European. I should.
I mean, you didn't recognize the Swiss mountains, so it would be so disappointing.
Oh, come on! Like,
look at those mountains.
I'm not gonna say anything. If I speak, I'm in trouble.
Nathan is really just everywhere. Italy, Switzerland. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Nathan, have fun in your honeymoon. Don't worry about us.
We miss you,
you know, we're in good hands with Ben and everyone else.
We feel betrayed that you would leave us. It's really traumatic.
Yeah, we're in good hands. For now, at least. I hope so. All right, let's move on, everybody. So summer is upon us. It's hot, and the competition is heating up. Here is what is going down. We're going to be talking about format, ladies and gentlemen. The Overwatch League West teams are competing in 6 weeks of circuit play. At the end of the stage, our top 3 teams will immediately qualify for the playoffs, and our bottom 3 teams will be eliminated. The remaining 7 will compete in a double elimination bracket with seeding based on overall year win percentage. So, spring qualifiers still matters, all right? Every match matters, everything that they play matters. All right. So this bracket will determine our final 2 West teams that will advance to playoffs. And what are they playing for? Besides glory, any guesses? Cash, money,
baby.
dinero. There you go. You have a lot of money. But let me tell you how they will be earning these big stacks. All right. At the end of the play-ins, we'll have the top 5 teams from the West and the top 3 teams from the East will be drafted into 2 groups of 4, each fighting through a double elimination bracket, and we'll finish the playoffs with your final 4 teams that will compete for the Ultimate Overwatch League prize in a grand finals bracket on October 1st. And we're going to be revealing the location later this week, so stay tuned for that. I hope everyone got that. You guys, any questions? If you guys have any questions, don't ask me, ask on Twitter.
Any guesses? Where's the grand final? Like Monaco or something?
Monaco, I'm down.
Spain?
Fly me out.
Anywhere other than the US.
Okay.
Or maybe in the US.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anywhere is good.
All right.
All right, let's take a quick look at our standings before we move on. What do we got?
There it is.
I feel like just looking at this, like the big question is any of these top 3 gonna change? Like, especially Atlanta, Houston, it's hard to see either of those 2 teams not being in the top 2. I think the real spot that's up for grabs is 3rd place, but it's tough. I mean, Florida Mayhem have looked really solid, only gaining momentum this season. There are serious contenders, though. I think there's actually a lot of serious contenders on that 3rd place spot. That's going to be a hotly contested.
There are some viewers who come into this broadcast and they're like, maybe they've been out for a couple of weeks or so, and they're like, maybe the meta will change. Well, the rumors aren't great. It might still be the same heroes being played. So same good teams will probably
if the meta's not changing, then, I think...
It's going to be tough. Maybe Shock could climb up. That's way too far. But at least maybe not be 4th last.
Yeah, we'll have to, I do
They're gonna win a lot of matches if they want to climb up.
Even if the meta doesn't change, I do think there will be some subtle differences, right? Like Tracer having a little bit more spread. It's like, yeah, you're probably still playing Tracer. That hero is bonkers busted, but it's not like as dominant as it was before. That gives it a little bit more flexibility to teams to mix things up.
Yeah.
All right. Definitely exciting things up ahead. Everybody stay tuned for more. In case you guys missed the first tournament that got us to where we are currently, here's a quick recap.
What do you do when the flame burns out? Who do you call when you're running from a crowd? Do what you can with the hand that's dealt. You gotta make it when the clock strikes 12. Tag along, tag along. You gotta join in the song and tag along. Don't you know you belong? Tag along. Don't you know right from wrong? Tag along, jump. Tag
Breaker!
They just cleaned that up perfectly. To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart. And that'll be it. And they run over the shot.
One more chance, one more push. Maybe they turn it around. It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Just give it to him, bro. 1, 2, 3. A huge shatter from Kalu. I mean, what a series that they played.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to get the matches started. It's summer stage. First match is fought out between Florida Mayhem and Houston Outlaws.
Like we never left.
It's back. It's the battle between the top 2 and top 3.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, yeah, we're looking at the Florida Mayhem right now. The roster, I mean, it's as expected. I mean, they had a great run in the mid-season madness.
There we go.
Sorry, guys, it's taking me a little bit while to. We just got back, and of course, Houston Outlaws as well. They unfortunately lost to the Atlanta Reign, but they did have a great run as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, great showings from both teams. I think Florida Mayhem, Houston having no roster changes at all. One of the only teams, honestly, to do nothing at all. But you can't really blame them. I mean, they look really strong. Like, what changes they really... Atlanta also made no changes.
Yeah, they're set.
No
they're
surprises.
good.
You get top 2, you're not feeling under too much pressure. But I think for Florida Mayhem, they traded Sana to London, which I think is a good trade. It's like maybe London can put better use of this guy. I think Checkmate and Merit, they're just such a solid combo. You don't need to make any swaps. And one of the things about Overwatch I always felt is if you don't need to switch your players, don't do it. And like if you can give the same players all the play time and still feel good about your hero rotation, this is like the best way to play as a team. It's just the most consistent. And as well, I want to talk about the backline. Chorong and RuPaul have been really solid performers. It's going to be really exciting to see this team. I think Houston's a very tough test for them, but if they can win this match, who knows? Maybe they get out of that bubble spot, 3rd place. Maybe they move up.
It is interesting. You talked about the damage and the supports, just quickly as well about the tank. You know, someone, he's not as good as Fearless, because Fearless is, arguably the best Winston in the league, right? He might have to pick up Winston more now. They play a lot of Matra, but Houston Outlaws, they're very confident doing their thing, putting Pelican on Tracer, for example, diving a lot. And if the meta has remained the same, the Houston Outlaws are just gonna, start up where they left off essentially in the second half, right? So the Houston Outlaws, they're looking really good going into this matchup. To me, the big question is Florida Mayhem, playing Junker Queen here, for example. Are we going to see Florida Mayhem throw these kind of compositions at the Houston Outlaws, or will they just opt into the Winston meta and just play Winston almost permanently, right?
Yeah, I think it'll be really telling, for how the meta is going to look, what these teams choose to do now. I think for Houston, I'd be pretty surprised if they don't play Winston. But like you said, for Florida, I mean, I could see some Queen coming out. Queen did get some buffs on this patch that could make her more viable, potentially, but I still think Winston's going to dominate. I think that's what we were hearing on the grapevine.
Why are you looking at me like that, Josh?
It's time for Preds,
It is time for Preds. Let's take a look. I don't think... Was there anyone that was bold enough to choose Mayhem? Let's be honest.
I mean, you would be the one.
I did it. I'm sorry.
You lied.
As much as I love Florida Mayhem, I mean, if we're sticking to the same meta and if it's, sort of the things that we saw in the mid-season madness, it has to be the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, I feel the same. Shockingly, everyone is flabbergasted that I would Pred out. No, I mean, I think this could be a close match. I give it 3-1. Florida has consistently taken maps off Houston every time they go up against each other. So it could come down to the map pool, could come down to some cheeses. Florida always seems to have something cooked up in their back pocket.
Yeah, last time these two teams played in the regular season, not the mid-season madness, it did go to map 5, and I'm betting on more of the same. So I'm going map 5 here, but Houston Outlaws, I think they're gonna take it, Danny.
Okay, all right. I mean, the desk is all green. Let's hear from our casters. We got. Oh, sorry guys. Let's take a look at what the chat
Much
predicted.
more important than the casters.
Yes.
The chatters.
86%. No. Wow.
Oh. I mean,
wow. A lot of Houston believers. For a good reason.
It's an undefeated matchup. Yes, it's close, but it's an undefeated matchup so far.
Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, I just said it right now. Let's hear from our casters. We got Jaws and Costa. Costa, why do you think Costa actually told me right before we were doing predictions that Florida Mayhem is going to play Lifeweaver?
Yeah, they're
inside scoop.
Well, they're one of the few teams to ever play it with 100% success, right? We know they like to go against the meta. Maybe this is the secret sauce they need to beat Houston Outlaws. No, it might. Hey, you can't doubt it because
Start the game, casters.
No, Lifeweaver. I don't think Lifeweaver's ever lost a map, so I think someone should try it out.
Wait, that's true. It's
That's
good.
it.
It's
Never
broken.
lost a map in the Overwatch
It's the
League.
Overwatch League Illuminati that's suppressing Lifeweaver, guys.
It's Johnny on the desk.
I do not think that's true.
It might be.
I don't think that's true. Also, I would like to bring to your attention this tweet. I didn't mean to put that in, man.
Have you been holding on? How long have you been holding on to this gem?
Oh. That's actually not even joking. I have a Torb turret folder, or like no Torb folder, which I have a hammer kill on like Kevster. I have a turret kill on you. I have a hammer kill on another pro. I can't remember. I don't know, man.
You're one of those people that's going to upload, these crazy-ass montages of you killing everyone as well.
Best character in the game. They just nerfed him.
All right. Well, let's talk about this match, though. We got the Florida Mayhem taking on the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah.
As they said on the desk, the Houston Outlaws definitely favored. 86% of the chat believing in the Houston Outlaws as well, and that's because we haven't seen the Florida Mayhem take the Outlaws down so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty tall order. What's really cool, actually, is that Mayhem just picked up someone else, a player called Maka, literally this morning. So many roster things happened this morning.
Couldn't we have done it earlier, like when we had that huge break? We could have talked about these kinds of things.
I swear, it's just like, oh, let's sabotage the chat. Let's sabotage the official Overwatch League broadcast. But like, we won't be seeing Maka. I don't know if anybody saw Gumba's response and Ye's response, but they're building for next year. So obviously sticking with this roster today, it makes the most sense with Chong and RuPaul having the most playtime on the team, surprisingly enough. But Merit, Checkmate, and someone, at the end of the day, this team, they are top 3, for sure, undoubtedly. But the Houston Outlaws, apart from the Atlanta Reign, which has been everybody's kryptonite, they are solidly number 2. Like, their dive game, their Sombra game is just so good. There's no one that can really contest them in that second spot. But if Mayhem come up with a solid win, or maybe a couple of maps, like having this first and second place gap that is currently existing would be a little less fun if it wasn't for second and third having a little bit of a closer gap too. At the end of the day, the Florida Mayhem needs to come up with a win, but the Houston Outlaws, they look too strong, man. They're like 7-1. They're only losses against the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, and we know that there is a new map pool. We're going to see new maps, different things. There have been rumors that the compositions that are being played in the beginning of this summer stage are very similar to what we've seen in the past. The Winston, Tracer, Sombra, while when we play Control, we will see more of these Ramatra Rush compositions.
Yeah. Which, yeah, love it or hate it. Probably will see a little bit of Winston. I quite like it. I do like Dive. Better than anything else. Better than like May Sim, for example. We're seeing a little bit of May here. Phyllis is only getting walled off. Nice little boop, actually. No speed in, potentially. Chong does get antied. They tried to rush down Houston Outlaws, but it's actually Merit that goes down first. Happy with a double blink smack onto the back line, and RuPaul's in trouble. Forced to use that lamp pretty early as Happy just peppers them in the back line. RuPaul pretty low, does chase Happy off eventually, but the point unlocks, and the Florida Mayhem playing on the back foot.
Yeah, there's difference in compositions here. The Outlaws, they're playing Violet on the Brig, while Mayhem playing with the Lucio and the Mei, so they can dictate the tempo whenever they want. They can drop these walls, use their speed boost, while the Outlaws, they're going to have more sustainability. Even though the Outlaws, they get that first pick with Happy on that Tracer, they don't have the way to close the fight out, so even though Mayhem playing at a disadvantage do get the first re-flip of the capture and win the first team fight.
Looks like Happy is stalling the point then. 18%. Oh, good. Yeah, that felt like Houston Outlaws not wanting to force the issue. They're going to do that now, though, with Fearless with that nano. RuPaul ends up going down, only Chong for healing, but Florida Mayhem are trying to isolate the Outlaws backline currently. Someone used the Annihilation, pushing on forward, kills Shu as the point's about to get flipped if Florida Mayhem aren't careful. There it is, and still Florida. Completely isolated. Away from the rest of the team is someone right now. Running to the backline again, Scott, but he does end up falling. Remember, he used his Annihilation to try and cut down the Mayhem, but it didn't end up working out. Violet does end up getting traded for someone, though. But the Outlaws, they're going to be able to stick on this point for a long time.
Yeah, and Fearless is just punching this backline. They're able to anchor down here with the Ana and the Brig. There's just so much healing. Overclock from Pelican, though.
Overclock through the window. Window does end up falling over, but without much of a damage boost, might not be able to find anything. Does find Fearless, but that was Fearless getting caught out. More than him just kind of inting there. Ooh, nice kill. However, with the point flipped, the Florida Mayhem, they can't afford to let anybody else go down. With Shu dead, Outlaws still have to play slow.
These guys have been fighting for the last, what feels like 5 minutes. And they're just going back and forth. They're trading the point. It feels like Florida Mayhem have the numbers consistently, at least on the point, but the Outlaws just aren't going away.
I don't know how long the break spin's got, 3 weeks, but it's feeling like Solitude right now. It's just like permanent fights, right? I mean, these kind of what this comp does, though, in a way, because everybody is quite sustainable, apart from, well, Merit, I suppose, but still has kind of a dash away. Checkmate, Happy, they can kind of look after themselves. The backline can do that. I mean, Bap's got the Regenerative Burst, which he can hit if he gets in trouble. Like, the Ramatra is also very sustainable on their own, so very scrappy, but not too surprising.
Yeah, and the Outlaws, they're now at 61%. Their backs are against the wall, and they used a lot of ultimates to try and close out that fight as well. Happy's putting on point pressure, trying to take down Chorong, but there goes someone with the Annihilation.
Annihilation and the window. Florida Mayhem throwing 2 ults into this fight. Want to make it the last one, but Annihilation is going to disappear. And now a Nano onto Fearless. He does run on forward. He's got Annihilation of his own. Should be a surefire win here for the Houston Outlaws. Happy does trade his life for 1, but Chorong's actually a pretty decent pick. Fearless can't use that speed boost to the Annihilation, but doesn't need to. Merit without a dash and without a life now ends up going down. Florida trying to get OT. There's the Nemesis form. Whoop, whoop. Tries to take him out. Wasn't able to do so, and that'll be the cleanup. But 96% for Florida as finally we get a bit of respite.
You could see Fearless, he wanted to hold on to that Annihilation. He didn't want to have to use it, but with that great shot from Checkmate onto Happy, does have to part ways with that one. And now Pelican with the overclock once again. One of really the major ultimates and only ultimates that the Outlaws have to hold on to this point. Oh, Happy lurking with a pulse bomb though.
Happy should know where he is, or at least heard the blink. Just trying to set something up. And it escapes from Lucio from here. Fearless is pretty low, has to drop. Happy still waiting in the wings, pulse bomb in hand. However, Violet's already dead. He has to make his move. Fearless has been frozen, his health bar just disintegrating. Pelican, Fearless, dead, Happy, hiding away with the pulse bomb. Didn't get anything. In fact, just forced RuPaul's lamp, but that's about it. Florida Mayhem looking rather clean. Happy double blinks on the point. Forces OT, but that'll be about it. I mean, Violet got boot back and no one to touch as Mayhem secure the first round.
Outlaws just not really reacting to anything that Mayhem were doing. They were waiting for Happy to get that pulse bomb, trying to find any value. Pelican pops the overclock, but the Blizzard's already out by then, so the Outlaws just not really reacting fast enough to the speed that the Florida Mayhem are playing, but very back and forth. And something I wanted to point out as well, Jack, from that round, Happy was on the Tracer, Pelican on the Sojourn. That's unlike what we would usually see from both of these players. Historically, Pelican has been the Tracer player, much improved in that role, and Happy is the hit scan. So maybe adding some flexibility into their lineup, maybe hoping that they can switch if they need to later on. But at this round, for sure, is much more conducive to playing that Winston dive style.
Oh yeah, no Sombra in sight. In fact, Merritt's gonna play Ashe instead. Trying to help Checkmate in the air, trying to duel with Pelican. That was almost a mirror. It's just like mirrored right now. Put a mirror in the center of the screen, and both wins to jump on the high ground. Same with the Echoes, just opposite ones. Phyllis pretty low. Someone's going to chase after it. Phyllis only got that miniature health pack. Should go down, you at least think. Nice leap into the air. Someone helping Checkmate finish off Pelican. That'll be the point cap for the Mayhem, I'd imagine. Uh-oh. Well, choosing trouble. Doesn't want to give up his life, though. Violet's just around the corner.
Yeah, Pelican's going to switch over to the Sombra, realizing he's not going to be able to do anything against the Echo of their own from the Florida Mayhem and Merit on that Ashe. And that's really the major threat that the Florida Mayhem have. Merit is a world-class hit scan who can just sit on this high ground, throw out so much damage, and the Outlaws are going to try and route through this mega health pack to get onto them.
Good hack onto Chorong. Oh, perfect stuff. Hook, line, and sinker for Happy and Pelican there. RuPaul dead. Pretty easy fight win here, you'd imagine. Wow, Fearless just kind of cleaning up. All good, no heals. And someone not long for this world. There's the flip. Beautiful manual hack from Pelican.
Instant value from the Sombra. Pelican recognizes, well, if they're just going to play super far back, we'll just go to the point and punish whoever's there. Chorong was the one who did end up getting caught. And now the Florida Mayhem, they're going to have to enter into this fight with an Ashe and an Echo. There's no one who's going to be able to follow up space, and that's why you see this wholesale switch as they go over to the Tracer Sombra as well.
Happy. No, he hasn't got pulse bomb, so I don't think he wanted to wait around for too long. God, that mega health pack hacked is going to be rather annoying on this rotate. Gets the one clip from afar. Thought Tracer wasn't nerfed, although that was just this recent patch. So which we're not playing on currently. Nano boost. Rupal gets antied. Nice nade from Shu. That was a mile away nade too. I mean, that's basically it. Nice little zap. That'll be done. Unfortunate there, someone used that Primal Rage, Scott, so...
No value as well.
No value at all.
Just with a nano boost, the Outlaws were able to close that one out. We know how strong Fearless is when he gets that ultimate, but now Pelican has the EMP and the Florida Mayhem. They don't have any ultimates, and the time is already ticking up for the Outlaws. Early
it's
EMP.
So easy. What a bubble, too, from Fearless. Just cutting off those heals. Slowly but surely, Outlaws using their ult bank to just whittle away the Florida Mayhem. And with 70% Pulse Bomb, Primal, and the rally for the Outlaws, like, this is last fight for Florida. They need a big stick from Checkmate here.
Yeah, they do have the nano boost that will enable someone to go in. Shu does get hacked, and there is pressure going on, and someone's following up.
Nice nano. Good nade, though, from Shu. Defensive nade. Rally comes out. That overhealth building up, as well as that extra armor for Violet. Shu is not dead. That guy is not falling over. And look at this. Frontline warrior is Violet. There's the stick.
Huge.
However, is it enough? They trade support for support, but with no Primal Rage, someone using it in his last fight couldn't survive. The sustainability is just not there. Happy gets the stick on the shield from Chong, dropped it. Maybe the shield got broken, but Outlaws with a masterclass on downtown.
That's inherently the danger when you decide to play a unique composition on a unique point. The Florida Mayhem, they want to play this Ashe Echo style that's just going to be high damage, and if they have control, they can hold it. But then they have to switch over to the Tracer, the Sombra, and the Brig because they weren't able to match what the Outlaws were doing, and therefore they didn't get any ultimates up to close out the round. Stick here from Happy. And maybe we're going to see more Happy Tracer. This could be a consistent thing for the Outlaws in this stage. I don't know how
he must have
dropped that.
Or the shield got broken. Don't know, because I think Pelican was shooting him there as well on the shield.
Yeah.
But, yeah, rough stuff, rough stuff.
Yeah, Pelican on the Sojourn as well. Happy likely going back to that Tracer. Maybe this is the difference maker for the Outlaws in this stage, but we're getting...
I love Zen on this map, man. Like, you play in that little corner there, there's a mini health back if you need it. But the problem is, Florida Mayhem, almost expecting that, they're going to run a Sombra of their own with the Tracer. It's going to be hard for Violet to stay alive, but if someone could stay alive, it's definitely Violet.
The Zenyatta is a greedy pick, just inherently. You can do so much damage, that Discord Orb is going to make it difficult for someone to move around the map, but this is what you have to deal with. Just a Sombra hunting you 100% of the time.
Oh, it doesn't want to get one clip.
And he's
yeah,
dead.
There you go. I mean, two people shooting you with aim that Pelican and Merit have, you don't stand a chance. I like that with the Sojourn too. I guess you could use the Disruptor shot to try and get away the flankers, but there you go. They do trade though. Violet going over to the Brig.
Yeah, maybe not.
Enough fun has been had. Violet, back to Brig for you.
Either Outlaws are still going to win this one, even with Violet going down. Shu has enough healing to keep them alive, and the Mayhem dive just didn't have any legs after the kill onto Violet. So now we're seeing Outlaws just starting to play a slower style. I was expecting them to just keep playing the Winston Tracer Sombra.
Sorry, what?
As that's a pretty... Whoa!
Excuse
Mayhem
me.
with more...
What's happening?
Interesting swaps.
This is Widow nerf patch as well, so she can't one-shot from nearly as far away anymore. Although the sightlines here, you're more than okay to just tap ahead.
What does someone do in this composition? He doesn't have a Lucio to move him around. He's not going to be able to close the distance. There's going to be too much healing coming out from Shu and Violet. They're just relying on this Merit headshot to come through, which isn't an awful strategy when you have a player like Merit, but they're just going to be at the mercy of that.
He's just hanging out. He's hanging out with Nano.
Well,
there's the body shot. Oh,
nice
what a sleep. Oh, a little grapple in the air too. Oh, come on. You missed Sleep Tracer, really? Even with the grapple? Come on, Merit.
He hits everything. That's the one he misses.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah. Unfortunate. A pity we got it on camera.
Yeah. So now we're going to see the Outlaws make swaps of their own. There's a lot of counter-swapping happening so far in this first map. Fearless is going to stay on the Ramatra because he has that Annihilation, but someone does as well, and Checkmate with a Pulse Bomb.
Checkmate whizzes a Pulse, and we're happy. See what they can get done. Merit's almost got sights.
Wow, he got those really quickly after that Widow swap. I was questioning it, but he makes it work.
Body shot bandit. There you go. Not quite.
Florida Mayhem and Florida Mayhem and Merit, sorry, they've always been willing to just make these swaps to this hard hit scan because of how strong Merit is at. Fearless is getting so low.
So low.
Has to pop the Annihilation early.
Annihilation. He's going to tag a couple of people, but that's going to wear off.
They got the flip.
What is it worth? Not sure. They didn't end up getting the flip, yeah, but if someone can get value with this Annihilation, which It's looking like it got thwarted by the Outlaws. Good shield and just good placement of the bodies. And now Merit has just got a chance to click some heads. Pelican dead. There's the rush from Chorong. Florida Mayhem want to take this back ASAP. But with Outlaws taking that point,
not bad.
Not bad. As long as you can sort this out for a little bit longer, you're kind of happy with that if you're the Outlaws right now.
That would have been a great fight for the Mayhem if they just didn't lose that flip, because how much percentage did the Outlaws get? 30, 35%. While the Florida Mayhem, they had to commit major ultimates to that as well, as Merit looks like he's going back to switch. Probably too much pressure. With Shu having that nano boost, he's not going to be able to stay. Oh, okay. Yeah, switch.
Sombra.
Over to the Sombra.
Okay.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
No surprise there.
Pelican is coming up to this EMP. Florida Mayhem don't have many tools to deal with it either.
They have EMP. They do have tools to deal with it. It's shooting at them. They shot at him and he died.
The best tool.
The best tool. Killing the opposition. Nice stick onto someone from Happy. That'll be good for one. Fearless goes down. No tank fight here. As with this approaching EMP, it's going to be tough for the Florida Mayhem to get back onto that point. Pelican 3% away. He gets the manual hack onto checkmate. Know that he has pulse and he can't blink after Violet. Nice manual hack again. Sombra's doing a lot of work with without the EMP. Violet doesn't end up going down as he's contesting the point. Fearless rejoins the fights. Can they survive for long enough? Chorong forced a TP away. It was a short TP, but it was good enough to save his life. And now OT for the Outlaws. They're fine giving up this point, knowing that the Florida Mayhem had to chuck at least 2 ults into that one.
I don't think the Houston Outlaws have won a team fight this entire map so far, but they've just been getting the flips, so therefore they're staying in this round as we're going into last fight territory. Lots of ultimates coming up. You can see someone stepping up. They want to go first.
The Annihilation's good. Shu, Violet dead. Last fight for the Outlaws. They need to be able to get back to the point, and Happy's already gone. 10% to go. Fearless with Primal. He has to go for this big old triple jump. There he goes. Winston to the moon. Oh no, he gets hacked. He just managed to get to the point in time though to trigger overtime. As now is Pelican's chance to get the retouch. Can Fearless get back? Yes, he does. He ends up paying for it with his life, but Pelican's got EMP. He is going to be able to hit it, but is it going to be enough? It is good, but is it going to be there? Is there damage? Is there follow-up? I don't think so, Scott. Even with the nano boost onto Pelican, it might not be good. Two? But Shu, how does he get 2? Chorong and checkmate dead. Someone has to touch, though. The Vortex, they can't get over it. Oh, Shu tried so hard at the very end with a double kill, but it'll be Mayhem clutch in the first round.
Shu, when his back's against the wall, is the best DPS in the world. I'm convinced of it. This man just doesn't go down when it matters the most. But I have to give massive credit to the Mayhem and someone. He's usually the one orchestrating this. They recognize they're going into the final ult fight. They go so early, catch the Houston Outlaws off guard with an early EMP and Annihilation, and that snowballs into that round win and getting the first map against the Houston Outlaws.
Man, how did Shu get 2 at the very end? That was crazy. I mean, who better than Shu to get something like that, especially on Ana. Close map so far, Scott.
Yeah. And, you know, not many people came into this series believing in the Florida Mayhem as much as they've been an impressive team so far this season. They had their weaknesses against the top 2 of Atlanta Reign and the Houston Outlaws all of last stage, but they've made some adaptations. They're playing the game slightly differently, but so is the Houston Outlaws with some weird swaps and some weird changes. They came out not really wanting to play that Lucio, not wanting to start on that Winston Tracer Sombra. I don't know what's been going on in the scrims during the break, but there is some wacky stuff happening. Not as much Winston Tracer Sombra as expected.
That might just be map issue, though. I mean, Busan, especially Mecha Base.
Oh, this is the 2K, by the way.
Oh my god.
How?
Just a little 2v1. You know how it is.
Oh, there was
he had
a little
help with the
a little bit of help.
Hey, it's a 2v1 in my eyes, all good. Oh yeah, I forgot. Well, I didn't forget. Map pool.
Yeah.
It's changed. Numbani. Okay, Numbani. Rate the map, real quick.
I prefer not to speak, otherwise I get in trouble.
Yeah. Second point doesn't exist. Remember that. Remember that, Overwatch League fan.
First point very much exists.
Very much exists. Defender favored for sure. It's going to be good to see Circle Royale back in the pool as well, especially with how the meta's kind of, or at least we think it's shaping up with a lot of Sombra and Winston dive. Might see some double sniper. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Numbani up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Florida Mayhem and the Houston Outlaws kicking off the summer split. Mayhem taking a map win off of Outlaws already, but we know what you say about control.
It's a coin flip.
It's a coin flip.
Nah, it's not. There's a lot of strategy that goes into it, and we always know that these teams can go toe-to-toe. They're
for sure.
world-class caliber players in all roles, but Florida Mayhem getting the best of Busan, a new map, but as we talked about earlier, going into this break, Jack, Numbani. And I can't remember the last time we've seen Numbani in the Overwatch League. It might be 2020.
Ooh.
Because it was taken out of the map pool for an incredibly long time.
It was.
It was reintroduced in Overwatch 2, but since then we have not played it much in the league, at least to my memory. And it's a very unique map because it's incredibly defender-sided, especially on the first point.
Yeah. The spawn points are just so close to defense. And like, you have to walk out into a Roman-esque Colosseum as everybody looks down upon you and throws rotten tomatoes at you as you try and assault that first point. Like, it's rough, man.
Or you walk through that small corridor to get onto the high ground, which every Ana has a set spot of where they're going to throw that nade.
I'm just saying it. Playing Numbani defense as like an Ana or even a Torb, it is one of the more fun things to do because you put your little turret down, you're just shooting your little Cheetos, your little spaghetti noodles, and then as Ana, you wait for them to come high ground and you're like, haha, guess what? I can throw a nade.
This is how Jack got me in that Torb 1v1, by the way. That's how he got me. We were playing Numbani.
It was too easy. I didn't even, do you know what's a joke? I didn't even know where that's from.
Yeah,
It's so old. It's so old.
It's been a while. But I do want to say, you get very unique compositions when you play Numbani first point, and the Florida Mayhem are making no exception. We're going to see someone come out on the Reinhardt, and this is common, so let me explain what happens here. As Jack said, you can either walk into the Colosseo on this low ground up this street, but it's so difficult because you're being assailed from all angles and they can drop from the high ground whenever you need. So most teams will actually opt to try and take that high ground and go through that corridor. That is why someone is playing the Reinhardt. He wants to be the gatekeeper, the bouncer, asking for admission to the Outlaws.
Oh, are we seeing a little Violet Mercy? Okay.
To pocket the Echo.
Makes the most sense here. I mean, Pelican, or Echo rather, I guess technically Pelican, got a damage. Oh, Violet's switching over, okay. Well, Echo in general did get a buff a couple of patches ago. Easier rock charge.
Yeah.
And that just means more ults, which means more copies of Ryan, which means someone maybe get tank gapped by Pelican here if he can find it. Okay, Violet's back on the Mercy. Okay, I guess they were just waiting to see what they were playing, but this does make the most sense now with Violet on Mercy. Just damage used in the Echo. It's just so crazy the damage you can output. Sticky bombs can almost one shot, but it's really the ultimate that'll be the difference maker, especially with damage boost.
Yeah, so the Outlaws, they're going to play the dive, and what they need to do is they need to find a way to get onto the backline right here. If they allow Merit to stay up here pumping out damage, exactly what just happened will keep happening. Fearless is going to take too much damage, there's not going to be enough support. And you saw Checkmate, as soon as Fearless dives, he's throwing up a wall, isolating the backline.
Yeah. It's all about stopping Shu from getting heals in. Oh, okay. Like to see that. Merit's taking the head off of Violet. Now, Pelican a little bit more vulnerable in the air. Defensive favored map.
Violet's come so far from 2019, one of the best Zenyatas in the world, now playing the Mercy, pocketing Pelican, and he's struggling so far to just be able to get in and help his team, as this is a minute and a half off the clock already for the Outlaws.
It's rough. Even with losing that 25 HP on the Cassidy's still pretty hard to take down, so as a damage mitigation on his roll, plus that nade has been changed. And there it goes! Did you see that arc, by the way? It just went over the top, straight down on Violet's head. Oh. Nice high noon. Fearless can't jump onto the high ground. He's going to get his head blown off. Does break the bubble to Magnade, which now hinders a target. So it stops them using movement abilities, and that's basically everybody on the Outlaws apart from Shu.
Yeah. And now it seemed like a frustration down there from the Outlaws. They're going to go once again with the copy onto Pelican, but
what does it do?
Has to run instantly.
What's he can't get rallied. Okay, maybe he does actually say that.
Great
he just
lamb.
Chews through the shield. Perfect lamb from Violet to keep him alive and earning themselves a rally. There is a blizzard, not sure where it went. It looked like it went main, in fact, as Violet and Shu have been caught out. Violet's super low, does run into the room, get a health pack, but the high ground is just firmly in control of the Florida Mayhem. A minute and 20 seconds to go, 61% on the board.
Yeah, going back to my Violet, just very aggressive.
Okay, he tests him, he wins. Merit forced down from the high ground.
That's an important move. Getting Merit onto the low ground, all of a sudden he doesn't have this dominant position, so now Fearless can take it for free. Mayhem are now the ones on the low ground, stuck walking into the Coliseum.
That window. What? From Violet. He windowed Florida Mayhem's backline. Primal Rage available from Fearless, but he ends up going down. And then someone just holding the door. I mean, at the end of the day, when you've got that shatter, you can just wait for the Outlaws to try and get to the point. Hit the shatter, easy kills. And last fight now for the Houston Outlaws.
Doesn't feel like the Outlaws have had a clean dive the entire time. Violet's been getting picked time and time again. They used the nano when Violet was already dead. Now Fearless, the only one with an ultimate shoe, almost back up to a nano, but the Mayhem, someone has the shatter of all things. Can he put a nail in the coffin for the Outlaws?
Okay, that does suck. Chorong actually got booped off the edge or bashed off the edge, so he's not up with the rest of his team. There's the hinder. On to Fearless.
Nano up.
Good. Oh my! Charge shatter. Someone just cleaving Shu down. That is disgusting stuff. High Noon on the point, and yeah, 5 seconds to go. Although Houston Outlaws do have a lot of ults. Primal Rage, Dupe, and the Pulse, Scott. Very winnable here if you're the Houston Outlaws, and with RuPaul dead, there's a whole lot less healing. And in overtime, looks like Houston Outlaws are finally going to do it. I mean, it's only someone of Merit in that small room. No chance they escape this one alive. Nice charge. Attempted to kill Pelican. Not going to happen. And there it is. Chad Reinhardt play from someone, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was just, as we know to expect, a great Primal Rage from Fearless, even though someone eviscerates Shu at the beginning. But that's the first point done. And as you said, coming into this map, Jack, the second point is very hard to defend because it's so offensive-sided because of how close the spawn doors are. Any pick that you get is advantageous for the offensive team, but checkmate, he's found Happy and he's close to an EMP.
Yeah, there's no one really there to follow him up, sadly, so doesn't go for the manual hack, would rather stay cloaked and inconspicuous. EMP 4%, like you said. Might be nice to get this dupe with it. EMP hit the dupe as well, kill the dupe, so Pelican doesn't get free ults.
Merit's gone over to the Ashe again. We saw this a little bit in Busan to no avail. He's going to be able to put so much pressure from the back high grounds, but he has to be worried about Pelican. Pelican has the ability to just go hyper-aggressive into him.
Yeah, dive in, hit the dupe, maybe dupe the brig.
Yeah.
Start swinging. We'll see what Checkmate wants to set up. Did hit the cloak. Oh, he gets a spy check there, and a window on the high ground of the bus for Violet. Nothing really coming of it right now. A little bit of damage, but that's about it. But more payload progress, the better.
Some warning shots coming out from Violet.
Very good EMP. Violet already hit the exo boost and was able to get a lamp onto the high ground, but still chased down by Chorong. Rally straight into the back. EMP rally. A very, very expensive fight for the Florida Mayhem. However, holding here is pretty decent. You get to set up the high ground again. Merit's going to get a Bob, you'd imagine. There's no one to hack the Bob either. Pretty nice stuff so far, but Houston Outlaws clearly like to fight near OT. Pelican's still got that dupe.
Yeah, he's been holding on to it. Just got EMP'd, no time to pop it. Violet playing a little bit of Mystery Heroes, now goes over to the brig. Merit's coming up on this Bob as well. I want to see Outlaws hit their foot down on the gas. I want to see an effective dive. It feels like they're just standing around right now.
Literally standing. Person standing emoji. Pulse bomb available. There's the nano on someone. Backline in trouble. Pelican does hit the dupe and he hits the Ana. Just healing up the rest of his team. Double nano may be available. Sleep getting thrown out, but that's about it. This dude's going to wear out before he even gets a nano boost online. He's already pretty low. He's got his own nade. Throws it out. Does hit the backline. Hits 3 in fact. But a good flail onto Fearless. A 3-man anti from a duped Ana. Doesn't find anything. Houston Outlaws are still pushing this payload, Scott, but will they be able to get it anywhere near close to this checkpoint? I mean, a couple of meters will do it, but Merit's still got this high ground.
Yeah, Merit's just raining down shots, and the Outlaws can't do anything. He's so free. He's playing Kovacs right now.
Boom. Dynamite goes out, and there's the engagement from Fearless. Primal Rage used, getting Chorong out of the fight, but someone's already managed to catch Tracer of all things. Chorong dead, there's the rally. Huge. Outlaws have the ults to fight now on this point. Violet is pretty low, he's burning. EMP's good though. Violet's hunting down, but Shu keeps Violet alive. Fearless and Pelican are going to do the rest. And that is the second point unlocked. Houston Outlaws making a nail-biter again.
Very few teams have the ability to win against those odds. Merit was just doing so much damage, but they juggled just long enough for Fearless to get back, Violet to get that rally, and they continue to stay alive. 1 minute remaining, though, for the third point, Jack, as someone's going to switch over to the Junker Queen of all things.
I don't know about the JQ here. I mean, you are fighting in close range, I suppose, and it's hard for Fearless to get a lot done. Pretty sustainable, too. Oh, hello, Butterfly. Did you see that Butterfly just chilling? Yo, what's up? Nano Boost available.
Is it on Pelican or Fearless? I would expect Fearless to get this one.
I would imagine so. Yellow Sleep Dart didn't happen. There's... Oh, my God. Oh, someone. Yeah, you can't survive against that sun, I'm afraid. Nice dupe. Stops himself going down. Gets Tracer. Can you get a free pulse? Just keeping them in the spawn room right now. Double Tracer. There's the pulse. Nice stick. Onto someone. However, Chong and RuPaul are going to be able to keep him alive, especially with that rally going on. Dupe eventually wears off. And now they have to contend with this rally, this over health building up. There's the kill onto Fearless. Final fight territory. Florida Mayhem let first and second go, but third is very much theirs. A meter to go, but only 5 seconds in the time bank. Nice damage from Pelican, but nope, not today. Checkmate kills the backline, and then Chorong kills Pelican, who tried to go for that touch. And there we go, the payload ends 70 meters. Almost getting that third point.
Outlaws just...
Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, Outlaws just running out a little bit of steam at the very end there. Just no ultimates to deal with the Chorong rally, but they came a long way from that first point. They were narrowly capped that first point, so you can't be unhappy.
It feels like Havana in a way where if you enter the third point or like the third phase and you just capped second point in OT, you are not capping third. Like, you are straight. It's so defensive heavy on that last point. Like, you need a giant snowball, like avalanche level, to try and get through that third point. Sorry, it's really tough, and especially when you have the enemy team has rally. Good luck. Like, you have to hit a pulse bomb or a good nade.
And we're gonna see the Merritt Cassidy, which
is this a magnate?
Yeah.
Yup. Look at him follow.
Oh, there's no way that.
I mean, that is ridiculous. He didn't even stick him. It was just the AoE damage, and Pelican and Shu were just like, what?
Bruh.
What just happened? I'm so glad we got that in the replay. That is so...
It's a homing missile that you can't run away from.
Did you see the... one of the devs put out, this is a few months ago.
The May one?
The May one, it auto-locks onto May cross map. That's what it felt like right there.
Bro, they joked about it, but that's kind of what that was.
That is right
They
there.
made it, but not for May. They made it for Mercy.
A perfect change.
No, hey.
Devs, perfect
no
change.
No Mercy slander on this match. Okay, now we're going to see the Florida Mayhem walk out, and we get to see their look at how they want to attack it. They're going more pick-focused rather than dive-focused. They have Merit on the Hanzo, Checkmate on the Echo. They're going to pump out so much damage that the Houston Outlaws are going to have to respond. They can't just allow Merit to stay here shooting arrows. He will land on someone eventually.
Yeah, he's going to hit the lot rate sooner rather than later. Short lead from Fearless there, just up and down. Nice little boop. But luckily, Hanzo does have a dash. Nice double shot. Good stuff. Man, watching Shu play Ana is just...
He makes it look so easy.
Oh man, it's so clean. Like, good Ana play in general, or like even just good aim from like Widowmakers and stuff, it's just nasty. Shu, like a long time ago, I brought this fact up before, but when it was Overwatch 1, there was 6 players, no role lock, he used to jump on Widowmaker every now and then because of how good his aim is.
Pretty good.
Like, who's really surprised about that? Like, his aim on that character is just clean, and 70% to an ult already, not bad at all. Even Happy and Pelican are so close.
Yeah, and that's how the Outlaws need to play this. You could see, as soon as Mayhem, they want to take this short little spot here, get Merit on here. The Outlaws, they're waiting for Merit to overstep, and then they're going to dive on him.
Shu's pretty low. I need a pack, please. No packs available. Lily?
Nano up.
Nano available. RuPaul's 4% away, though. Fearless taking infinite damage. There you go. Nano heals him up. Oh, I don't know if that was a sleep, actually, but
huge nade.
Whatever happened, a nade landed in the backline, and once again, Shu does it. RuPaul and Checkmate were in trouble, and now Primal Rage from Fearless. His health bar just almost disappearing right in front of his eyes there, but does get healed up. And that's a lot of free ult charge, mind you, for Shu and Violet. However, here comes the redive. A nice dupe on the Ana, but instantly taken care of. Wow. Fearless doing Lord's work right now on the point, but it's not enough. Checkmate's laser far too strong, and now someone's going to have his own Primal Rage. and he surfs Shu away right past that mega health pack. Florida Mayhem have popped the rally too, so it's going to be a tough recontest from the Outlaws.
Yeah, they just pop all 5 ultimates, run onto the point.
Double break, double break.
Contesting
Nightmare fuel, nightmare fuel,
oh
double
my God.
rally. Okay, finally they take care of Pelican. Actual nightmares were just had there by the Florida Mayhem as 2 brigs approach them, like Storm of the Beaches of Normandy. Checkmate dead with this recontest looking rather strong, but Pelican does end up going down. Both echoes falling, but the Houston Outlaws, they've still got a pulse and they've still got Happy on the points. Merritt also taking a boatload of damage, and with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, all of Florida Mayhem were able to get was a 1.5 points, or a checkpoint and a half there.
And as I said earlier, Florida Mayhem, they used 5 ultimates to get into that last fight, so they have nothing left with only 1 minute remaining. And Outlaws, they're reset. One big difference though is that Shu and Violet are stuck on the low ground. So they're going to be playing here, healing up Fearless. Shu's coming up to another nano boost. Same thing from the Houston Outlaws. When Merritt steps up, Fearless goes.
Down the low ground, which kind of sucks. There's Pelican, got the nano. Oh, the damage is so good. Merritt, I don't think he even needed to get lasered there, to be honest with you. Sticky bombs were enough. A lot of free ult charge as well, mind you. 40 seconds, Scott. Dragon Strike, Primal for Mayhem. They can clear off this high ground, but little do they know, there's not really many people on it.
Yeah, Mayhem coming back up to those ultimates though. Last fight here for the Mayhem to get this first point. You can see, look at Pelican, he's working, he's hunting, he's trying to find a backliner, kill them before anyone can help them.
If he gets ult too, he can just pop the brig maybe. Oh, there's the damage. No, can't quite get it. A leap away from Merritt as he slings out the Dragon Strike. But Pelican, more than happy to fight close quarters with the Hanzo. Not advised, but if you're Pelican, you can just dodge out of the way, it's all good. Someone's on the point, receives a pack. It's going to be out of contest for the time being, as overtime will end up being popped by someone. There's the rally from Chorong too. Testudo formation on the point to try and stall out for as long as they possibly can. RuPaul's even got the nano, but someone's just isolating the backline. Fearless and Pelican with no heals cannot survive long enough for their supports to battle through someone, and that'll be the point unlocked.
Someone just keeps getting in the way of RuPaul trying to shoot Shu.
Please.
Someone get out of the way.
Let me do damage.
Don't let me heal you. But that will be them closing it out, as you said, Jack. This is pretty much word for word exactly what happened on the Houston Outlaws attack. The first point is so difficult that it doesn't matter how long it takes you as long as you get there. Now the question becomes, can the Mayhem get the second point faster? Now it's the Outlaws the ones who have the ultimates up.
This dupe's so scary. Dupe for checkmate too, though. Let's see if they dupe the same target. Duping Brig is kind of a cheat code sometimes, it feels like.
There's a lot of great options to dupe. The Tracer, the Winston. Honestly, there's no wrong option for any given situation.
Yeah, it's kind of true. I mean, I guess the only wrong option would be the Hanzo. Wouldn't be the strongest pick out of all of them.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot Merritt was playing.
Yeah, forgot about the Hanzo there. All good. We haven't seen Hanzo in a long time, to be fair.
Someone getting very low on this point.
Oh, there's Nano. They jump on the high ground. That's a lot of value. Good nade. Good sleep as well by RuPaul. Will wake up rather quickly, but can he make his presence worth it? Yes, he can.
How is he
19
alive?
HP for Fearless, and he gets out. Still swinging, though, is Chorong. Still alive. This backline from the Outlaws is just gross. Absolutely gross. There's the dupe on to the Ana, but nope, checkmate is slept. Meta Ana wins, I guess. And the dupe is going to run out in just a moment. Heals himself up with a nade. Oh, gets the sleep on Pelican. There's 4 Anas. Perfect Overwatch has been found. Nice little shots onto the other dude. Ana there, Pelican eventually going low. The amount of antis is just absurd. And there we go, the Florida Mayhem fighting tooth and nail for this second point, and they managed to make it work.
Checkmate can do it all. He's shown us his Reinhardt tank prowess. He's shown us how great he is on DPS. Now he's just flexing over to supports and showing that Ana ain't that difficult either. But Florida Mayhem, a much cleaner run through the second point. And the Outlaws now, they have to do everything they can. The box of victory is at the very end, but if Florida Mayhem gets there, they're going to take a 2-0 lead in this series.
Happy taking a little bit of damage from the sticky bombs. All good. Just want to stall this out for as long as possible. You blew a lot in that fight. You've only got the primal. You got to know Chorong's of that rally. Well, you definitely know now. Swings the flail, puts up the shield, and everybody backing away. You don't want to get stunned. Shu in the firing line, but Merritt has other things to deal with, that being Fearless. Nice little dynamite will do. A little bit of extra space here was garnered, and yeah, they knew he had Primal. They're like, oh, I wonder why he's backing up into this small corner. Primal's been ripped, Scott, but I think not with very little follow-up here. I mean, Happy's not even in the fight. You can't really do all too much. Fearless escapes somehow again, but has gained an ult from that engagement. That's this nano boost. A lot of healing onto that Primal Raging Winston. His nano boost onto checkmate. Pelican in trouble, but no laser cancelled early. Pelican too high HP as he receives the nano boost. Another nano. It's not onto Fearless, just Pelican doing way too much work with it. Final fight's got 50 seconds to go. Florida Mayhem have to back off as they've lost their monkey.
Pelican gets nano just to stay alive, but then utilizes it to find damage as well. Merit back over to his Ashe, just pumping out so much damage, and the Outlaws can't close that distance. This Bob is going to be difficult to deal with for the Outlaws as Happy switches over to the Cassidy.
Oh, nice health pack pickup there, so counts as the sticky damage.
Last fight. 30 seconds remaining. Bob's already out, putting out damage, but Fearless is just trying to juggle off the point.
It's pumping out damage, Scott, but there's a rally from Violet. It's going to be good. There you go. There's the copy on the Ana. What's Pelican going to change into? Nice name. Winston for Pelican this time around. Double monkey. Planet of the Apes. Nice little sleep in the bubble, though. It's the Dupe v Dupe. Honestly, these battles have been more entertaining than anything else that's been going on, I'm going to be honest with you. See if Checkmate can own himself a nano, potentially. They might not even need it, to be fair. As Pelican gets chased away, there's the laser beam, and there's the checkpoints. Florida Mayhem up 2 maps.
Wow. Florida Mayhem just looking extremely comfortable right now in the way that both of these teams are playing the game. A lot less Sombra than anticipated, but Merit being able to flex over to that hit scan is just throwing the Houston Outlaws off, and Pelican's just not able to find that consistent value on the Echo. As look at their faces of the Houston Outlaws.
Dejected.
No answers.
Yeah, wow. The whole desk, most of the chat too, voting for the Houston Outlaws. Although you can say you voted for Mayhem, no one's going to check. All good. You can change your preds right now. Did you know that?
Yeah, I voted for Mayhem.
Yeah, I bet you did. So
yeah. Right. Don't look at my pick'ems.
No, don't look at my pick'ems. I mean, this is crazy stuff. And like I said at the very end there, it's been really entertaining actually watching Pelican and Checkmate play the Echo, dupe different targets. A double Winston for Houston Outlaws at the end, but I mean, Checkmate duping the Ana a couple of times in a row. Kind of set them up for success at the very end. Slept the duped Winston. Got a nice couple of biotic grenades too. A free nano, extra damage. Like, it's hard to deal with that, man. I mean, if you're not copying the Brig, you're copying the Ana. So many tools. You don't need the ult to win those fights.
Exactly.
You just need a good nade, or you need a good sleep, and you're good to go. Good stuff. Oh, nice stick.
It's so difficult to get the ultimate when you're in the Echo duplicate, because there's just so much damage coming out at this level that the Ana is so much neutral value of, as you said, you get that biotic grenade, you get that sleep, and if you get a nano, that's just gravy right there.
Yeah.
But they're looking so comfortable, and honestly, I'm about it. I thought coming into this series and this split, I was expecting to see more Sombra, but both of these teams, the top-end teams, showing that Echo might be a better choice.
Houston Outlaws only losing 1 series so far this season, and that's, guess who that's against? That's against the Atlanta Reign. It might be doubled today after this series. Florida Mayhem on match point as we head over to Circuit Royale. It's back in the map pool. Are we going to see some more Winston, or will it be the classic Sigma play? We'll have to wait and see. After this break, don't go anywhere.
Your team needs you. Let's go! Now more than ever, to secure victory.
Beautiful stuff!
Simply post your epic gameplay highlights on TikTok, Twitter, or Instagram with your hero wearing your team's skin. To score big for your squad, use these 2 hashtags. Hashtag skins in the game and your team's unique hashtag. Every post earns your team a point, so rally together to dominate the leaderboard. The team with the most points will win their own in-game spray.
Unbelievable!
Turn up for hashtag skins in the game, where fans become legends.
Oh
my god! Unbelievable!
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damn, instead you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damn, instead you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damn, instead you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up, turn it way up. Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
The Florida Mayhem have been cooking in this small break that we've had. First match back Scott, and it's going the complete opposite way of what people predicted. Houston Outlaws down 2 maps, man. I mean, this is kind of crazy.
With the amount of switching we've seen in this map, I'm not surprised the Florida Mayhem are ahead, because adaptability and flexibility on the fly has been one of the major strengths of this team so far throughout the season, from the bits and pieces that we've seen. And the Houston Outlaws, it just feels like they don't have the same level of answers. They want to play this Tracer, Echo, Winston, but it feels like Fearless is taking too much damage from the Echo beam. It's just under 50%. You just get absolutely obliterated. And Pelican and Happy just not able to find the same value. But as you said, Jack, we're going over to Circle Royale, which is a different beast.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see the Sigma. At the end of the day, that was what was permanently played. Way back when we even had a JQ meta, it was, well, you just play Sigma this map. Like, it's just too good. There's too many corners, too many long sight lines for your, like, Hanzo, your Widowmaker. Although, again, Widowmaker has been nerfed, so yeah, we'll see a little bit less of that, although still very, very good. Circuit, fairly interesting too, in a way that you can play Winston, and if they really just kind of want to force it, there's also a lot of ways the Sombra can kind of get behind you. Well, not on the first point, I guess. Second point as well, it's a little bit tougher, but there's lots of routes you can kind of take, hack away some decent health packs. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, the Florida Mayhem, they're up 2 maps. They have been 2 very close maps, though, to be fair. It's not like this series is going completely Florida Mayhem's way.
Yeah, well, I hope the admins have reminded Florida Mayhem of the rules and regulations on Circuit Royale and what can and can't be done. I would hate to see another...
Honestly, okay, let me talk. Okay. That was so funny when that happened. The wall over the high ground was like, actually, we can't do that.
There's no cheating in my precious Overwatch League, Jack, okay? So I hope that they learned their lesson. No, it was inventive. It was cheating, and none of that.
Okay.
We are going to see both teams. It looks like the meta has stayed the same in Circuit Royale.
Yes.
Sigma, double flex support. I wouldn't be surprised to see Shu go over to the Baptiste. And the reason this composition is so prominent on this map is the long sight lines. It's very difficult to play a Winston because you can't close the distance. Same thing with Ramastra.
It's really tough.
So if you have your Zenyatta, your Hanzo, your Baptiste all standing far away, it's impossible to approach. So what happens, it becomes this poke battle between the 2 Sigmas to take space and find picks.
Who is feeling lucky? It's all about those Hanzo picks or the Widowmakers.
Pelican might play Genji. This is something that has been played by a lot of people in the past. No, never mind.
Okay. I was thinking maybe he deflects out of the gate.
You can execute plays. There's a lot of like roofs that you can jump over, get onto the back line. If you're confident in your own play, it can work.
You can jump over that Widow wall.
Yeah.
As Genji. If you wall climb, you can get a little clamber up on the high ground, you can jump over kind of thing.
I'm excited for Widow duels in this stage with Circuit Royale being back in the pool.
I love Widow, man.
When I'm not playing against Widow, I love watching Widow.
Yeah, when I'm not on the receiving end of a bullet through my skull, it's great. It's cool. It's very, very sniper orientated though. Oh.
The Florida Mayhem, they're giving up this first half of the point just because this is the most defensible position. Checkmate's kind of caught here. He has a Sonic Arrow on him as well.
Still heady. Ooh, try and shoot through the little flowers. Man, there's the shot. Okay. Yeah, it was only a matter of time. Good luck, Checkmate. There's no chance you get out of that. And wow, Merit on the other end of an arrow there. Pelican picks up 2, in fact.
Bit of a mistake there by Checkmate. He just put himself on an island behind that wall. It was never going to be able to close that distance as Shu takes over and puts a support diff in chat.
Support diff. And I missed chat as well, I'm going to be honest.
It's still around.
It's the global chat.
I just assumed he said it. Yeah, he didn't actually say it.
No, he said it in real life. Oh, RuPaul, what are you doing up there? Okay, force use lamp.
They're so aggressive. Look at them. Oh, is he going to drop? Oh, there's no way.
That's a bad idea. Oh, slipped off the high ground there. All good. All good. Goes Pelicans there. That's fine. That's fine. No way he just solo dragons Merit in that small room. You're telling me he solo dragons and Merit, and Merit survives.
Who's on the point? Who got card duty here?
Oh, it's Happy.
Oh, poor
rest
Happy.
in peace, man.
Everyone else is having fun, but there's still pressure coming out from the Outlaws. Both windows down. RuPaul falls before he gets the lamp, and Chorong will follow.
Nice stuff. Hello. Goodbye. What was that?
Got stuck with a Sonic arrow.
Yeah, I know. Checkmate just up there giving Chu a little kiss on the cheek. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, good. But free push here.
Almost
for
there.
the Outlaws. It's almost there. There's Dragon Strike, high ground. Ends up Pelican getting the kill onto Violet. Can they get back to the point in time? They can. It's actually someone on point. Pelican switched over to the Genji, and there's the solo flux on Pelican. He should die to that. And finally, the Houston Outlaws have been ejected from the theater.
That's a tough part for the Houston Outlaws. You really want to get that capture because now they pretty much have to do the exact same thing again because you can see where the Florida Mayhem are setting up. They're going to make the Houston Outlaws pay for every inch that they want to try and get onto this high ground. You just can't get picked.
Yeah. Nice shield there from Fearless, knowing that Merit's going to go for a grapple. We're up in a couple of moments, though. Sights available for Happy. Surprised he didn't pop sights there and then go for a grapple. But, I mean, you kind of know maybe the audio cue from that distance. I can't really remember how far the audio cue reaches, but... Oh, that sucks.
He hit a trap.
Nice Venom mine placement. Stops Happy from going on the little staircase there with sights.
Both teams have Transcendence here and nothing else for the most part. So there's going to be damage coming out. It's going to be who will blink first, and it's going to be Chorong with a fast and early Transcendence.
Chorong just leapt into the backline with the Transcendence. Follow me, team. I mean, unfortunately, you don't really find anything. Reverse Transcendence there from Violet does the same thing. And they finally picks. Shoot pretty low on the side. There he ends up going down. Swift headshot from Merit. And now the slugfest will commence. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go on the second.
Yeah, and now the Houston Outlaws, they have to do the exact same thing again. Slowly make their way up to the high ground, wrap their way around, and not get their heads ripped off by Merit. More ultimates will be coming up. Fluxes for both sides, Amplification Matrix, even some Dragons might come flying through. So that all of those ultimates are great for creating space. So it's going to be that push and pull of who's taking the space, who's using the ultimates when.
I mean, these windows are going to be pretty big, Scott. Not just in size, but in damage. Dragon Strike, going pretty early again. Florida Mayhem with a really nice tempo, but there's the window. Someone dead, Flux, hits RuPaul, Lamp goes down. Can they kill it beforehand? No. RuPaul dies mid-air, and the Houston Outlaws are going to clean this fight up. RuPaul unable to get that window down. The windows are so deadly. They used that Dragon Strike, they killed Violet early, thought they could push the aggression, but it was actually Shu that stepped up with Fearless, guaranteed the kill onto someone, and that'll be the point unlocked. 3 minutes to go.
It's something that we actually haven't talked about in this map so far. I can't think of a time I've ever seen Fearless play Sigma. He has always had Hanbin on his team. He's always been that guy. He is now the solo tank for the Houston Outlaws, and he's passing the eye test right now. He's doing his job. He's taking it to someone.
Oh my god. Right. The tricky Widow duel now. This point is very tough to play Widow on if you're on the attack. Very few angles you can kind of take. You want to take this high ground, but there's no way that the Florida Mayhem are going to allow that to happen. Oh, he tried to look. Okay, that counts. Look at the arrow with the Venom mine is. What?
It's like nudging it just a little.
There we go.
There
Okay, you got it.
Oh, wow, they're seeing each other. And once again, the Florida Mayhem, they're willing to give up the first half of the third point because it's indefensible. They'd rather have these high grounds, force the Outlaws into a difficult position. Someone drops the Flux, but no follow-up.
Showmate on a secret mission there on the sidelines. Notice that Happy gave up that high ground.
And now more time is off the clock. Mayhem has answers. It feels like they're using them more reactively now on this third point as Merit does finally take down Violet, which will slow everything down once again. Yeah. Fearless then follows.
Sorry, what? Did Shu trip on like a banana peel or something on the high ground? Like he just slipped off the edge. He was like, what? Okay. I mean, RuPaul, sorry, not Shu. Shu got the kill. That looks really silly. Well, with RuPaul dead, there's not a lot of healing and no lamp, but it doesn't really matter.
The Outlaws are just sort of slowly trying to take this space. You can see Chorong's kind of caught here through that wall.
Oh, there's another pick.
They end up taking down Shu though, so that ends up being huge for them.
Oh,
Zen on Zen, Zen on Zen.
Oh, he's 1 HP. Oh,
Winnable!
Keep pre-firing Violet.
Trans.
Oh,
I thought he was going to trans.
Yeah, so did I. Well, both Zenyatta's dead, Scott. And
wow,
this feels like very classic circuit third.
It's a very slow, methodical map.
Yeah, you just need the Hanzo or the Widowmaker to make things. And it just so happens that Merit is just clicking heads faster than Happy can at this point. And their push has just been halted.
I would love to see the Outlaws commit more resources to going outside and fighting for this. So far, it's just been Violet and Shu trying to fight for it. But I want to see them take Fearless, and they're actually going to do exactly
Violet's
that.
dead
But
again?
Violet's dead.
Oh, man. It's been rough for Violet. I mean, it's super rough, to be fair, if you're a support.
Yeah.
You're just waiting for the snipers to kill somebody. All right.
Only 30 seconds remaining, Jack. No more chances.
Yeah. These Sigmas are so slow to build up ult because they are also not doing any damage.
Yeah.
Like, rough stuff. Sniper's still waiting to find picks. Oh, we can see the top of the boat.
Okay, Fearless is coming.
Oh, this could be a good Dragon Strike. Hits Fearless. Shu is taking a lot of damage, forced to use Lamp. Rock thrown out by someone.
Great response from the Mayhem. They recognize Outlaws are going outside, instantly match it.
Someone's got a touch. Someone's got a touch. There it is. It'll be Pelican.
Are they going to notice Checkmate's flanking around the outside?
No. I mean, Happy soon to know. Yes, there he is. Oh, good shot by Violet. Finally gets his revenge. Transcendence from Chorong. Trying to help someone. Yeah, double Transcendence. No one's going to die. This is from a swift headshot. Nice kick in. Oh, he missed the kick. There's the Flux. Violet in trouble. No Lamp to be found. A lot of low health bars on the side of the Houston Outlaws right now. Eventually taken care of. OT is here, and the Florida Mayhem have spawn advantage. Merit with another kill. Make that 2. And there we go. Houston Outlaws just halted to the very end. You got the cart that far, though, to be fair. Pretty decent.
It's not bad.
As a third-point push goes.
It's a difficult just map to assail in general for exactly the reasons you saw the Outlaws running into. There's just so many checks that you need to keep getting past without losing a player. You really want to snowball through, and that's why the Outlaws went so aggressively at the beginning of their second point. That's why they were in the third point, because they didn't want to have to try and take that battle against the Mayhem. Will we see something different from the Mayhem on attack, or will they just stick to the Sigma mirror? Because it is not a coin flip, but almost a gamble that you're gambling on your players to hit the shots.
You are, yeah, and it was just Merit hitting them at the very end there, just picking off Violet. I mean, Violet also got rocked by someone from halfway across the map. Like, you got your Zen going down that early, it's not great. Wow. Very different look from Houston Outlaws. This is okay. I like this a lot. So, Merit and Happy on the Widowmakers that last round. Look at that scope crit accuracy from Happy, just way better, but final blows for Merit, 9-3.
Like, he's hitting the shots. I will say it's a lot easier to play Widowmaker on the defense because you have positioning, but the thing that Merit has over Happy is Merit can play the piano.
True. That's
unfortunate. It's unfortunate for Happy, but I think Merit's going to get the difference on this one.
Yep, there it is. It's been called.
Yeah. You know, but yeah, there's always next time. Maybe Happy can learn an instrument by the next time we watch and compare these guys.
You know what would be really funny? If there was like a trumpet or like a trombone or something, and you had to use the mic to like scream and then it would make the trombone
absolutely not.
Why not?
No, absolutely not. I'm vetoing that one. Okay, but the Houston Outlaws, they're playing a defensive dive. So this is a very different look than what we've seen on Circuit Royale historically.
What was... well, he tried to escape. Poor Winston, man.
But now this is going to snowball away from them as well.
Yeah,
all of a sudden, Shu and Pelican are both caught. They're trying to run away.
That's really rough. Unorthodox first hold strategy there from the Houston Outlaws.
I don't know why the Outlaws just didn't expect the Mayhem to notice Fearless. As soon as they notice him, too much damage, instantly goes down.
And he's moving on the top platform, so you can hear Winston just kind of shuffling. Like, it's...
Now it's difficult as well because the Outlaws have to take space into the ridiculous amount of damage that the Mayhem are going to have. If they can win this fight, though, it would be great for the Outlaws. It would become very easy and much more likely for them to hold in the long term. But they're going uphill right now.
Yeah, they are. And, like, Happy... they have to set up with a hack, right? On Chong or RuPaul, like, and then go for the dive. But look how long it's taking them.
Look at their health bars of the Outlaws. They're just not healthy to be able to go in.
Yeah, Happy, he's waiting. Time's ticking. I tapped my watch. Time's ticking.
Nano Fearless.
Okay, Nano Fearless. Oh my! Where'd he go? Fearless? Hello? MIA? Wow. Well, there's the first point.
If you were asking questions of why do teams play Sigma instead of the Winston, why don't they play the Dive?
Yeah,
this is
why.
the great example of why not. There's just too much damage with the Discord Orb, with the long range damage. Fearless can't get into the fights. It is the most difficult to play the Winston on the first point, so maybe we can see better looks from the Outlaws, but they don't even have ultimates up at this point. Happy's just now getting up to an EMP.
I mean, now you've used your nano, you can't nano blade. Like, this is really rough. All right, Happy setting up with a hack again. Fearless, no HP. At least she's getting a lot of ult charge, I suppose. Defensive Bionade, not what you want to see. Nice dodge, actually, from the Houston Outlaws, the entirety of them, running out of that flux. Just one ult down.
They have the
Checkmate
EMP.
with a pulse. I mean, they're stacked in the corner. Easiest pulse of your life.
They still have the ultimates. They can still win this.
EMP's good. Hits 3. Merit's down. There we go. Houston Outlaws putting their names on the board. Can they get anything more, though? That's the question. With that Transcendence, they're going to kill Violet. And Violet had that rally. Houston Outlaws still playing on the back foot, regardless of how many ults they kind of throw in right now. Oh, and Shu goes down at the very end. Pelican. Oh, no. Has dash away. Checkmate's holding down the fort, just isolating 3 members of the Houston Outlaws right now.
How does Fearless kill Chorong and Checkmate as pretty much the only player alive with a Primal Rage? Such a clutch play gets the Outlaws back into this fight.
It might not matter, Scott.
No, there's no way.
Was throwing shots out. Pelican has to get this kill. Someone is so low. How is he still alive? How is RuPaul still fighting? Sub 50 HP, still peaks. Still peaks. What a beast.
Nanoblade.
Oh my
They
God.
lost the Nano as well.
They lost the Nano, they lost the Blade. Houston Outlaws, they need to find something. You've got to step on the point, Outlaws. This comp, not working. I'm going to call it right now. Second point's been unlocked, 4 minutes, 30 seconds. There's been basically 2 nanos that have been thrown on the front line, but they've both gone. Now's the time to change, methinks.
It's too late. You can't change at this point. You try and switch at this point, you're walking into a massive ult discrepancy.
You
Look
have
what,
no ults, what are you saying?
But if you're the Florida Mayhem, if you try and take this Sigma duel, you're walking into ultimates, you're never going to win that fight. I think the Outlaws recognize we need to get this overclock, we need to get the Primal. It's the only way they manage to live through this fight.
I mean, the crazy thing is, you said it before, Scott, but Outlaws are always low. RuPaul is putting out an immense amount of damage with the help of Chorong. It's hard to dive the backline because Chorong can kick you away and RuPaul just shoots you in the head a few times. It's really rough. I mean, they're rounding this final corner with almost 4 minutes on the timeout, Scott. A lot of ultimates too.
Yeah, someone has the flux. It's going to be difficult to find members, though. The backline of the Outlaws is on the high ground. Fearless is close.
RuPaul's window is going to come up pretty big. Nice sleep onto Merit. So Merit can't use that window, but look, Outlaws have to go back now. Flux, Pulse Bomb, Bob, Transcendence for the Florida Mayhem.
Silver lining for the Outlaws. They can hold close.
Onto Pelican. Shu, Violet in trouble. Nano available. He got it off. Fearless, nanoed. 1v5.
There's
1v6
no way.
if you count Bob. He's discorded, he's doing damage, but he's just getting his lights just kicked out. There it is. An unorthodox strategy from the Houston Outlaws, just completely decimated by the Florida Mayhem. A 3-0 to start off the split. Florida Mayhem looking clean, Scott. I mean, that was Outlaws. It honestly felt like first 2 maps, they were like, we got to try something new.
Yeah.
We got to try something new right now. But you go onto circuit and you play this Winston on defense. I mean, the offense looked good for them. The offense looked good. They almost got the cap on third. But the Florida Mayhem, just RuPaul, Chorong on the back line, just unable to be touched. Even Chorong, like I mentioned, he was taking duels at 50 HP.
Yeah.
Just Chad in the front line with the help of someone. Like, there was nothing that stopped them.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Jack. The Houston Outlaws, it feels like they're playing a very different style to what we would expect from them, and it felt like the Florida Mayhem, I don't want to discredit them, they had an answer to it every single time the Houston Outlaws tried to do something. They had the answer, and it was primarily Merit on that hit scan, just putting a wrinkle every time the Outlaws tried to do anything. Too much damage.
Yep, too much damage. 2 lost nanos for Shu, very uncharacteristic of Shu, but sometimes it's like, well, I have to use it, right? And it was on a nano blade, and then Pelican just, boom, face plants the floor, small concussion, goes back to spawn, and I kind of disagree, Scott. I think they should have just changed. Like, they should have at least tried to hold on third point with that Sigma, but you are right. They were too deep in the weeds. You kind of have to stick onto that comp. if you've run it through the whole map, because you've still got a lot of ult percentage there. I mean, there you go. Florida Mayhem with a 3-0 to start the split. Houston Outlaws losing their second match of the season. Florida Mayhem looking good, and player of the match, see who it is. It's gonna be none other than someone. I mean, Sigplay looked good. Winston, Ramatra, guy can play it all.
And that's why so many people have been impressed by someone ever since he entered this league. He has great communication. You can just see him screaming into his monitor, and he does stuff like this. Drops the Shatter, takes down the Ana. He played every single hero, I think, in the tank roster, except for like Wrecking Ball and Roadhog, because he can do everything at such a high level. Even on the Sigma, just coming in clutch. Someone is the tip of the spear here for the Florida Mayhem and leading them higher than we thought they would come in the summer stage.
What can't this man do? Maybe Roadhog, not sure, but even that I imagine would be crazy.
Actually, fun fact, I played ranked with him one time, and he's look at my Roadhog stacks. In like season 33 in Overwatch 1, he was rank 1 and rank 2 on Roadhog only. He can play Roadhog too. He can do it all.
He could do it all. Nothing he can't do. I mean, it would have been someone or Checkmate. Checkmate's duplications as well on the body were crazy. The Ana play looked so good. Another person that can clearly play all three roles pretty damn well. Florida Mayhem with a fantastic start, knocking down the Houston Outlaws, giving them their second match loss of the season so far. This top 1, 2, and 3 have just been so competitive, but now it feels like Mayhem biting at the heels of the Atlanta Reign.
This is only the first match, so we don't want to over-exaggerate what's going on, but if Sombra really is falling out of the meta like both of these teams started showing, it could be used still some, but it might not be as impactful. What does this mean for the rest of the league? Is Atlanta still #1? Is everyone else still going to play? Is Lip just going to one-trick Sombra to success? And is everyone else trying to find a solution to it?
I mean, there's Sombra and their backline. It's good. We'll have to wait and see, of course. Atlanta Reign are actually playing the London Spitfire after this break. Do not go anywhere. Mayhem with a strong start to this split so far. We'll be right back. Don't go.
Let's go, bro. Let's go, bro. Let's get ham, girlfriend.
오케이! 플로리다! 파이팅! 마이크 체크하죠, 여러분. 마이크 체크.
민규 말해볼래? 한 번 더 계속 말해봐.
기훈이 계속 말해봐. 날 좀 제발 나 죽어.
그럼
나 죽어.
죽어 그러면.
죽어.
날개 하래 크게.
일단 멍키.
아니 크게 하라고.
야. 너무 악질이지 말아줘. 나 게임 사운드 묻혀가지고. 좀. 밑에 카메라 인사해줘. 카메라 비춰줘. 인사해줘.
안녕하세요.
This is Korean.
This is Mayhem.
Korea는 아메리카.
Thank you.
즐기지 못하고 있네 주석이 형. 저렇게 할 거면 차라리 그 하늘을 던지는 거 뭐 재밌게.
도전을 할까?
형이 만약에 잠에서 딱 일어났어. 생각나는 캐릭터가 한주야 소전이야. 소전이야. 오케이 소전.
안녕하세요. 처음 만난 사람 모두 안녕하세요. 안녕.
몇 초에 화팅해? 하지마. 하나 둘. 10초에. 하나 둘. 형이. 하나 둘. 화이팅! 화이팅!
우리 팬은 한 200명 있다.
우리 팬은 오프라인 잘 안 와. 온라인에 많아. 온라인에 3명 있어. 엄마, 아빠, 누나.
야 여기야 동아가 여기 10명이 짬이 얼만데 약간 높게 있으니까 좀 이상한데.
그래, 우리는 몇 년 아니지만.
동아이 혼자 뉴비야 지금. 이 혼자 뉴비야?
하경이도 뉴비잖아.
나 작년에 하경이도 뉴비긴 하지. 해상 뉴비지. 그래서 너도 뉴비야.
나 뉴비 아니야.
여기 끝자리가 안 좋네. 스피커가 잘 들리네. 기준이가 고생했겠네.
라인에서
그래. 그냥 고생 좀 했다고. 그래서 반응을 못했구나. 잘 안 들리더라고. 그러면 너 지금 좆된 거야. 너 지금 다 해야 돼 반응.
I think today we reel no pressure. I think enemy team, you know, they lose. Holy, maybe happy don't have girlfriend tomorrow. You know, but we win or lose, Ham don't have girlfriend anyway, so it doesn't matter. You know why we have pressure, okay?
true. 아니야, 동아가 심호흡 한번 지금.
맞지, 야 200번 확인해서. 이게 안 떨릴 줄 알았는데 이제.
그래서 떨려?
Welcome back, everybody. Oh man, we gotta talk about those comms, man. Who was it that said this is Korean?
I don't know. Someone on Florida.
Korean.
One of you guys. RuPaul's like,
The RuPaul just sits there, it's like, yeah.
And an American.
Oh man. I mean, hey, we gotta talk about this match. It was quite an upset. I mean, we all thought that Houston Outlaws were gonna get the win, but we were 100% wrong. It was Florida Mayhem beating the Houston Outlaws.
Chat, we're wrong too. 88%.
That is true. So all of us, or 86% of you guys are wrong. Only 14%. Yeah, we're bad with math. You said 12?
I thought it was 88% too.
No, it was 86.
Oh,
so it was 14%.
Well, 14 then.
But
yeah.
hey,
I'm not that stupid. Come on now.
But I mean, Florida Mayhem. I think
they
it was
prepared.
They did. Yeah, I think that was the answer. I think they had all the answers to whatever Houston had prepared for this match, and they look good.
I mean, I think Florida's done something that historically you've seen like sort of bottom tier teams do, where they pull out like tons of different specialized comps in every map. But the key difference for Florida is they're not a bottom team. They've been executing really well. They've got a ton of solid players. You have a monster hit scan like Merritt to back you up on any of these cheese strats, often that revolve around him as a player. And their execution looks great. So I think this is just a very difficult style to play against. Houston, they're bringing more or less what we expect to see. A ton of Winston dives, Pelican, lots of Echo, maybe sometimes it's a Sombra Genji, but these are comps that most players know about. I mean, it's one thing to understand that they're going to play it. It's another thing to take on the fearless Winston, which few teams have been able to do. But for Florida, I mean, they're playing like 10 different comps this match. So for Houston, it's like you're constantly changing your style of play, constantly on the back foot, because you're constantly adapting to what Florida is setting the tempo on. And I think that's why they look so strong in this match.
I think it's so impressive how Florida Mayhem, they play so many compositions, but they do it with confidence, and they still execute perfectly as well. Because, I mean, when someone is swapping between Winston and playing Reinhardt on first and now playing Sigma here, and there's just no letting go. They're pressuring Houston Outlaws at every turn, every situation. So Florida Mayhem, they were very comfortable playing this style. We talked about it going into the game as well. Houston Outlaws, they were really good in the first half of the season in the spring stage, just playing Winston for the most part and diving in these compositions. But Florida Mayhem, they had the opportunity this match to play some other types of compositions, and I think they showed us that they are really a good team when they have the opportunity to flex between all these compositions and styles like this.
That was just a monster shot from Merritt.
I think one of the standout players for this match, Jake, was definitely Chorong on that brig as well, right?
Yeah, I wanted to highlight Chorong. We got a couple clips of him on the brig. You know, something I have personal experience on. Playing brig against Fearless is very, very difficult. This guy has masterful jumps, and so many times it was this whip shot from brig that was a game changer. Also, you know, getting in the mix with his rallies, looking really strong. I think especially when you're going to change your style a lot, play a ton of different comps, that puts a lot of pressure on this main support role where you kind of need to be in the center of your team. You need to be keeping track of everything that's going on, what everyone is doing. And Chorong just did that masterfully. I think it's a role that often doesn't get, you know, much highlight because you're kind of just holding things down for your team. But if there's a problem with your main support, everybody on the team is going to feel it and things are going to fall apart. So, you know, props to Chorong, just so stable despite all this variance his team's bringing to bear.
Yeah.
Do you think Florida Mayhem is going to continue this work? Because I think we saw how many different comps from Florida Mayhem? Like it was
gotta be like 5, 6. I mean, at least from like the fundamental core swaps. Like
even on Busan, we saw comps as well, and
I do want to say though, I think the death of Sombra is highly overstated from that match.
Oh, sure,
I
yeah.
do think we see Nimbani and Circuit, two of the worst summer maps in the game. Nimbani, first point is just you can't really get anywhere on Sombra. You got all these thin tunnels where you get spy checks so easily. So no surprise not seeing Sombra there. And then Circuit is just it's a poke map.
We got Lip next. So.
I mean, if we see Lip if Lip doesn't play Sombra, then we'll say, okay, Sombra is dead.
Sure.
But
And I know we didn't see Busan that much, but it was a long time ago, you know, the beginning of the series. But I mean, Busan was dominated by Sombra from both teams. So I do think we will see more Sombra, especially in this next match with Lip.
Yeah. But I mean, hey, for this one, Florida Mayhem, great job, 3-0 victory against the Houston Outlaws. It's time for the post-match interview, and we have none other than someone, my MVP.
Hey.
Let's go. Hi, someone 선수 안녕하세요. I mean, it's been 3 weeks. I missed you a lot. I just want to start off this interview by asking you, what did you do during the break? 자, 일단 다시 봐서 저의 개인적인 MVP 서머 선수 다시 봐서 너무 반갑고요. 지금 3주 동안 좀 이제 쉬는 좀 이렇게 시간이 있었는데 이 시간 동안 좀 어떻게 지내셨나요?
일단은 조금 휴식을 취하면서 이제 시즌을 준비했지만 이제 미드 시즌에 떨어진 게 다 저희가 못했기 때문에 떨어진 거라 생각했기 때문에 좀 더 개인 연습이나 팀 연습에 좀 집중을 했던 것 같아요.
All right. I mean, I did also get a lot of rest during the 3 weeks, but more than that, because we lost in the mid-season madness, and that was because of us playing bad. So I think as a team, sort of focused more on not only like getting more team practice, but also increasing our individual practice as well. Talking about mid-season madness, that sort of leads into my next question. You guys actually lost to the Houston Outlaws in the mid-season madness, but today in these Summer Qualifiers, first match, you guys played them again, and you guys beat them 3-0. So what sort of changed for you guys, do you think? 자, 다음 질문도 방금 이제 서머 선수가 말씀하셨다시피 미드 시즌에서 휴스턴한테 패배를 한 후에 오늘 다시 오랜만에 돌아와서 휴스턴과의 재경기가 있었는데 오늘은 3-0으로 승리를 거두셨습니다. 이게 좀 뭐가 바뀐 것 같으신가요?
일단 저희가 이제 휴스턴이 아나브리를 잘하는 걸 알고 있고 이제 다이브를 잘하는 팀을 알고 있기 때문에 그 점이 좀 저희한테 조합 짜기가 쉬웠고 그리고 그걸 위주로 좀 많이 조합을 연습하면서 했던 것 같아요.
Right. So I think because we all know that Houston is a great dive team and they like to use a lot of on a brig with their dive compositions. So it was sort of easier for us to counter that composition and come up with our own compositions to get us the win against Houston Outlaws today. So we had a lot of practice with that in mind, with knowing that Houston will be running the Winston dive with the on a brig, and I think that is how we were able to defeat the Houston Outlaws today. All right, that is it for the interview. Someone, thank you so much and good luck in your next matches. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
He's so happy.
He's so happy.
Yeah.
You gotta love someone. And such a what a versatile player to be at the heart of a strategy that most teams I just don't think can execute well. Like most teams that run these weird strats, they're just picking their one style and just running with it, and like that's their one trick, and we're good at this style. But Florida are sort of tapping into like all these different styles that other teams have fielded and making them their own in their own unique way, their own unique style. It doesn't work out every single time, but their execution level is so high, it's very hard to keep up with. Taking down the Houston Outlaws is a very compelling result.
He's one of a kind for sure. He's one of a kind.
My MVP.
Maybe. Maybe. I mean, we'll see, right?
Not crazy. Not ridiculous. Like, you know, I mean, there's a lot of competition. Any one player is unlikely to get it, but
I'm not going to throw you under the bus, Danny. There's a chance. There's a chance.
There's a chance.
I am taking that chance.
I would throw you under the bus if I didn't think there was a chance. Without any moral.
I mean, that was an exciting first match of the summer qualifiers. Hey, but it's not only us that are starting the series, because Overwatch Contender Summer Series picks up again July 17th. Go to overwatch.com/path2pro for more details.
Also,
Contenders.
You gotta keep in mind, you gotta get the drops, right? You gotta get the contender skins.
All about
that. Is true.
Yeah.
Drops on
That is true. And not only that, get your tank bundle with Diva, Junker Queen, and Zarya, and a team weapon charm available for 350 league tokens until August 10th.
Wow.
Look at that.
I know these Overwatch League teams are playing Winston, man, but I tell you, Junker Queen, she tears it up in the ranked ladder. She tears it up.
Still
I gotta say, did New York change their colors? Was it?
Yeah, they did a little bit, yeah.
Right?
A little bit darker.
I like that. It's like a navy or bluish with black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hot.
Good eye, Danny.
Nice.
Nice flex.
Yeah.
Flex. All right, where are we going? All right. Let's take a look at the schedule. What's coming up next? I mean, now. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we got our second match. We got the Atlanta Reign versus London Spitfire.
Close one.
It's gonna be a really tight series.
Yeah.
Anybody
Matt
could take
Fiver.
this.
2018 champion versus mid-season madness champion.
You think about who's got more trophies, all right?
But hey, listen, I mean, hey, we all thought the Houston Outlaws were gonna beat Florida Mayhem, and that didn't happen. So.
Oh, come on, Danny, come on. That's
I'm just saying.
Number 2 and number 3.
It's opposite day.
I'm just saying.
Maybe.
Sauna's in the lineup. Yeah, the new pickup from Florida Mayhem. Maybe he's bringing some of that winning energy over to London.
I mean, I can see like London cheesing
What, Danny?
here, you know?
What? What are you giggling?
Like, I won't write London off completely. I can see them cheesing a map, but I can't see them taking this. I just feel like
cheesing
I gotta see the map pool. But maybe they bring out something weird and maybe they win Koth. You know, we've seen teams do that, but maybe Stalker is not as terrifying on Tracer since it's just a little bit less impactful. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws.
I feel like you have to gas up the London Spitfire. If you want to like make a case for them, you have to gas them up. Just like it's a new meta supposedly. There's some new maps in the pool.
I think Atlanta Reign needs to like faint at their keyboard. Like.
No, I mean, hey, Atlanta Reign, they're at the top right now, right? So there's a chance that they're like, hey, like, you know, we could try some new things out, you know?
But we haven't seen that from them one time this whole season. They would go up against like Vegas and just beat them down 3-0, everybody on your best hero. They just, they're here to win everything, man. They're here to win everything. They're the villains.
They might play like.
You think so? No mercy. That's what I feel.
Maybe.
I just don't think Atlanta's the team to ever do that. I think they're just going to stomp everyone playing some comp and take the trophy and be happy about it.
All right, guys, let's take a look at our predictions. I don't think there's going to be any surprises. No. I went with the Atlanta Reign for 3-0. Yes. You know.
If anyone gives London a map, obviously. You give London a map?
Let's go fast.
European bias?
3-0.
Okay. Left the European Union.
Johnny?
I might have forgotten.
Oh my!
I might have forgotten
3-1.
who Atlanta were playing when I did the Preds, and I was just like, probably a 3-1. I regret that. I wish it was 3-0. I'm sorry. Let's remove that one map. They're not map.
All right, 3-1.
Well, hey, you know what? It could happen. Then you look smart. Maybe they choose a Koth or something.
What do you call that? Like gentlemen's?
Oh,
96. Yo, props to the 4%. You guys are the true
real
fans.
Homies.
Yeah, the real bros. The real true London fans.
I respect it. But
I respect that too. But yeah, I mean, mid-season madness champions, they're looking too good. I mean, even right now, I mean, you know, they're looking scary as well. So we're all Atlanta Reign. So let's see what are casters or caster things. I mean, we got Mitch and a black screen right now. I'm just looking at a black screen right now. Mitch, what's happening? Are you just gonna do a solo?
Yeah, look, I think Matt's various instances of white-collar crime have finally caught up.
Atlantic City Maz, they call him.
I'm actually told that contractually I can't do it alone because I'm paid by the word, and this is all going to go under if I have to do this.
Oh my God! Think of the budgetary expenses.
Sort it out. Now, I won't use a Twitter poll, but Johnny, Jake, you guys have been on the mic before. I won't use a Twitter poll for obvious reasons because that would just be sort of deterministic. Figure it out. Which one of you's coming up here? Put on a headset. Let's do this.
All right.
What are you guys doing?
Johnny?
Rock, paper, scissors?
I got rock, paper, scissors. I like that.
You guys are actually doing this.
Let's do it. Why not? Who cares? We can do whatever we want.
You guys are doing this live.
We can do whatever we want.
You guys are actually doing this live.
Cast this match?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Best of 3 home. We got to call it right now. Best of, or just one and done.
No, yeah, one and done.
One and done. Fearless.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah,
Rock,
okay.
paper, scissors, shoot. We go on shoot. I'm just setting the round rules here.
Wait,
I know you
what do
like
you mean
to cheat.
Just
like,
go,
you say
dude.
rock, paper,
Yeah,
scissors, and then you shoot the one you want.
Okay, yeah, sure. In
All right.
Sweden, I think it's not to shoot. But...
Yeah, okay, but that's why we clarify.
Okay, we're doing this shit. Okay.
All right.
I'm going scissor, by the way.
You're going scissor.
Yeah.
That's a
Mind games.
That's a
Okay.
mind games. All right, let's go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, I dominated you with the mind games.
There you go. All right.
This is all live. All right, I guess
Funny
Jake.
is, I would rather cast the next match, but you know what? So who's the real winner, Johnny?
Wait, I won.
Look, Johnny.
So shouldn't I cast?
Wait.
Why are you walking over? Because you did scissor, right?
No, I did paper. You did rock.
Oh, wait, you did paper? Wait, this is
Johnny,
great.
are you okay? What are you doing?
I'd rather do the next game.
All right, take it away.
Yeah, go on.
Jake, go. Mitch, have fun.
Yeah, I'll do the next one. Have fun. Good luck, London. You enjoy this one. It's going to be great.
Obvious excitement about everybody's, eagerness to cast alongside me. Side. Johnny, yeah,
You're a great pairing.
How rocks, paper, scissors. Thank you. I think we're going to do great. I'm digging the shirt, Jake. We'll give you a chance to put your headset on, mate. But obviously, there's not a whole lot, I think, of reason for us to stoke the fires or hope for the people at home for this London Spitfire team. But yeah, look, this is a roster that's made some slight changes. You probably talked about it already. Maybe not the most compelling in terms of the Spitfire's overall direction.
It's something. I mean, I like this change for Sana. It's like, I think he did show some promise, but he didn't make sense so much in the rotation with the Florida Mayhem. And I think bring him onto the London Spitfire, maybe he can see more play time, can develop a little bit more as a player. We can see something out of him. In his first outing with the London Spitfire, though, it's a tough draw. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to play Atlanta Reign every week. It's not fair, but somebody's got to do it. You got to fall on that sword.
That's it. We clock in, clock out. Honest Overwatch here, expecting pretty comfortable showing for the Atlanta Reign. Sauna, I mean, yeah, interesting pickup. Obviously, I feel like the hero pool we've seen from him, at least, and how he was, used by the Mayhem, overlap pretty heavily with Backbones. So no surprise here to see Sauna in the starting lineup, over Backbone. We'll maybe see changes happen there a little bit later on. But this is the Atlanta Reign. And look, as much as there's been mild hoping about some tweaks to the metagame, you've got to feel like, Jake, that Atlanta Reign are incredibly well positioned to put their best foot forward once again.
Yeah, you talked about honest Overwatch, Mitch. I don't want to see any kind of honesty. No, I want to see low integrity gaming from the London Spitfire. They got to mix it up. They got to get crazy, got to get silly. You can't, I mean, you just know you're not taking this team head to head. Bring out, I mean, look at what Florida did, right? Like, they brought out all these different comps. They executed on a very high level. It's not a free win just from playing zany comps, but I think you've got to do something to just throw the Atlanta Reign off guard. To be honest, if you're London, even just taking maps here can sort of put some wind in your sails going forward in the season. Like, even if you don't get this win, how it happens matters. If you get slaughtered 3-0 here, you're like, we're just not a top team, you know? But if you start to take some maps, you start to believe, you start to get that momentum going as a team, you know, that can play to your favor going up against some more attainable opponents.
So it almost feels like this happens every season. There's like a story arc for the London Spitfire where like they start a little bit slow, right? And then someone makes this grand statement like, oh, we're going back to our roots. You know what I mean? We're going to go back to what works. And we get 2 weeks of like Reinhardt May comps, even on maps that make, 0 sense. This time around, it didn't pay off, right? We did see that from London sort of before the mid-season matters as they tried to sort of, I guess, recoup after realizing their campaigns, chances were not good. But, is that a possibility here? Because one thing we've never doubted about the Spitfire is their work rate, right? We've seen that over the last couple of years. People like Hardy, obviously, winner of the Dennis Havelka Award last year. That's a big part of sort of, why he came, into that role and was awarded that. But they're a long way behind what I would call like the peloton of Overwatch League teams. Like, just how much is it going to take for London to start to, put some numbers up against these top teams?
One thing I would like to highlight, we always talk about Hadi as like the centerpiece of this team in those rush comps with his signature hero being the Reinhardt. But a player I want to highlight is actually Admiral, who I think goes a little bit underrepresented. He's on that Lucio for the most part, but he's an insanely good Lucio player. Like, I see him, he's grinding rank nonstop. He's just such a high impact player on Lucio, a role that traditionally is, is more of a true support. Like, okay, just speed me out. I'm doing my things, Lucio, just be with me. But really, I mean, I see Admiral, he makes a lot of plays, a lot of huge impact boops, great timings on his beats. I think he's a big part of their success. So even if the London Spitfire go away from some of those Rhine comps and are playing other things, I think if they can just rely on Admiral's Lucio, that it's like an alternate centerpiece to the Rush style that maybe can boost them up here. I think you've got just too tall of an order doing playing Brig into Sombra trades. I think it's just going to be real rough. So.
Of course, don't need a long memory to know what the Atlanta Reign are capable of. Your mid-season man as champions, and that was a game. And in keeping with many Overwatch League Grand Finals, was not remotely close. The Atlanta Reign showed us, incredible play with danteh at the 4 on a multitude of different setups, although definitely the Winston one the most common. This feels like very classic London Spitfire. Admittedly, this is the kind of map within the game type where you can actually try and leverage this Reinhardt here. But we have that Ramatra versus Reinhardt setup, and Lip is going to be on that Sombra, of course.
Yeah, Lip, no change. I really like this Sombra comp. I do think against Rhine, you're lacking a little bit of shield pressure that can make it difficult to find picks, and right down the middle, but it's just shut down.
Yeah, trying to open and maybe Mag Grenade involved in that. Lip not able to leave the scene of the crime, so to speak. And here's the Admiral Lucio we wanted to highlight earlier on. A lot of pressure on danteh here. London really swarming now over individuals on the side of the Atlanta Reign, and off the back of the Sombra out of the picture early, it's a pretty clean fight win for London.
Well, Cassidy's one of those key heroes that a lot of people talked about in this patch with that mag nade, putting that hindered status on you. Sombra, if you get that nade attached to you, you just can't TP out. And even if you do, TP as soon as Cassidy throws a nade, just react to it, still, you're just out of the fight so quickly. So Sparker, he's got his work cut out for him, but he's also been a star for the London Spitfire. This could be his moment to shine.
Lip being able to spend less time charging that EMP freely under threat of that mag grenade. Yeah, just has to pull the plug so early. And look at this, Sparker just wraps around, able to pick up Stalker, but danteh wins out in the front line this time around. Maywall thrown up here, but Sauna caught on the point. danteh now has an annihilation, is going to pop it straight away. He is going to be hindered by that mag grenade, and sound barrier comes down for the London Spitfire. It's not going to be enough to allow them to hold up under this kind of pressure. And the Atlanta Reign slide back into the driver's seat.
Yeah, huge fight there. The beat not able to get to Sparker in time. Lip picked him off just before it could get to him. Could have changed the fight there. Both teams now, I think, in a decent spot. I see the round still pretty close. Lip noticeably pretty slow to that EMP than we've historically seen him as a player, but who knows? It can always change in a blink of an eye.
Blizzard here preemptively from the Spitfire. They definitely want to try and get back in control here. And danteh falls as a result. The Immortality Field there deployed by Landon. It was picked off. Fielder tried to use the same, but danteh couldn't benefit from it. And very quickly, the Atlanta Reign, under cover of the speed boost from Chia, are going to back away and probably hope to make use of it. EMP sound barrier set up here in this next fight.
Oh, Lip, TP's very close. This is rough. If he goes down here, he's so elusive. Oh! Admiral, finish this. I'm too low.
No way he's getting away there. I mean, this is, Lip's wheelhouse. It's one of his strongest looks on his Sombra, and just this little, I guess, wrinkle now with Cassidy being that much more threatening to Sombra. It's definitely limited his effectiveness here. It's allowed London to get out to almost a 70% lead here, Jake. But the Atlanta Reign have a lot to work with here. They've got to start the part with some of these ultimates and turn them into advantage.
Landon needs to position so carefully here. He can't get EMP'd. His window's going to be crucial. And Lip knows exactly what he's worried about. But Stalker goes down. This is anybody's fight still.
A 1-for-1 trade here. danteh again able to catch Sparker out. Doesn't have the mobility to avoid Ramatra. And it's going to be a shatter coming down. danteh caught in the pin. Charge up the point. Looks like he's able to avoid most of the damage there, though, and is able to stand tall after the fact. It was Hardy brought down as he tried to go aggressive here. And the Atlanta Reign only have to part with a sound barrier to get back in.
That pick from Lip to start the fight off on Landon. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in for Landon. He has to position around this EMP, but now it's an even more difficult task on the retake. You don't really have much options as a Baptiste. Like, you kind of got to come in through these chokes. So Landon, he's got to find one of these corners to just LOS that EMP on.
I feel like he had to play an off angle there, but that put him away from the protection of Sparker and the threat of mag grenade here. Admiral trying to be very careful about this. Hacked right up in the sky. He was quite a long way ahead of the rest of the Spitfire, so needs to try and retreat here. This time the charge is going to be good from Hardy. Catches danteh out. The Immortality Field from Fielder once more. Not getting the job done with that main tank being translated away from its area of effect. The London Spitfire stagger their approach here. They get that one kill. They regroup now with Immortality, and Majesties rather, in play. A Blizzard thrown down, forcing a split here. Sauna able to break line of sight, but that's a big EMP, and Atlanta should be able to solidify their control here.
Anyway, they're still going to commit, though. Nail comes down, but danteh escapes, and that could end up costing the round for London. They're still in this. He's still going to have a chance at the retake, but losing that Mail, it's a rough call from Sana. I thought he could maybe turn the fight, but doesn't go his way.
Yeah, that extra speed boost from Nemesis form, right, just gives Donghak enough time to get out of that freezing area of effect here. And we're now pretty much headed into last fight territory. Deadeye, unclear if that's going to get much value here, but the sound barrier is going to be big. Admiral's hacked, he's still able to part with the dough. Barrier for the Spitfire. Donghak goes down, tries to make the play with that annihilation, but it blows up in his face. Stalker can't get away. It's Sparker fighting two already, and Lip has to pull the plug. London are back in control, and their sights are squarely set on a first round win here.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth, though, I really actually like that play from Atlanta. You know, going up against the sound barrier, trying to hack out Admiral and just burst him down before he can get the sound barrier off. That's a high-level play that we see top teams look for a lot of the time. But Landon was just a little too clean, keeping his other support alive. And then, you know, Atlanta, you just find yourself so overextended as the sound barrier comes down. And that's Reinhardt's biggest strength, is when you overextend into him. He pins you on your way out, doesn't let you escape. But Atlanta now over to the Winston comp. I think this is the real challenge for London Spitfire. That was the rush map. You know, okay, we get a rush mirror. We feel pretty good about that. Can we make rush work against a full dive style for the Atlanta Reign?
Lip, you know, despite the difficulties we watched him face, is still able to come away with 6 final blows and 2 deaths for the round. Stalker not really quite able to make the impact he was hoping to, though. The London Spitfire feeling pretty good with Sparker at 7-2 coming into this round. And now it's going to be that rush style with the Moira Reaper setup. Very Florida Mayhem-esque. They're definitely a team that likes to go for this play. Lip going to be on the Tracer here, not the Sombra. That's a massive bio nade, Jake.
Still, though, no follow-up, and Donghak's getting burst down. I like the Moira Reaper on this map, especially against Brig. I think Gio, he's going to have a tough time surviving this. It's very scary comp to play Brig into.
A lot of mobility for the backline of the Atlanta Reign. Scary when Sparker comes knocking on the door, just like the Grim Reaper gift. Forced back by the Brig there. Whip shot to create a little bit of distance between Sparker and his intended targets. London don't quite have a full cap here. Atlanta still look to try and contest as Donghak throws the bubble down. Lip trying to work from the periphery there, but is a little low on health. Probing pulse bomb, I'm going to call it there. Doesn't quite connect, but Sauna goes down, and the Atlanta Reign are able to put it together midway through the fight.
Lip says, you know, I'll go for highlight plays. No, we won the mid-season matches. We'll throw some highlights at him. That would have been such a nasty pulse, but it's a great hold, and just, you know, showing their expertise as one of these elite teams in the Overwatch League. Even though you lose your Winston main tank early in the fight, they still fight back, and they don't even give the opening cap to the London Spitfire. That really hurts running this Moira Reaper strategy.
London hoping to get in quick, get the job done, and get in control as rapidly as they can with this sort of Moira setup. Coalescence, of course, going to be a feature in many of these fights. This one no different. Admiral under a bit of pressure, though, as Donghak goes in with the nano boost. Is going to be landed, taken down, and both healers are out of the picture. Atlanta Reign, absolute precision in eliminating the priority targets at the start of this fight. And London Spitfire have got nothing to show for that engagement.
For me, Mitch, this round's done, man. Like, this is an ult cycle comp. You need to win mid-fight with this Moira strategy. That's your game plan. Snowball the mid-fight, win a few more rounds, maybe make some swaps, get a retake off here and there. But Atlanta, I mean, they're just going to pop one ult at a time, and it's so hard for London to fight efficiently. Getting somebody with this May ult is going to be nigh impossible against the high mobility heroes from the Atlanta Reign. You got to, like, pitch this thing long range with the Ana. I think that's the only player you're going to freeze.
How do you pressure Fielder down? He's so safe on that high ground, and Lip combining with Stalker. It was the sticky bombs plus Lip's pressure with the pulse pistols that claim Sauna. You've already lost your May. The only thing that you can really use to try and section people off and isolate individual targets. Stalker gets a little close to the sun there, but is able to maneuver himself out of range of Sparker's Hellfire shotguns, and we are 76 and counting, Jake. What are the Spitfire waiting for?
They're trying to get Sauna back. I like the Sombra swap, you know, get a chance to maybe hack that Tracer Echo. Another huge nade, though. Admiral has to beat so early in this fight.
3 players affected by the beat. Maybe not quite enough here. Stalker duping the Ramatra, going fisticuffs now. Close combat between both those tanks. One duped, one natural, I guess. It's going to be Stalker, though, coming in with a duplicated annihilation. That is absolutely disgusting. Again, doesn't have the full health pool of the copied Ramatra, but has enough to build that ultimate. You called it, Jake. This round was over very early on at like 35% to 0.
Yeah, but you got a Primal Rage to spare at the end of the round, and it's 100-0. That's not a close one. I really got to give it up for Fielder that round. I mean, even after Donghak goes down, 2 absolutely massive bio-nades in the opening fight. That's the only reason that Atlanta are able to deny that opening cap and really shut down this Spitfire strategy before it could even begin. And here, you know, Stalker with the annihilation, and it was absolutely cleaning up.
Oh, that's filthy. Again, I guess, you know, you dupe the Ramatra, you go to 300. but in that Nemesis form, you do get that extra durability. So
one of the best dupes right
allows
now.
you to exceed. Yeah, you can exceed the cap of 300 HP, right, by turning the Nemesis form. I'm not sure if that was intended. We'll call it a feature, of course, with that duplicatability. We're on a third round. City Center, Jake. Sparker going to be back on the Gunslinger.
And Atlanta back to the comp that they killed the world with. I like Sparker on the cast, though. Like, don't take the head-to-head match. Okay, it's looking bad. Audi down first. Oh, boy. Sparker, give me 3. Okay, wait, hold up. Give me 1 more.
That's big pick. Get rid of the Ano. Love to see that. Sparker definitely feeling his fair share of the scrutiny right now as danteh alights on top of the Spitfire. Not much left of him after that one there. A lot of punch kills from your boy danteh, but Atlanta Reign, this composition, like you said, it is their bread and butter. It is where they look the best. And there wasn't much London could do there, even with the picks from Sparker.
Yeah, rough losing your Winston that early, especially running this Cassidy. You really want Winston to be able to counter dive, come back to the backline when the dive comes in, put the bubble on Cassidy, you know, keep him up for those extra few seconds, maybe block a bio-nade. It's so much impact, but losing your Winston early, I mean, there's so much pressure on Sparker there. And another ridiculous nade from Fielder. He's reading them like a book. I mean, come on. Like, you can't even play against this. You get naded on both your supports at the start of the fight, it's done.
And I guess the spacing there as well of the dive in from danteh, because obviously you can, you know, if you block your Ana's bio-nade, your hitbox is kind of big for bio-nade, so there's nothing an Ana hates more than like accidentally clipping a teammate with their bio when they're trying to use it aggressively. But danteh, though, comes in the perfect time. No chance to respond or recover from that bio-nade. Another one thrown in. Admiral cops a broadside warning shot. And it'll be a slower approach here for the Spitfire.
Yeah, and now you're retaking 50% on the board already from that instant. I mean, that's like your best chance to retake is right on the flip. Now you're going up against every ult. Stalker doesn't miss a pulse bomb, shockingly. Everybody's surprised. Oh god, this
he's come alive since that switch to Tracer, right? He has obviously, like, he's playing more utility on that May. He is absolutely dominating right now. Sword of Force to his hand. He's 13 final blows and 4 deaths. But danteh, of course, is not one to be overshadowed. Pressure on Landon is immense. Bubble thrown down for good measure here. And the London Spitfire are getting torn limb from limb here on City Center.
And this is just the weakness of Cassidy as a hero in this comp. Like, yes, you have this potential to threaten Sombra Tracer, but the reality is these dives come in so explosively. People are dying in half a second. I mean, you have just no time to play with on Cassidy. It's like hit instant headshots or lose. And now you're going to get EMP'd. The nade's not going to mean much. Oh my god, then even the ult thing.
Don't have to EMP that, right? With Stalker and Lip are on the same wavelength, suffice to say. Artie's Primal Rage here. Unclear to really see how much value he was looking to get from that. I guess Atlanta opts to give up the high ground. It's not so much disrupted by that Winston play from Hardy. He's going to get nanoed after the fact here, so still enough durability to be a potential threat in this fight. But Stalker is encroaching on yet another pulse bomb here. Rally comes out from Gio. We talk about durability. Atlanta have it in spades. Sparker finds the head of Stalker, though. Nice shooting from him, but it hasn't been enough to make the difference in this matchup so far. Eventually, Hardy falls. The bio expires, as does his life force now. It's Sparker's left standing, trying to take the law into his own hands. Chio just backs up. The bio-nade really not giving him too much to worry about as that shield bash. Flail swing, job basically done as the Atlanta Reign take a dominant showing here after a shaky start on Oasis.
Yeah, Sparker is shooting back in a very serious way, extremely threatening on the Cassidy, but just showing exactly how difficult it is. I mean, when he gets a chance, it feels like he's taking it every single time, and it's just not enough for them as a team. I think Sana might have even recall dodged the EMP at the start of the fight there. I think it was off camera, but we did see the EMP come down and hit nothing, so I think it had to be a recall dodge from Sana, who's also looking good. Fresh pickup for the London Spitfire, but good is just, it's not good enough. I mean, you need to be perfect to beat the Atlanta Reign.
Lip ends that map 14-2. You know, despite all these things we said that could, you know, threaten Sombra just a little bit more in this day and age, Lip is either playing around it or is just not bothered by it. The Atlanta Reign, I mean, this moment here from Stalker, obviously pretty scary stuff that Ramatra played. How quickly he's able to sort of build up towards that ultimate. The healing, of course, on him was crucial after he got hacked, and all of a sudden, it's curtains if the London Spitfire. So plenty of information, I guess, for us about how our current sort of mid-season Madness champions are looking, Jake. They don't really seem like they've slowed down at all.
Yeah, I do think this Echo is going to see more play if we're seeing it on maps like Gardens. I mean, it's still too soon to tell, but it's a hero that I really love to see in the dive. I think super exciting to watch. especially with the new changes to copy, where you don't build up that copied hero's ultimate quite as quickly as before, but the copy itself builds a little bit faster, so you're just a little bit more consistent on the ults if they're less explosive at times. Maybe it encourages you to copy a wider variety of heroes.
Mid down is next on the docket here, and the London Spitfire had better have something planned, although this one might be a bit of a blowout. Stick around, everybody. Map number 2 of Atlanta Reign versus London Spitfire will be on your screens momentarily. Well, the scriptwriter made sure to include a little, back to basics map from the London Spitfire in that first map. But overall, the Atlanta Reign, this team on your screens, were just a little bit too good once more. And we saw a fair bit from them. It wasn't just a Ramattra. We got to see, of course, their Winston composition, the one that, strikes fear into the heart of many of their foes. And plenty of the Echo mixed in. Lip, of course, Tracer and Sombra action, Jake, looked really, really strong.
Yeah, he's just a monster on every tracking hero. I want to see this guy on some main hit scan too. We haven't seen too much of that this season. I don't know if we will. I hope so, though, because Lip, he's been a joy to watch. I remember last season playoffs for the Shanghai Dragons, Lip was like, he did not want to go home. That man was going solo on the Sojourn, just taking over lobbies. So, Lip, he's a multi-tool player. There's not really anything he can't do, at least that we've seen so far. So this team just terrifying on every level. And I mean, for me, that was Fielder's map all day. He was just eating them up with nades. How do you play against this? Like you can't focus any player. Every single player is destroying you.
And you also can't take too long at the start of these fights, right? You mill around trying to set up, and Fielder has you lined up with like a 2-3 player Bio-nade. Atlanta Reign will just preempt you by diving if they are in a Winston composition. So that's going to feel like you're under pressure, right? Like, you know, like you're constantly on a clock. If you don't make the move, the tempo is going to get taken away from you.
Exactly. I mean, Atlanta just makes all their opponents look sloppy, look like they're making tons of mistakes, and it's just something where they might normally look a lot stronger against most other opponents because few teams are able to capitalize on these sort of tiny openings. And uh-oh, Mitch, I think I spoke it into existence. We've got a little lip hit scan. Is this the first time we've seen it this season? I mean, we've played some Sojourn and Rush, but this is a classic, you know, please carry me Ashe player comp. I want to see this.
Yeah, this is fascinating. I mean, with Route 66 in the pool and not sort of Circuit, I was fearing we maybe wouldn't get to see that. Maybe he'd sort of be on Sombra duty most of the time here, but this is a fun change. I imagine he'll just play sort of around the fire truck here, right? There's so much value to get out of this choke with those dynamites, and hey, if they try and head upstairs into the train cart, notwithstanding Reinhardt's shield, of course, there's a chance to get value there as well. A little bit of I guess London trying to bamboozle Atlanta a little bit there, feigning a high ground push. They're going to wrap around.
Another nade. Does get backline, but I don't know if they're going to catch anything.
danteh takes a lot of damage on the approach. He's able to get out of trouble, though. Now play from the top of the fire station. I like this from London. Look at this repositioning. Sparker gets himself set up with a clear shot on Chio, but another Bio-nade comes in from Fielder. First one was 2, that one looked like 3 or more, and it's over.
3 just instant kills on this backline with a huge nade. I mean, time and time again, whenever Atlanta looks like it might be in trouble, you know, London catching some quick tempo, and it's just a nade right on cooldown, right on time, exactly where you don't want it if you're a London Spitfire fan.
I feel like Sparker is definitely the one to watch here for London. He's exciting and explosive and is able to create opportunities where otherwise they don't seem to be there. danteh really has to play very carefully around Hardy here, doesn't want to get sort of tied down in the front line for too long. Wants to be the one to follow up these Bio-nades, but if Fielder's busy topping up his teammates, he won't have the bandwidth to deploy these nasty heat seekers. So the Atlanta Reign still have some time to work, and the Spitfire again are maneuvering to wrap around.
Yeah, these long rotations, though, they do take a while, so they have a high cost associated with them. Sparker naded again, forces out the drone very early, and no, the ice block is trapping Hardy. That's tragic.
I think Cliff might have got a multiplier dynamite there. There was so much just tick damage on everybody from the Spitfire. Even with the immortality field deployed, it wasn't nearly enough to keep them alive. They funneled themselves into the fire station. Ironically, the dynamite connects, and danteh was there as well to layer his area of effect damage over the top.
Every single player is just punishing this cross perfectly. I mean, what London is doing, this rotation to point, I think once you can get those skills out, survive, and start touching the point, you're feeling kind of okay about that. But now, I mean, they haven't even crossed successfully one time, and now they're facing heavy ults that are going to make it so hard to cap. This is a desperation move through the train with a high noon. I don't see this. It's so hard. Wait, why isn't it bubbling? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, they're chasing him down. Okay, that's a mistake. That is a serious
That takes so long, right? To zero in on someone there with that Deadeye.
Yeah, max channel, danteh just hide, man. Yeah, that's a interesting mistake, but you know what? I thank you, Atlanta Reign. I wanted to see a little bit of the rest of the point here on Midtown. I think it's an interesting map, and you know, to be fair, once you start pushing the payload, I think this is a little bit more difficult to contest. There is going to be a really challenging corner to turn here, but once you get under that overpass, you know, I think the Ryan team does have some opportunities to make plays, speed up those stairs, catch people off guard. It's hard as the on a brig to keep track of those rotations when you can't exactly see them directly yourself. You got to rely on those pings and comms.
First, though, Jake, like you pointed out, this nasty little L-shaped turn here that London Spitfire have to navigate. They lack mechanisms for closing the gap on the Atlanta Reign, who play from the high ground here. It's pretty easy for Fielder to draw a bead on danteh.
It's kind of a next level Maywall by Sana to cut the heals. Bob is forced, and I mean, okay, London. Get him on ult out. Step by step. That's what it takes.
Yep. Bob gets taken down. Nice little dynamite there, of course, from Lip, but not a lot of follow-up to speak of. The Maywall, again, yeah, like you said earlier on, thrown up to block some of the healing. A good idea. Stalker gets taken down by Sauna of all people, and Chio finds himself a little exposed there on the staircase.
Sana is just lighting it up. That's his third headshot this fight. Even Lip is going to get punished and cut down. I mean, that's a variable you do have to take the risk as Tracer going up against the Mei. You've got to just trust your movement. You can't just recall as soon as you see the Mei. So Sana on point there, huge headshots. I mean, that's a key element, I think, to this London comp. This Mei as a sniper has to be threatening, has to be finding those random kills to open up the map. You can't just be fully relying on ults, because on that front, I think Atlanta's got you beat every time.
Lip actually makes a hero switch to try and have supremacy at long range here, but these longer sidelines starting to get closed up now. Rally Shield definitely helping Chio protect the rest of his team from that Earth Shatter. Sauna trying to pressure down Donghak here, and he's not going to get out alive. The Blizzard also deployed for good measure. Sparker eventually going to be brought down though. Lip on the Hanzo. Definitely one of his less commonly picked heroes, but we can find value in situations where you want the long sightlines. But it is going to be London Spitfire. Like you said, as soon as they get to that underpass, they start to really, ramp up the tempo. The Rain struggle to hold them at bay.
And the Zen is going to come out from Chio, prompting potentially a full swap here. Looks like London want to just full switch over to the dive. Hadi's like, I want to play Ryan, guys. What are you doing? He's the last to swap.
He's out of there.
He's like thinking about it. Hold on, maybe I can play Ryan. But the Zen, I think, is still scary at this point. Even with the full dive, it's a very long-range situation. Chio going to go back to the break. It's probably a wise decision. Even against London Spitfire, you don't want to be giving free opportunities for that Sombra, easy heroes to pick off. You already got to take care of Lip, who it's pretty hard to survive on Hanzo in this comp. I mean, there's a lot of pressure coming on you. Ana has to keep both Brig and herself and Hanzo alive. It can be a tough ask. You do have Fielder on your team, though.
Yeah, I mean, Lip did. I mean, there was a moment there where Lip gets caught just outside of Hardy's bubble, and every healer on the team is looking straight at him. They managed to keep him alive, even though he was hacked. But yeah, definitely a feeling of instability here if your Hanzo starts to get pressured down. The Dragon Strike here buys a bit of time for the Atlanta Rain here, forces the Spitfire back, but no one really gets caught in it. See Donghak operating from the high ground now. Really trying to get as much information about the setup of this backline here. An informed decision to make a dive is what he's hoping to be able to make. But right now he'll be dueling with Hardy from that high ground.
Yeah, London trying to force some kind of mistake out here, clear the flanks out, slowly work that card up, maybe find a nade to open things up, but Atlanta have so far been rock solid. Even without the Sombra, Tracer and Winston are doing a fine job on their own, holding the flanks. And this whole time, I mean, Lip is just taking pot shots. Eventually, one of these can connect. It's a scary threat to be worried about.
Pulse from Sauna. Lip got nano. By the looks of things, that was probably because of a pulse bomb stick on him. So the Atlanta Rain keep that long-range DPS alive now. Hardy's put the sleeve hit with a Bionade as well. Desperately throws a bubble down, but as he tries to get back to the rest of his team, the incoming damage is too much to heal through. And now with the tip of the spear out of the picture, the Atlanta Rain should be able to ease into the rest of this fight, but the EMP might have thrown it on his head. Sort of gets rid of Donghak there. Huge pick-off to take the Winston out of the picture now. And Atlanta Rain sheepishly give a bit of ground here, Jay.
Yeah, it's a great turn, but losing Landon is so painful on the attack here. The Ana is really the heart and the soul of your offense. You're going to run out of resources without that hero, and it's a long walk back for her. So as much as that's a great turn, I think losing Ana at the same moment is kind of going to be for nothing. I think London just going to have to stabilize, reset a little bit.
Close but no cigar. Sparker really hoping to make a play with that EMP, and it looks promising to start with, but there it is. The random pickoff, speculative pickoff, excuse me, Hanzo mains that we were looking for. Lip down Sparker, and with 20 seconds left, the Spitfire need to make a switch. They're going to the Hanzo themselves.
So though he won't be back for a minute, and Rain is just sitting on a giant bank of ults here. And they're not really forced to initiate this. I think they can play this very slow, punish anybody who comes up to touch the cart, and it's going to be London who has to force some kind of desperate initiation into Rally, into Nano, and as a pulse pick to start it off. It is traded.
Yep, Hardy taking Stalker down. Pulse bomb connection was good for the aforementioned, so it'll be a 1-for-1 here. Hanzo out of the picture though for the Spitfire. None of that long range pressure, so Lip is uncontested for the time being. Bionade thrown at long range. Donghak got to be caught by, but hit by Nano Boost now as he looks to pressure further into the backline, and Admiral is felled. He'll be looking for more and he'll get it. Landon out of the picture. No healers for the Spitfire. No problem for the Atlanta Rain. They're looking to shut the door now on London in this last phase of the map.
Still though, London, with how that map started out, I mean, I think they're feeling pretty good about getting it as far as they did here into the third point on Midtown. There's a lot of opportunities. I think the first point, very full holdable. A lot of teams fail on second as well. So, I think London, they have some kind of hope in this map. But so far, I mean, Atlanta, no matter what test you put in front of them, they just seem to pass it with flying colors. So, yeah, just as much as it's like a good run for London, I just wonder if it's good enough.
I feel like what really got London going in that second phase of the map, right, is Sauna able to find a couple huge picks, all that respected, and all of a sudden the Atlanta Reign kind of caught on the back foot. London capitalized very quickly. You know, by the time I think Lip switches off, goes to the Hanzo, they've really got no room to breathe, and all of a sudden we're into the last phase of the map here. So Spitfire do well getting as far as they did, but against a team like the Atlanta Reign, who definitely we expect to play a dive composition, might not be enough.
Yeah, they are going to play this rush defense. Curious to see how this works. I think the challenge for this type of comp is, right, like Atlanta playing from this position that London was in, were able to punish every single rotation, throwing nades, jumping their Winston in. Tracer gets there easily. You got Ash Dynamite. You got every part of your comp except Brig pretty much is getting into those punishing rotations. But on the flip side, London, they've got to stay grouped in this comp. They've got to stay together. And it's going to be a real challenge to maintain the type of map control that Atlanta did on their side on the defense. So I think Stalker starts coming around to the point, you know, Fielder comes in from the flanks. It's going to start to get messy, and that's what London have to prevent. They have to keep things stable, keep Hadi sort of holding that midline of the fight where he can really get value on Ryan.
This is really going to tax, I guess, the cohesion of the Spitfire. They need to move together as a, you know, a solid unit. The Atlanta Reign are going to be probing from multiple different angles. You can already see that now, right? The wrap around the side. danteh gets himself into the top floor of that tenement there, and Admiral, again, can't do too much. Can't really follow that up. Sparker hacked. London Spitfire here just grouping a little bit and letting Hadi sort of surge ahead here and try and create as much space as possible. Another hack, but of course Lip not revealing himself there, just disrupting Sparker every now and then. But here's the dive. danteh takes a large chunk of health in order to do this, and the Spitfire trying to spring into action, capitalize, follow up on the damage done, but danteh gets topped back up, and Sparker's left playing for the higher ground once more. Some nice headshots, but the Reign are managing to withstand this damage, and here comes the real pressure from the Reign. Hack on Admiral, and danteh just crashes into land, and the Baptiste is gone.
Yeah, Atlanta just picks them apart from every angle. Sana thinks he finds an opening, but he's really just getting pulled in, getting baited, and then you don't really have the chance to reset playing this Baptiste Lucio comp. Sana, where you going, bro? Oh no, they're gonna leave him. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is traumatic.
Yeah, this could be very punishing here. Landon picked off instantly again by Fielder, of all people. The touch was there, but Hadi eventually be forced off the point, hacked, and didn't have a chance to interact. Sparker there coming out pretty late, and Sorta is still here. Oh dear, what a stagger.
Yeah, painful. Honestly, Stalker should have just left him there. Like, it would have been better play. And now that's a really rough late kill, because we talked about this difficult L position. I mean, that's also a great spot for Ryan to hold. They would love on the London Spitfire to hold this early choke, maybe win a fight, take some spawn camps, but now sort of Rain gets through that toughest part of second point pretty much for free.
EMP just came online here for Lip. The Reign get the cart within dive range of the Spitfire's sort of ideal staging point here, which is what they're looking for. Pushing ahead, it's going to be danteh with the Nano going in. Yep, Lando's lost that immortality field, and Sparker falls pretty soon after the Nano primal combo for danteh, and in close space is always going to be a recipe for disaster if you're a Spitfire fan. danteh gives Hadi a little bit of breathing room there. Eventually he'll chase him down, but that was one-sided as it gets, and that cart's been moving this whole time.
It is a 2-for-1 getting Nano Primal out just for the Blizzard, but at the same time, it's a really challenging fight. danteh making some swaps and spawn, though he's very far from this fight, so London should be able to just come out and take the tempo with just that +1, but something about Atlanta, it's like, oh no, an early beat? This is looking a little weird for London. They need kills.
Rally pop by Chio, though. He doesn't want to get caught here, and that's that EMP coming down. Returns to the fray. Deleting Vader on a couple of occasions here, Jake, having ultimates sort of drawn out of them, and also players get caught out of position like Sauna earlier on here. The Atlanta Reign, perhaps on a more fundamental level here, are a couple steps ahead, and they've got almost 5 minutes to not even finish the map here, just get a decent way into this last phase of the map.
Yeah, Atlanta, you know, they're just such a threatening team. Admiral feels the pressure to just pop that beat so early. Now it's going to switch over to the Brig, so they're going to really commit on a very turtley style here. Just try and keep those heals on Sparker, on Sana, maybe hack and hinder these flankers as they come in, but this is giving the freedom for Chio to switch to the Zen. I love this comp. It's a great pick just to punish this lack of a Lucio. You're really never going to get to the enemy backline, and Chio might just be uncontested to just free fire into heroes like Cassidy and Ryan that really hate dealing with that long range spam.
Sauna has no one to combine with, trying to pressure down a Zen, right? Maybe if it's like Sombra Tracer, it's a little bit scarier if you're Zen, right? You instantly die if a Sombra Tracer turn up. This time, though, Sauna had to go it alone, and it did not work out. Another nano boost given over Donghak here. Pretty much cycling into a primal momentarily. The mag grenade comes in. Donghak can't quite jump as far away as he would otherwise have liked. A shatter here from Hardy. It connects on the fielder, but can they find purchase on the Ana? They do. The charge ensures that Hardy gets rid of the largest source of healing for the Atlanta Reign. It looks like the Spitfire can at least hold for now.
Yeah, it's a really high impact shatter there from Hadi as well. Sana finding the pickup on Chio. The challenge is for Sana though, he basically has to do that alone. I mean, if you're really lucky, you can like time with a fire strike or some damage in from that Zen, but pretty much that's going to be a 1v1 and Fielder's usually going to be there to support Chio. So this Zen, I just feel like he puts a clock on Hadi. I want to see even Chio if he can make a rotation, take some pressure on the high ground. Sana does find Translocator. This is a big find. Lip could end up making a mistake here. Yeah, he is going to get caught for free off that.
Yeah, they coordinate that really nicely, but it's still going to be traded. Donghak with that primal rage he built in that previous fight sees the Deadeye. This time, though,
he's
decides that discretion is, in fact, the better part of valor. He gets away. Chio gets rid of Sauna here, but has to trade himself out in order to do so. Ant Matrix in play, and Landon makes full use of it, Jake.
Yeah, great Ant Matrix. I think this should be another hold for London. So they're holding on by the skin of their teeth in these fights, but it's working. Uh-oh, the nade from Fielder. Surely not, right?
I mean, they lose that key cooldown from the Baptiste. Landon being able to catch Fielder there is big. Getting rid of the Ana means the Rangers have to slow it down a little bit. London don't get punished for that.
And Donghak may be a little early to pull the trigger, switching to Doom. I think it's a really terrible hero against the combo. You just come back fast. That's the only value of it. Ramatra, though, so they are going to commit more to just a full-on poke style. It's just all going to be about pressuring this Reinhardt, which, I mean, like time and time again, this should be difficult. It should be difficult, but so far, London have found these openings time and time again. Now they have the rally to work with, but Chio so close to the Trank. EMP also available here. It's so tough for Hadi to stay alive in this situation.
Flip opts just to reveal himself here to force Hardy back. I think they're aware they're probably tracked an EMP looming over this next fight potentially, and it comes down anyway. Admiral, no chance to survive. Stalker descends at just the right time. Once more, Sparker chimes in, but it's rarely enough, and this is no different. The Atlanta Reign get across the line here. They lose a little bit of time on that last phase of the map. Yeah, they switch up their comp a little bit, but it's just, I mean, eventually it's not enough. London cannot hold them at bay.
Yeah, just so much room to work with still, even at the end, right? They have time to work through a few swaps, get every ult out, and then it's just a textbook EMP. I mean, the cleanup from Stalker, like, yeah, Tracer got nerfed. Yeah, nobody told Stalker. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, I'll just one-clip everything. Like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't need buffs.
13 and 5 for Stalker. I think Chio also is 10 and 7, so getting very involved in a lot of these more brawly scenarios on that brig. But yeah, Stalker, really nice cleanups here a lot of the time. I like that we got to see the Ash from Lip, right? On defense, you could definitely see how it was a pretty elegant answer to like a more slow-moving team that was telegraphed, at least in some of the axes they were trying to attack on. And even though that hold eventually fell over, just due to a blooper or two here, it definitely set the Atlanta Reign up to finish them out comfortably.
Yeah, there was like that pop-off from Sana on the Mei on second. There's Donghak doing some weird moves against that high noon. But other than that, I mean, no holes in Atlanta's game, and making us really, I think, question any other hero comp than Sombra Tracer. When Lip and Stalker played, it just doesn't look like you could do anything else.
London trying to gain as much traction as they can with these Reinhardt-based compositions. It doesn't work out on Midtown either. So Route 66 is their last opportunity to make it work. Quite a tall order, if you ask me, but that's the Spitfire for you. Always willing to give it their best when it comes to those Ryan setups. So stick around, let's see if the London Spitfire have anything left in the tank for map 3.
What a heartbreaker!
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did. Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart.
And that'll be it! And they run over the shot.
One more chance, one more push. Maybe they turn it around. It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Disrespect. Give it to him, bro. 1, 2, 3.
A huge shatter from Toulouse. I mean, what a series that they play.
Here is your London Spitfire, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a roster revamp in that mid-season break with Lethal and Sky Reaper departing. And we've seen Sauna already take up plenty of game time here. It's looked pretty good, right? Moments, Jake, where we saw him on the May on Midtown. We feel like he really gave the Spitfire the boost they needed to get through that second phase on the attacking side. His timings look pretty good when it comes to trying to shut down Donghack, punish maybe with things like Blizzard. But look, the Atlanta Reign got a little cute towards the end of that round, right? Donghack even made a Doomfist switch, and then they tried, you know, the Zen play. Eventually, they come up with the answer to punish the Spitfire, who tried to be quite cute with their maneuvering, right, on the attacking side, but it seemed to be read into so effectively by this Atlanta Reign squad.
Yeah, Reign, you know, it's like you can throw all the tricks in the book at them, but at the end of the day, you're just going to get eaten alive by Tracer and Sombra, and when they start to get their old cycle off, this comp it just takes over, and the players, they don't seem to make mistakes. I mean, when they do, it's like it's a highlight moment. We're like excited to see Atlanta make a mistake. Oh, look at this, exciting. And both teams were like waiting for them to make a good play. This team were like, they always make good plays, like whatever. It's like unfair, you know, they get the curse of being so damn good, you just can't impress us anymore.
Yeah, that plus like the moniker of villains, you know what I mean? Everyone wants to see who can take them down.
Yeah.
Still, I wouldn't consider it an unenviable position necessarily. I think they're pretty happy with themselves right now, and why wouldn't you be?
I'd be all right being
2-0 up in this series. Yeah, you're chilling. I don't think you're going to let it get to you. And then again, I would say you're easing into your summer stage campaign here with, you know, some softer competition, I'd say. That's fair to say about the Spitfire so far this season. And again, they're still showcasing all those elements that made them great in the mid-season madness. It still looks like fertile ground for the Atlanta Reign to, you know, to lean on their biggest and deadliest weapons.
Yeah, I like Sana on this team. He's looked really great. He's looked like definitely a bright spot for London, especially with the mindset of committing a little bit more on their strengths, playing a little bit more of these rush comps. I think that's where Sana, we saw him come in mostly for the Florida Mayhem in rush styles, where he can play Mei, Reaper, these sorts of heroes. So maybe London can utilize him a little bit better. I think Landon has really impressed me as a player. He's constantly grinding ranked, constantly showing a lot of improvement, and I think committing on him and Admiral also makes sense on the support line. So I think London, it's good roster management. It's just that this is just one of the tougher opponents you're going to face all season long. But as I said, for London, it's not about necessarily getting the win here as much as you'd love that. It's unlikely. It's really, I think they just need to show themselves as a team that they can really compete. But we are going to one of the best Tracer Summer maps in the game. Unlucky.
Again, we're talking about goals here for the London Spitfire. I think demonstrating really solid fundamentals and and within the bounds of the compositions that they want to play, showing us some degree of mastery. I think they'd be pretty happy to walk away with those check boxes ticked. So on here, spy checking briefly is, of course, like you mentioned, Jake, this is where Lip can definitely go to town on the London Spitfire. They're going to shepherd this card up to that first little hairpin early on, and Sauna trying to make sure he doesn't get caught unaware by the Sombra.
This is one of these things Lips does that's so annoying, is he'll just hack your supports constantly, but not always committing on them. You never know when it's coming in for real. This time they'll punish by Sparker. Dipping in for a little too deep in the cookie jar there, Lip. Oh no, Sparker.
Yeah, I mean, they cast the answer with the mag grenade, right? Still pertinent, still a real threat. Lip just walks headlong into it this time around, so this is going to quiet things down for the Atlanta Reign for the time being here. Obviously, Lip will be back pretty quickly, but they're giving a fair amount of ground in lieu of that Sombra's presence.
Potty so low, Naded gets finished off by Stalker. And asleep. Oh boy.
Yeah, here's the dive. They're back. Atlanta Reign back in control. Sort of pulse, no connection there, but Sparker just gets obliterated as much of his head parts were right in the middle of that crosshair. Stalker have to clean him up here, and Atlanta Reign can set up.
He's just terrifying. I mean, he just one-clips everything. Like, how do you play against this guy? I mean, this might be one of the most dominant Tracer showings we've ever seen in the Overwatch League. Like, one of the, like, he's just clearly #1. I mean, there's not really much competition.
Especially off the back of that Mid-Season Madness campaign. Starts his first map, Oasis, he's 15-4. Just absolutely tearing strips off of the Spitfire. And now he's on a fantastic map for this hero. Nano for Donghack, Jake, he is headed in. Landon going to be forced back here, of course. Brink to the rescue. Sparker gets a nano of his own. Donghack respecting that enough to back away.
Oh, he really wants to find a kill, though. Trading ults for ult. Oh, he does find the hinder on the... Oh, but Lip just doesn't care. Man's up with the heals.
Stands his ground. Builds some extra ult charge. You'd love to see that.
Admiral flying. What is this hero? He's Pharah. He turned into Pharah. That was a crazy echo copy there from Admiral. That was actually a nasty jungle. Like, what do you do, bro? All right.
That was a Cirque du Soleil nerds. I'm bringing that one back. That guy did not touch the ground.
Oh my goodness. That was actually monstrous from Donghack. I mean, Donghack, a player I think a lot of folks were doubting coming into the season, and he's looked, yeah, we talk about Fearless being the best Winston around, but Donghack is keeping up. I mean, there's no one you can really put over him with a bullet against this Atlanta Reign team. Call it their system, call it the rest of the players, but I mean, Donghack, that's just incredible mechanics on the Primal. No one else on your team can do it for you.
Yep. Early in the season, saw him be pretty aggressive, very proactive, sometimes getting caught out. He seems like he's tempered that aggression and backed it up with incredible mechanics that allows himself to thrive in situations like that. London, look, don't have an answer really. Ooh. They said Hardy in, who does not escape, despite being in Primal Rage, by the way. He's not going to get away with that. And London are down to just the Deadeye.
Yeah, he went in, picked up Fielder, took him to school. EMP comes in, and the counter dive is going to be clean. Oh, Landon. Oh, he can't get to the pack either. Pain.
And yeah, it looks like Class let out early there, Jake.
Yeah.
He did not hang around for long in that fight. EMP really punctuating the point here. The Spitfire have 30 seconds to make something happen.
It's just the challenge of the Cassidy. Like, you can find picks here and there. That's really your strength as a hero. But the team play, the ult cycle from this Sombra Tracer, it's deadly. And on top of that, it's the scouting, right? The ability to just... You're always under constant threat on London Spitfire. Sparker, he can't just look ahead and shoot the Winston. It's not an option. He has to constantly check his 6, be ready for anything. A little bit of a interesting nano, maybe a mistake, but I mean, look how far back to back, like they're not in the fight. Hattie and Sana are like, yeah, yo, guys.
Donghack got whip shot in midair there, so it gave enough time for Spitfire's backline to back away, but in doing so, they just left Hardy stranded. He's able to survive. Sauna, though, not nearly as lucky Hardy will try to stand his ground now on the point. Nano going over to Sparker yet again. Not Hardy. Interesting, they'll be able to keep him topped up now, but can Sparker get it done for the high ground? Deadeye! That's a lot of barriers in the way. Chio, exit stage right. Inside Big Earls will be able to avoid that Deadeye. It's so much invested in this Cassidy, and they come up with very little to show for it there. No connection with the mag grenade. Sparker can only hold his ground, try and find some shots, but he knows it's over.
Every detail executed to perfection by the Atlanta Reign. And Sparker, I mean, the comp is working for London Spitfire in the sense that, like, Sparker is producing. Like, you can't say that it's you know, he's not playing well enough, he's not finding his openings. He is finding these picks. They just can't convert. Like, Reign can lose a player, and they just still look as solid as ever. They still make plays, they still fight back, and they're not afraid to pop ults down 1 or 2 players and clutch those fights. They really have the confidence in their individual mechanics, even if lacking, you know, a player's worth of damage here and there. And I think that just goes to show how hard it is to play Cassidy. I think you kind of need 2 picks in a fight to win it. It's like one is like an equalizer, and then you're like, well, I still wish I was playing Sombra. The second pick, okay, it's opening things up, but it's tough, man. It's just tough playing against Atlanta Reign. They're so solid.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to do more than just trade, right? I guess is the issue. But going 1 for 1 is like very cool. Okay, no worries. This is Admiral here. Donghack,
this is nasty.
Taken into clown school.
Wait, this you got like the juggle off the roof. This one, the monkey. It's like, what the? Yeah,
I mean, that's
nasty. You can't do that one again if you tried.
Icarus wept. My God. Okay. So the Spitfire on defense here, and as you know, it's a pretty tall order, Jake. We might see a little bit of early pick here from Stalker on the Widow, and then with Lip on the Tracer, though. I do wonder, we get like Sojourn. Atlanta are trolling us right now. Curious to see what they come out of the gates with, though. We've been asking for hit scan Lip for a while. We'll be waiting a while longer? Yes.
Yeah, not today. Just looking for a couple cheeky picks up the spawn, you know, in case there's a spawn camp coming in. I will say the Cassidy, a little bit more viable to just find pickoffs, shut things down, trade on the defense, but still, it's a tough task. I mean, especially when the ults come in, right? I think Reign are going to be dancing around quite a bit here, not really expecting much to happen, just charging up those ults. It's when we see the Nano, the Primal, even the Pulse Bomb, any one of those ults could blow this wide open. I haven't even mentioned EMP, of course, the most crucial of all. Oh boy.
Landon, he got caught with a hack there. He was not getting out, couldn't bionade himself. Looks like Admiral couldn't spare a heal pack for him at all. So the Arna's down. The Atlanta Reign are executing this perfectly. This is just flowchart Overwatch at this point, Jake.
It's done. It's done, Mitch. There's not even going to be a retake here. Just not even an ult. Just the dive is so clean. Just putting some pressure on, seeing what happens, and Reign just find kills. They're just that strong. Huge differential in strength between these teams. Atlanta aren't slowing down at all. They want to win this whole dang season. Yeah, they won mid-season madness, but it looks like that's completely behind them. They're on to the future. They're going to take everything here. There is going to be, okay, I was wrong. The retake did come in, but I just don't think it's going to work.
Now, Landon getting torn to shreds. Stalker again adding to his tally, make it 3 in that fight. Stalker ends the map at 10-0, just quietly. Unkillable on the Tracer, both on attack and defense. The Atlanta
Reign
got
the chopper gunner
in. Exactly. I mean, they may as well have called attack nuke there. The London Spitfire really had no room to breathe, no opportunity. I mean, yeah, they had that retake attempt here, but the Atlanta Reign were ready for everything. And this is how you want to start the second half of your 2023 campaign. A convincing win. London Spitfire again. Show us that signature pluckiness. Again, a signature style, often centering around Reinhardt, but it is just not remotely close enough to put a dent in the resolve of the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, Mitch. I think, you know, more of the same from the Atlanta Reign. You can't ask for anything else as a fan of this team. They put together a superstar roster, and they're just taking this league by storm. At this point, it's hard to believe anything can really face them without some sort of drastic meta shift. This is their meta. We're just like trying to follow them, trying to copy them. Honestly, I want to see more teams do what London Spitfire is doing, even though they lost through it. Like, you need to mix it up. I mean, only a few teams, I think, have even the hope to take a mirror against the Atlanta Reign when they're playing on this level. It's one of the most dominant performances we've ever seen in the Overwatch League.
Absolutely. I guess the other side of the coin that's worth talking about is that we've seen the fruits of the changes that the London Spitfire have made in this mid-season break and how they've maybe retooled this roster somewhat. I think it's safe to say Sauna is in a pretty good place on this team. You kind of mentioned that it makes perfect sense that London want to invest more in this Admiral and Landon setup. The backline look really good. But let's flip back over to the victors and talk about our player of the match here, Jake. Multiple candidates. You talked about Stalker with one of the most dominant Tracer showings we've sort of seen in the Overwatch League. There are multiple players on this Atlanta Reign that could claim the crown in their particular categories. One such is Fielder, the Ana, ever so nasty.
I really happy with this decision. I mean, pretty much with Atlanta Reign, you just throw darts at the wall when you pick player of the match. It doesn't matter. But this guy, he was disgusting. Those first fights on the Oasis, huge nade after huge nade, constant clutch sleeps. I mean, Fielder has really come into his own. I think, you know, back when I was playing, I just felt Fielder, yeah, he's a strong player, but I think he's like, this is his peak. I don't know if he's ever been quite on this level. He's continued to improve and improve and improve, and it shows. The guy just doesn't really make errors, and he also constantly finds his own play. It's not just a matter of staying alive, keeping Chiu up. He does those things, but he finds the huge nades that turn around difficult fights, that win impossible scenarios. He's a huge reason why you can never count out the Atlanta Reign, even in those down numbers fights.
It's a perfect time for Fielder to really show what he's made of, right? On the Dallas field, for example, and in prior seasons, you know, he often played some heroes that didn't allow him the same degree of skill expression. Like the Moira was such a fixture in so many of our compositions sort of last year and prior to that. But he's back on the Ana. The support that he's truly known for, there's so many clips of him, you know, like, you know, cleverly shield dancing against Winstons or turning around these really unlikely situations. So Fielder, no surprise to see him take away the honors here. And for the Atlanta Reign, I think the only real questions are like, just how big is this gulf between us and the rest of the league? We saw that illustrated, I think, in a stark fashion, I think, in the mid-season madness. Like, who is going to come remotely close to challenging this team for supremacy, or are they just going to run the gauntlet and win the whole thing without a scratch on them?
At this point, just start singing them a lullaby, get them to go to sleep. I mean, this is the type of strategy you're digging for against the Atlanta Reign. They might be able to beat you with one of their players asleep. Like some of these teams, I mean, I don't know. Atlanta Reign are just, they're out of this world. And I think it's fair to really praise them on a level that they're really, I mean, there's been teams in the Overwatch League who have been like bad on this level, that have been so bad and like so below the rest. But I don't know if there's been a team that has this level of like untouchability. Looks like nobody can even take maps off them. I mean, have they lost more than one map in a series yet? No one has put them to a final map, much less beat them. I mean, it's just a different level right now.
Yeah, we're not even talking about someone beating the Atlanta Reign. We're just talking about someone stepping up to put some actual pressure on them through the course of a series. That day was clearly not today. Stick around, everybody. More coming from your first match day of our Overwatch League Summer Split. Don't go too far. More games to come.
Welcome back, everybody. Atlanta Reign versus London Spitfire. No surprises. Atlanta getting the win. 3-0. Clean victory for them.
Great job, Jake.
Great job, Jake.
Yeah.
That was a very fast.
Thank you.
That was a very fast
I'm a little
series.
sad. I wish I had lost. So were you? Did you know that I would mind game you and then you like double mind game me on rock paper scissors, or what is it?
So we determined that the loser would have to cast this next series. So we both obviously wanted to do Los Angeles Gladiators and the San Francisco Shock.
So you said you do scissors, and you knew I'd mind game to take the thing that loses to scissors, which was actually my mind. Okay.
And then I took rock, so I would lose to your bag, and so I would get Gladiators versus the Shock.
Jake, were you thinking about this while you were casting?
You were dominated.
I was dominating.
Dominating.
It's like after I lost a match, and you just be lying in bed staring at the ceiling. I can't believe I missed this flail on Brig. Oh God.
Hey, but I mean, fantastic job on casting.
It was fun. It was a blast.
cast.
Yeah, it was still a fun cast. I think London showed some interesting looks here, and maybe feel good about them. Maybe bringing back some of their original chemistry. Like I know this is Atlanta Reign, so yeah, they got stomped, but there were moments where London looked scary. You know, that they shoot back and they are threatening, and a team that's not as clean as Reign and as aggressive at punishing every single rotation, if you let London make a couple more rotations, slip up in a couple more old fights, you know, we could be looking at a different match. Yes, Atlanta Reign is not that team who's going to make those mistakes, but other teams will. And London, all they've got to do from where they are right now is get out of that bottom three, put yourself in a position to play for those playoffs.
I completely agree. Like, if you look at the match schedule on the summer stage for London Spitfire, this is not the match you have to win. Like, there are teams you could upset. There are maybe like 4th or 5th, you know, like the LA Gladiators, for example, you know, Vancouver Titans. Sorry, I don't have their schedule in front of me. But London Spitfire, like, they are in the business of establishing compositions that they can upset middle of the pack teams, right? And then crawl out of the bottom three so they can qualify for the play-ins, and then they have a shot at making it to the playoffs. And honestly, I agree with you, Jake. I think there were some compositions like this one right here, for example. Sauna on the May actually is something that you probably can rely on now in this meta a little bit more than you probably could the previous one. So London Spitfire, I do think they can build some momentum with these compositions. It was always going to look bad against the Atlanta Reign because they are the best team in the league by far. But London Spitfire, yes, it was a 3-0. I'm not going to count them out for the rest of the summer stage. They can still qualify out of that bottom three and maybe make it to play-ins where they have a chance at the playoffs in the end.
Yeah, I mean, London Spitfire definitely looked a lot better. I personally also agree as well. But I mean, Atlanta Reign, they're just too good. And of course, we have to talk about their backline, Chio and Fielder as well, right?
Yeah, I wanted to just highlight Chio, not only because, I mean, I thought Stalker would get player of the match, so I thought you would have said your piece on Stalker, Jake. But Chio is just such a Chad to me, especially after he trash talked during the mid-season madness. Like, his trash talking was actually like brutal.
What did he say? I don't remember.
He said like, that's annoying, and they said they thought they could beat him, you know?
Yeah.
So his brig in this series was obviously, as we expected, it was phenomenal. But he just has this evil, like, villain kind of mindset to me now, where like Chio is just a badass and he's just
confident.
He's just destroying these teams like on Spitfire, just like, oh, you're in my way, I'm gonna run you over.
He's good and he knows it. But I do think for just like the raw plays this game, I mean, Fielder's nades it was disgusting. It was like, I mean, what is the percentage in that? I felt like it was like 80-90% of his nades were
too. They were all
hitting
great.
big. Yeah, I mean, they're all great, but I'm happy. I think Fielder deserved this. I'm repping the Anamains here.
Talking about Fielder, we actually have a post-match interview with Fielder.
Hey,
thank you.
Player of the match, baby. He deserves it.
He is the player of the match also. We have the honor of talking to Fielder from Atlanta Reign. Fielder, how are you? Fielder, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right. I mean, so this was your first victory, you know, for the summer stage, and also, you know, it was a clean 3-0 victory for you guys. Did you guys have anything specific for this match for London Spitfire? 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 오늘 런던과의 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요? 런던을 위한 좀 특별한 뭔가를 좀 준비한 게 있었나요?
런던이 이제 라인을 잘하는 팀이기도 하고 이제 라인에 맞춰서 저희가 좀 약간 좀 살짝 머리 아프긴 했는데 그냥 평소 하던 대로 한 것 같아요.
I mean, London is we all know that London is a great Rhine team, and they do love to use that Rhine rush composition. So it was sort of a bit of a headache for us to prepare for London Spitfire, but I think we just played how we normally played and how we normally practiced, and I think that actually worked out. Talking a little bit about the meta, I guess. I mean, this is very early. We only saw, 2 matches, but I want to get your thoughts on the meta. Do you think there's going to be any significant changes in this stage in terms of meta-wise? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 일단 좀 이제 메타에 대해서 좀 얘기를 좀 해보고 싶어요. 아무래도 좀 아직 이른 감이 있지만은 지금 2경기밖에 안 했지만은 지금 제가 어떻게 필더 선수가 보셨을 때는 메타가 좀 많이 바뀔 것 같으신지 아니면은 저희가 봤던 미드 시즌에서 봤던 좀 이런 메타로 좀 어떻게 보면 좀 비슷하게 시즌 끝까지 가실 것 같으신가요?
지금 현재는 약간 모든 팀들이 다 이번에 새로 나온 맵들도 있고 전에 없던 맵들이 많아가지고 다 용과하는 단계거든요. 그래서 약간 메타는 근데 아마 윈스턴, 아나, 브리 넣고 거기에도 딜러들이 좀 바꾸는 형식으로 갈 것 같아요.
I mean, currently right now there are new maps, so I think a lot of teams in the Overwatch League are right now at a stage where they're studying things, they're trying new things out. But as for the meta, I personally think it's still gonna be the Winston on a Brig and maybe sub out the DPS heroes and switch according to map-wise. All right, Fielder, again, big congratulations on getting the win and hope to hear from you again very soon. 자, 다시 한번 승리 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. All right, guys.
You're running all over the place.
That was Fielder. Good. I think it's an interesting take. So he thinks, with the new maps coming out, teams are going to be sort of trying new things out, but at the same time, it's going to be sort of the same, similar meta. Do you guys agree?
I like his point about the DPS swaps. We saw a little bit of that in the last series. More Echo coming out, a little bit of Sojourn being used in the Ram comp. So I like this idea that there is a little bit more DPS flexibility, especially with that subtle Tracer nerf. Like, it's not super high impact, but it does open the door, I think, for a little bit more greedy DPS to shine, where as Echo, you really benefit from the Tracer spread nerf. You're up in the air, Tracer's gonna do a lot less damage to you at that mid-range poke distance. But Tracer up against a hero like Cassidy with a big hitbox, you still mow him down at close range. So I think some heroes are still going to be pretty difficult to make work, especially those vulnerable to the bio nade, as players like Fielder know. I mean, you play heroes that just walk around on the low ground, you're going to be eating nades all day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All right, you heard it first from Jake. All right. So I can't think of a good transition, guys. I'm just going to read this. Get your jerseys! Sorry, I failed you. When Jake was talking, great, I was trying my best. I was like, what do I say? How do I segue into this? I failed. Hey, get your jerseys, everybody. Up to 20% off right now at shop.overwatchleague.com.
Nice.
Support your favorite teams.
I'm sold, Danny.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know what? Sometimes you don't need segues. You just say it.
Just speak.
Yeah, just full send.
Talk your talk.
Yeah.
Danny.
Oh, guys.
Say your piece.
Yeah, that's you guys are gonna see that a lot this week. Sorry in advance.
Good hustle. We got a long week too. We got 4 match days, 4 matches on Saturday. We got tons of rewards.
That's fine. Well, I'll do a better job tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know. But hey, let's talk about our final match coming up. It's gonna be.
This is a really interesting one. I think this is the one with the most implications for the future.
Los Angeles Gladiators with a new tank versus San Francisco Shock, and they have a lot of. San Francisco. Let's say San Francisco Shock with Striker.
But I think the support line is really the surprising change.
True.
Yeah. He's saying out, Probe and Striker in on DPS. It's like, okay, interesting. Like, maybe we're gonna commit a little bit more with Proper on that core hit scan role, and Probe and Stalker.
Let's see who they start, actually. It's going to be interesting to see who Shock stars, because they have so many options now in damage and support, right?
Yeah, I want to see, and tank as well. We had to ask the question for Shock. I want to see this roster come out. Let's see. It is going to be Luke
Camino! Nice! Striker, Renko.
Yeah,
Luke Camino, Renko.
To me, this does make sense, right? If you're going to pick up 2 Western support players, that support role, you need to be in constant communication with each other, have a read on what each other want to do. These are guys, they know each other. They probably played together before. And so I think that support synergy, it actually does matter to put new players on a team, at least within your support duo.
Wait a minute. How do we not strike you not have an image? He's been on the Shock 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, come on.
You just load up the old
game. Like a season
hard drive. You could just put you could literally just put in there, or put Striker's picture from last season.
Yeah, exactly.
You put him in a Boston jersey. At this point, we should just do like one headshot every season where his jersey's 50-50, you know?
There it is.
stronger commitment to proper on the hit scan. But I'm actually still mad about a random Hollywood game like months ago where they had proper switch to Tracer when they wanted to play Ashe Tracer and then probably played Widow for Widow Tracer. I'm like, don't do that. Just, if you're gonna be a hit scan player, you need to play Widow and Ashe. Like, you need to play both of those heroes and not switch your Tracer for that. So I'm still triggered about that. That's gonna eat at me until the end of time.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Hey, it's fine. I mean, all these
4x4
all these questions and worries are all gonna be answered right now because the matches are gonna start. Let's take a look at our predictions. I went with the Los Angeles Gladiators. Sure, they had a new tank, but I mean, I'm just banking on the fact that they already had that synergy built up from spring season and they're carrying over. While as San Francisco Shock, sure, I mean, they're making all these changes. Is that really gonna work? That's the big question. So I went with Los Angeles Gladiators.
I'm not going to count Shock out for the long term. I think they have a really impressive history with mixed rosters, some of the best in the league ever, really, on the mixed roster front. And so I think this could work out in the medium long term as the season progresses. I think that's their mindset. But I think in this first game off the bat, I think it's a really tough test against the Gladiators. I have the Gladiators 3-1.
Wow, I even picked the Gladiators 3-0 in this one.
3-0?
That was before the Shock Striker announcement, to be honest.
Does it change things?
Yeah.
Does it change things? We'll give you a
Striker joining.
I mean, I think Striker joining is actually a good pickup.
Agree.
And he's played with proper last.
Does it earn them a map?
No, I mean, come on.
It's a beatdown. No. Yaki Kevster's terrifying, right? Yes, Striker's good, but Yaki Kevster.
Shock changed too much under a short period of time, right? I'm sure they want to hit the ground running, but there might be a bit of hiccups here against the Gladiators.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to see Renko play too. There's a player who's been coming up at Contenders for a long time. I think he's been one of those up-and-coming talents who's really motivated. And maybe bringing in players like that is what the Shock need, is a little bit of a mix-up mid-season. Like, yes, they have a lot of rookies on the team, but maybe they needed that change halfway through since things weren't going how they wanted.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to be honest. I predicted Los Angeles Gladiators, but I sort of wish that Shock would win so I could just talk to Striker.
We want to interview Striker.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance.
But hey, here's the chat prediction. I mean, 78% for Gladiators, 22% for San Francisco Shock.
I don't think it's out of pocket, but this would be so typical of the Shock to just show up.
And then
we got
just
Striker back.
dominate.
Yeah.
Like, imagine Shock just come out and they destroy Gladiators. We're like, all right, like, okay.
I can see it happen.
I think a player like Luke Mino also has a lot to prove since, he's been on teams that have struggled in the past. He hasn't really ever been on one of the stronger teams in the Overwatch League. And yes, this is not a Shock that you could call one of the stronger teams in the Overwatch League right now, but it's a franchise with a ton of history. They have had a lot of success in the past with mid-season rebuilds, changing things around, finding their footing even when it didn't start as they wanted. So maybe this can be Luke Mino's moment to really shine, especially focusing on that Brig role.
I fully agree with that. I would even argue that Luke Mino was stuck in a bit of like Vegas jail for a bit and not able to fully showcase all of his skills on that roster. And we've had those situations in the past where like a really good individual player has been on a bad team and like you kind of struggle to get things going. You don't get the space you need. You don't have the team play, and people are on the same page. Luke Mino here on the Shock, I really do feel like he has the mechanical skill to maybe fit into a team like the Shock. And we'll see with communication and everything here. But I do think that there is a universe in where Luke Mino fits into the Shock really well, and it enables him to step up another level and showcase his skills.
Yeah, weirdly, I'm not super worried about this support line coming in. I can kind of see them making things work. What I want to see more from the Shock is I want to see them with a clearer vision on the tank role, and I want to see especially the DPS role having been sorted out and kind of a clear lane for Proper, because as good as Proper is, as flexible as he is, I still want to see him specialize. I don't care how good you are as a player, I want to see a player able to play one hero in the meta, be very consistent on it, know exactly what to do every map, every moment, every situation, and execute at a super high level. We know Proper can do that, but to constantly switch things back and forth, it doesn't matter how good you are. That's not really benefiting you as a player. And so it's what I want to see the Shock fix on that DPS role.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You look very ponderous, Danny.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just curious. It's exciting. This new San Francisco Shock just excites me. I just want to see what they have in store for us against the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Change is exciting, Danny.
Change is always exciting. You guys know I love new things.
I agree with Jake in that it was so frustrating to see Heesang and Proper be this damage duo, because we know that Heesang is an amazing player, and by the way, he's on the Vancouver Titans now. I'm looking forward to see that. Yeah. But Crucially, we haven't really talked about Probe joining the damage ranks here of the Shock now as well. Having Probe in that kind of hit scan role, it really enables Proper to just like play maybe Tracer if he wants to be on that all the time, and you don't have to worry about like long range hit scan and stuff like that. And if you want to play Tracer Sombra, for example, you can do that with Striker, right? You know, who knows what roles they'll play. But I really do think that Probe is a crucial addition to this Shock franchise that enables Proper to just sit on his specialist hero.
Keep Proper in the Hyperflex role and have, instead of one DPS who has to sort of like swap back and forth to make that happen, you've got the 2 DPS who can still stay specialized and you just go back and forth between them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can believe that. I can buy into that.
Like Kilo last year for the Shock, where he plays the Ashe, for example, and, you know, longer stuff. What?
Well, it's not really selling me when you said like Kilo last year.
Stylistically.
All right, I think we talked enough among us. I think it's time to invite our caster. I mean, Mitch. What do you think? Do you think Shock has a real chance against the Gladiators today?
Well, yes. I do love how O2 Blast is just becoming an incubation chamber for Proper's next like DPS duo partner. I want to say that like Proper would probably look these. Okay, he looked amazing last year, and the Overwatch leagues looked great, but he looked really good. But like Merit used to play alongside this guy, right? I mean, and Kilo, both of them did. They used to rotate in around Proper so he could play whatever he needed to. Do I think that like the idea of just really trying to like you know solidify this Proper go kill strat is like the way forward for the Shock? Not really, no. But I like the idea of making this sort of rebuild here. I don't think it equates to a map win though. Like I really, we look over at the Gladiators, they're mostly untouched, right? I think that Marvel obviously is an exciting prospect and mega flexible. So I feel very good about the Gladiators still here. They've got all the, I think Jake pointed it out, they've got like the nasty pieces that are still in position. Kevster, obviously Yaki, very, very potent team. I want to see this Glads team go a step further than what we saw from the first half of the season. I think it's time. They need to step up.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. I'm just putting that out there as well. There were some discussions between the spring and summer stage, all right? There were people, putting some thoughts out there. Who's actually a damaged role star this year? We saw Stalker mentioned, we saw Lit mentioned, of course, both Atlanta's damaged players. Yeah. Alpha E was out there for Washington Justice.
I feel like Stalker and Lip are like straight up guaranteed to get it, no matter what.
Kevster and Proper, 2 of the best damage players in the world. I feel like they want to secure those spots, right? But with Atlanta playing so well, this is a crucial game, both for Kevster and for Proper.
That's right.
To sort of vie for that final role star spot, right? So this game, and all the other games in the summer stage are going to be crucial if you want that role star title.
And I mean, yes, Proper had one of the craziest breakout years we've ever seen, but we got to remember, he's a young player. He still has more to prove. Like, I think for a player like that, there's no way, oh yeah, I had a great year. Well, that was good. No, it's like, no, you want to have a reign of terror, like a reign of dominance. And I think for Proper, that hasn't happened this second season. There is a moment though where he can flip that script. I think if the rest of the season goes his way, could be really good for him. Could be looking really strong.
I mean, this match is definitely going to be exciting. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to jump right in to San Francisco Shock versus Los Angeles Gladiators.
What's up?
Was
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd look small next to you in person anyway, but this is kind of a weird perspective. What's up, Mitch Leslie? Yeah, here with Jonathan. I guess what I can do, mate. Check this out. Look at me getting wide, baby.
I got absolutely ruined.
Who's the boss now, baby?
I got ruined. I got my ego
Power of
taken to me.
technology,
All right,
Johnny.
Fair enough.
Hey, nice shirt, by the way. I'm digging it, bro.
Thank you. Yeah,
it's getting
They
better and
said,
better. I'm just putting it out there.
They said Hawaii shirts because you know, we had a bit of a vacation there, but I bought this in Hawaii, so I hope that counts. And yes, it's a bit inspired from your wardrobe. So
I'm digging it. I'm all about it, man. Let's bring color to the world. Now, you did not think. You're, I think, probably the main dissident, I think, on the desk about this sort of new look for the shot. You really don't think that these changes are going to equate to sort of a map win. So I want you to tell us, like, if you're critical of the Shock, what do we need to be looking for that should give you confidence about this team? Who are you watching to try and decide if these off-season moves made any sense?
Well, first of all, the backline, right? Both Lucamino coming in from the Vegas Eternal, but also Renko now promoted to the Overwatch League from Tier 2. I mean, this is a massive setup, you know, step up, and now you're moving into a crucial situation for the Shock, where they're supposed to be a fan favorite, you know, competing for some of the top slots in the league, and you're getting promoted to into a roster with Proper in the damage lineup. I mean, this is a lot of pressure now for him to really showcase his ability to play in this kind of environment, right? So I'm looking at the backline primarily, but also I am, you know, really looking forward to see Striker alongside Proper, like we saw last year when Striker joined the Shock after leaving Boston, of course. I'm just looking for some kind of stability here from the Shock, because they did struggle in pretty much every department in the first half of the season.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, it's great to see Proper be enabled by his team and, more importantly, his other DPS player. But what we want to see from the Shock is a secondary DPS player that can stand on their own 2 feet and have game-changing impact on their own. That is what is really going to, quote-unquote, enable Proper to do his thing. He doesn't want to have to carry his team kicking and screaming across every finish line. There's definitely a question whether Striker is that person. I just think that, you know, truth is stranger than fiction now. We're actually, you know, in the current year saying, hey, this is a good pickup. The timing is right for Striker to make his re-entry to this squad. And the Cannon event has come to pass. Let's see what San Francisco have been cooking in the mid-season break. The Gladiators, of course, with danteh leaving the team, then retiring. Marvel comes in to fill those big shoes. Let's see how it all plays out here as we jump into Ilios.
Junbin going to come out on the Wrecking Ball, a hero he's known for as well, going into the Overwatch League, and Striker on the Tracer, his signature hero, with Proper able to play this Echo. So going to see a lot of aggressive dives here, all crucially reliant on Junbin with a nice little pile driver here on top of the Gladiators.
Lucamino in danger. Bio grenade deployed there quickly by Renko to keep him standing. Nicely done by the rookie in his debut. Lucamino then just trying to play the high ground for a time, and yeah, Proper okay. So we're seeing a few teams, and Jake kind of highlighted it in the previous game, Johnny. Starting to see a bit more of the Echo come in. Very powerful. Something that was pioneered by Pelican and the Outlaws a lot in the first part of this season. Now we're seeing the Shock go for that as well. The Wrecking Ball play. Marvel's got a decent ball of his own here, so kind of fun to see that matchup here. And Junbin comes crashing into Lastro, finds the kill on that brig here, and Babel fares no better.
Yeah, wasting no time to get into the backline. And again, I said, Junbin on this Wrecking Ball is one of his signature heroes, and he's very comfortable on this hero. So suddenly, you're already seeing the San Francisco Shock on a composition that they are going to be comfortable playing. And this is maybe a composition they could build on throughout this entire summer stage. I'm looking forward to see more of what they can do on this one. The Gladiators, on the other hand, now you're playing Winston, right, against this Wrecking Ball and the Echo. There's going to be a ton of pressure onto Marvel on this Winston. So we'll have to make sure that he doesn't feed his brains out. And actually, the Gladiators with a new tank get off to a good start as well.
All right, sticky bombs here from Kepster at range, trying to keep tabs on Junbin now, who's been quite the menace already so far in this round. We'll notice that the Shock have managed to take that point back after the previous fight. They're starting to get to a third of the way through. Proper gets nattered here. Looks like he's trying to hunt over after the other Echo rather, and Kepster's going to get knocked out and dupe pretty quick, and he can't stay alive. Striker turns up as he pops out of that duped form and finds the elimination. Yaki elsewhere, though, found a pulse on towards Renko here, so a trade in personnel ensues. San Francisco still in control of the point right now, and Marvel times it well. Heads upstairs to try and pressure Proper down. He's not able to find the kill, and San Francisco are still in control.
But again, are we going to see this dive coming out from the Gladiators? You've taken your time here, you want to find some of these picks. Shock crucially has the point, and they're happy just stalling this point out. 61% and counting already. Now we're going to see the Gladiators diving in duplication from proper onto the brig, but again, they're just stalling out this point perfectly.
Marvel created a lot of space with that dive, forcing the back line of the Shock out of the fight, but they return pretty quickly, and they bring interest. I mean, Lucamino had the rally, but gets taken down by Yak. He can't stay alive. Looks like Pulse, and then Pulse pistol follow-up was good. The Gladiators are able to flip the point, but the Shock gained, all of that 70% in that previous hold duration. Very, very hard to shift until the Gladiators finally put it all together.
Put it all together indeed, and now the Gladiators with a nice opportunity here to maybe try to lure the Shock in and maybe capitalize jumping on the backline, really testing Lucamino's and Renko's synergy there. Of course, playing with these Echo heroes, you have a lot of burst damage dive bombing onto these backlines, so there's going to be a lot of damage incoming on the Shock backline. Let's see if they can handle it.
It's Junbin again, absolutely zooming. Just around that outside of the map here, hoping to find some disruption. He crashes into Lastro once more, this time not yielding a kill. Straight away, knocking Marvel out of his own bubble. A lot of disruption here. Might not look like it's huge in terms of damage, but makes it harder for the Gladiators to get their ducks in a row. Kev's focusing beam doesn't find Purchase, and he's hit with a Biter Grenade, forced to back away. Again, just as Junbin drops down, there's sticky bombs there, but Proper's find the right target. Marvel is felled. San Francisco now well on the way to getting back in control. It's going to be Kevster going for the dupe onto the Tracer. He recalls away from those sticky bombs though, and is forced to play from the periphery for the time being. A very comfortable duplicate here from an off-Tracer player, but he hasn't found any opportunities to get kills. Really just trying to keep Junbin at bay here as the Gladiators are ticking up that capture percentage.
Marvel is back from dying earlier as well. Junbin is going to utilize his mines here to try to buy some space. Crucially, he's going to stay alive.
No way.
Barely stays alive, and they get the point cap as well.
That's unreal. Junbin just hangs in there. Adaptive barrier coming up at just the right time. Yaki tries his best. He gets rid of Renko again. His pulse bombs have been connecting with the Ana more often than not in this round so far. And the Gladiators need to do a little bit more to retake control. Lucamino out of the picture means no healers for the Shock. But the Gladiators didn't fare so well themselves here, and they're forced to regroup and have another crack at this point. Last fight territory, Johnny.
Last fight territory indeed, and both Brigitte is trying to build this rally. Junbin, no, you stuck! Oh, he gets up! Crucially gets up for the very last fight here.
The Techers, of course, able to power drive back onto solid ground. Feature, not a bug. Striker here falls back to be proper duping the Ana for the time being, but Renko this time gets his revenge against Yaki. Nice kill on the enemy Tracer here. Lastro gonna go for the rally and hope it's enough to keep the Gladiators smooth sailing into this point retake. Nice bio connection here from Proper. Having two Anas definitely doesn't suck. A lot of pressure now onto Bubble as the focusing beam doesn't find the kill, but eventually Junbin gets in there and finds two. This Wrecking Ball is nasty stuff. Marvel, yes, he's got Nano and he's well and truly in there. He's forced to jump away, get topped up with just a mini health pack here.
He's everywhere.
Lucamino, the Nano boost here, he can't get away. Junbin finds him yet again, a third kill on the fight for the Wrecking Ball. And San Francisco, they take the first round here on control. Ironic for so many reasons, but of course, surprising. Given the new look roster they brought in, they are looking pretty slick.
Oh, they're looking so comfortable playing here as well. And look, Lucamino and Renko doing a pretty good job here, staying alive against the Gladiators. I do definitely think that Marvel, he felt the pressure on that Winston because again, like you saw there in the end, Junbin on the Wrecking Ball, he has the ability to just move around the map so quickly that if you do just one mistake, then the Wrecking Ball is going to be in your face. You're taking so much poke damage all the time. And so it's going to be a bit harder for them to dive aggressively and get on top of Lucamino and Renko. But the Shock, starting from the back, both Lucamino and Renko staying alive throughout the entire fight, just setting Striker and Proper up for success. And this is the Shock that we wanted to see at the start of the season, but it might have to be a little bit too later. We got the summer stage, and this is the Shock trying to really compete for these play-in and playoff spots.
And this is the concept, right? Anything that means that Proper doesn't have to play Sombra is a-okay with me. The Widowmaker here now. And Striker, of course, picking up the aforementioned douches. Probably looking for some... Oh, my, yeah, your boy be cooking, I'm not going to lie. Great opener, but drops to the low ground here. And this falls straight into the waiting arms of Marvel. Nice pick, but follow-up, baby. Not quite sticking the landing.
And this is maybe a win condition for the Gladiators now, relying more on this Ramatra pick, and maybe Yaki moving away, you know, setting up Marvel with these hacks. This is definitely something they could rely on. Junbin moving over to the Winston, electing not to go with this Ramatra mirror composition. So Junbin maybe playing a bit more aggressively. They'll have to get past Marvel, right? So what dive targets are you really looking for? Maybe Lastro?
Yeah, maybe pressure on the Baptiste, maybe even just forcing Immortality Field out preemptively. Also, Immo doesn't feel great against a Widowmaker, especially if Proper is causing problems, so we'll see how long the Gladiators opt to stick to this composition. See Striker there floating through the middle part of the map, pops up, hacks Marvel, and just sort of backs away. Not a super high damage composition for San Francisco, so Striker and Junbin, Johnny, really need to put this together.
Yeah, really relying on Proper to find some of these picks, or Striker setting up a good dive here, but already like getting poked away. They're not really finding anything so far, and Gladiators firmly in control.
Junbin very low here, able to presumably get back and get some healing. The Gladiators are at 56, and at no point, Johnny, have they really been pressured off the point here. They've got a lot of healing. Their throughput is obviously extremely high. It's got to be EMP, where the Shock, I guess, find most of their value here, and they do throw it down. Rather, it comes from Yaki, should I say. That allows them just to eat Junbin up here. So San Francisco are going to be waiting even longer for a chance to flip.
Yeah, and this is something we saw, for example, the Florida Mayhem really enjoying the spring stage, playing the Kiriko and Baptiste backline. You got the Suzu to clear any negative effects, and also you got the Immortality Field, right? So it's hard to dive on top of this composition. Like, there's so many tools for the supports to mitigate the dive. So Junbin, you know, he's having a hard time this map now. Proper with the infra site, he needs to find a pick here to really open the door for the Shock.
Okay, here's Marvel going in, Annihilation popped, he ignores Junbin, he knows he doesn't have the damage to do anything here. He knows he can create a bit of spacing though between the Winston and the rest of their team, and that's what he does. Tries to drive a wedge between them here. Primal Race from Junbin though that allow him to correct any positioning issues. But Marvel says, I'm just going to wait till someone tries to contest this point. And there's no real attempt here for San Francisco. Finally the EMP comes out, Johnny. Suzu used there by Bubble. He obviously has Kitsune Rush, but it's not quick enough to keep Marvel topped up here. And perhaps the Gladiators just let this happen, back away, save these ultimates, and just try and end the round on a retake of their own.
Yeah, not too stressful, not too bothered about losing this particular fight. Again, you saw that was even pretty close. Proper taking some aggressive positioning, looking for a pick, can't quite find it. But going back to my previous point, that like Bobble and Lastro, they immediately saw the MP, they popped the Suzu, they popped the Immortality Field, and that's a way for them to stay alive. Now they have the Kiriko Rush, so maybe choosing to go a bit more aggressively here. Brig and Ana, they're going to be pretty stacked without the Lucio speed boost, and Kevster already finds a pick. This could be the Gladiators sealing this point for them.
Having a good round, Kevster so far, only the 2 final blows, but they've come at just the right time here. Here's Kitsune Rush, Junbin is steamrolled. Kevster fighting yet another one. This time it's a pick on the enemy Widowmaker. And it feels from this point onward pretty deterministic. Renko seems to agree as he just stood there and allowed that to befall him. And it will be 1 round apiece here. Yaki surplus EMP thrown out for celebration. And that was a much less convincing demonstration from San Francisco, Johnny.
Yeah, you know, jabs back and forth. San Francisco first with a Wrecking Ball composition on well. You know, they take the first round and showing what they want to play, and they're going back to it here now. But then also the Gladiators with this Ramato composition. Kevster hitting some clean shots right here. Yep.
Oy.
That's going to be a shutdown right here. But now, going over to Lighthouse, the very third and final round. Did he get another one here? Ooh.
Yeah, I think he finds a second in this fight.
Yep.
Yeah, it's on Proper.
Gorgeous.
Only 3 final blows for the whole round, right? So it doesn't have to do much because the Shock are trying to, I don't know, finagle their positioning early in that round. And, you know, Kevs is really just waiting for an engagement. This time, different looks. The Shock go back to this Wrecking Ball, this Echo style here on Lighthouse.
Yeah, and obviously we saw the Shock dominating with his comp in the very first round, right? But this one, you know, it's a bit smaller, and so the Winston has some more room to navigate this point without taking as much poke damage. Looking for these engages, right? We're going to see Lukemino and Renko staying up. Striker wins out in the Tracer duel.
Okay.
And this is really going to open the door for Shock to cap the point first.
Look, Striker's having a pretty darn good map, Johnny. He's 5-2 right now. Definitely no slouch on the Tracer. Absolutely what San Francisco have been looking for so far. Renko there taking pot shots, a sly grin as he clips Kevster's wings and puts the Gladiators out of contention here. Shock cap the point early now, and we'll just solidify this lead.
Clean as you like, and as you said, Striker having a bit of a good map, and this is just what you want to see. You want to see the Shock being comfortable. I mean, Striker, he brings that championship experience, right? Already back at it, picks out Marvel, and the Gladiators have to go back to the drawing board. I mean, they need to find some kind of momentum in this dive mirror, because I'm telling you, Mitch, we might see a lot of this in the series, so you need to find an answer now.
Gladiators in the first round looked a little unsure about what their win condition was. At least there was no consensus up against the Wrecking Ball setup. We saw Kevster try and pressure Proper down. Then you think Yaki could probably do much the same here, but San Francisco basically had the run of the place for much of that first round until it got a bit dicey. See here, Renko wants to play from this high ground. Yeah, so Gladiators say, right, unseating this Ana is very important. But in the meantime, it's a counter dive, I'll call it, with air quotes from Proper, finding a great focusing beam kill on Lastro, and Striker connects with Babel, and all of a sudden, no healers.
I mean, they're looking a little bit lost here with Marvel on the tank. Both him and Lastro commit towards the point and pressure the point. But then Marvel, he just jumps up to the balcony trying to put pressure on the Shock backline. And it just leaves out Lastro completely to dry on the point alone. You lose your main support. And from there, Babel has no protection at all, right? So it's just need maybe a little bit of communication. Maybe it's the Gladiators. We talked about the Shock. Maybe it's the Gladiators who need to figure out the synergy a little bit.
The Wrecking Ball from Junmin, man, it's been pretty hard to deal with. Straight away, scouts the high ground here. Yeah, look, he sees that where the Gladiators are trying to play right towards that point. Shrugs off the sticky bombs for the most part here. Proper has that duplicate available. You see, he doesn't want to duplicate the Winston now because of the changes to that ability. Instead, just looks to try and poke the Glads away from the point, prevent them from capping, which they didn't, by the way. They got close until the Shock intervened, and Bubble just explodes. Proper descends upon him with a focusing beam and finds the key kill. Kevster fares a little better now, and the Shock have the numbers. There was a flip from the Gladiators. That is the, I guess, the sole upside for them in this fight. And with Lastro fighting Proper, there might be an opportunity to extend this slim lead. Luke Mino forced to back away from the point. In comes the primal rage of Marvel, but hard to kill the Brig. You're right, plenty of ults to deal with here. Nano available for Babel still. Pulse for Yaki, finds Striker.
Yeah, the Gladiators stay alive. Just getting that crucial cap and then being able to stay onto the point, allowing some of your team members to get back to the point. You still have a duplication online from Kevster. You still have the Nano boost. So this is the Gladiators maybe being able to hold on to this point and maybe find some momentum. It's going to be an uphill battle to close out this round, but they have the positioning now. They are in control.
Kevster playing from this high ground here. Spotson been coming in. Gonna satisfy himself with just a little bit of poke damage there, as even Yaki was trying to get involved. An early pick on Junmin would have been big, but it's a bit much to ask for the Gladiators here. Forcing him away seems to be more than enough. It's going to be a Tracer duplicate for Kevster. He's right at home in the pilot seat right now. Sees Luke Mino, but behind him, crucially, is Renko trying to get in the soft underbelly of the Shock's composition. The pulse bomb thrown out, and Luke Mino catches it. A curveball from Kevster. Don't even get 3 strikes, it's 1. Beautiful stuff. And what a pick to put the Glads now back in a threatening position.
Back in a threatening position. This could come down to the very last fight, and Bubble still has that Nano boost. Proper himself with the duplication. If he goes over to the Tracer and finds a pulse bomb himself, I wouldn't be surprised.
Go time here for the Shock. They've got to shut this down before it becomes any more of an issue here. Marvel just kept it alive. That instant heal from the Nano boost was very important against the focusing beam from Proper. He can't take the Winston down, but still, so much pressure being suffered by the Gladiators, and Proper eventually finds his mark. It's Babel going down. Marvel knows there's no one to keep them topped up here. He's got to get off the point and find a health pack. He's found it, sure enough, but now he needs to get back in and help Kevster out, who's at least able to strike blood, getting rid of Proper now, and Yaki makes his way over towards the point, but this is dangerous stuff. The Shock's starting to win out in terms of these individual trades, and Babel can only saunter over towards the point. There's no one to swift step to, no chance to contest, and the Shock take the first map in this series with a real new look roster. Looking pretty tired after, presumably, Johnny, not a lot of time to prepare.
Oh, this is what we wanted to see. I mean, look, they announced the roster, the signings today, Mitch, but I do think they had some time to prepare for this one. Yeah, it's a lot of changes. You got a completely new backline to the team. You got Striker coming in after his stint on the Boston Uprising earlier to the year. And this is the Shock that we wanted to see, right? So Striker finding picks on the Tracer, winning out against Yaki in some of those duels. It's critical for the Shock to establish some kind of momentum. I gotta say, I think we're in for a good one here, Mitch. I mean, this first map went the distance. I think we could go to map 5 on this one.
Okay, I mean, look, the Shock have already exceeded your expectations soundly, Johnny. And I guess from a direction we did not expect, right? We knew, I mean, coming into the season, we knew that Junmin was like a really well-known Wrecking Ball. Very well-known, of course, in his home region and, of course, in ranked. But he didn't have much of a chance to play it. So much of this season, it felt like it had to be Winston or bust. And then, of course, it was Junmin and Max, this rotating door. The Shock couldn't really find their mainstay at the tank role. Now, whether or not this means that Wrecking Ball is going to make any more sense on any of these maps, it's nice to see that San Francisco been able to take this comp and really start to refine it. And Striker is looking good.
He is so good.
History.
I'm telling you, don't sleep on Striker.
I can't. I mean, I've seen too much of the guy. I mean, like, time is a flat circle, Johnny. I don't know what to tell you. It is a San Francisco Shock with Striker in the mix again. Look good at the start of this series. Stick around because Eichenwalder is up next. Good start here for the San Francisco Shock. Hit the ground running with a bit of a new look roster. And how about this one for you? Junbin on the entirety of Ilios after 10 minutes of play, 0 deaths, 7 final blows, 17 knockback kills, or knockback eliminations, I guess it's safe to say. What a showing on the board.
I had some conversations with some folks going into this season, and keep in mind, this was when the Shock Hopium Copium was, you know, at the top of the charts. But some people were saying that Junbin was, you know, a top 3 wrecking ball in the world, maybe even the best wrecking ball in the world. It's that good, right? So, you know, I'm taking their word for it. This is when the Shock feel comfortable, and especially with less Sombra being around, you know, we're seeing some more Tracer Echo. It enables Junbin to play a signature hero.
But how far can you push this, Johnny? You know, Ilios makes sense.
Good question.
Right? Eichenwalder, Dorado, Colosseo, and Tartic Peninsula if we need it. Like, are we done with the ball for now? Any opportunity to bring it in? Maybe not on Eichenwalder.
Probably. I mean, look, Eichenwalder, really, I don't have the Scrim insight. I can't tell you what they're going to play here. I do think it's an interesting map that we haven't really seen much of this year. It's important to keep in mind that Shock were really good on Eichenwalde last year, and obviously that was a different team back then. Kalush was, you know, and Mikey were the tanks for that team back then. So they've moved some players around, but Krusty has a really good idea of how to play Eichenwalde, and this was probably their best map in the 2022 season. So maybe this is something they're able to pick up quickly. Krusty can inform the new guys, hey, this is how we should play it. Keep in mind, you know, how to play this high ground and engage in these spots, right? So I'm curious to see what they're going to bring out when it comes to the compositions, because, you know, the Winston you can certainly play, but you might lean towards the Ramatra, for example, and some of these long-range hitscan heroes. We're seeing Kai in the mix, for example, so that's a bit of a hint right there.
Absolutely. I'd like to bring up the 2022 season for San Francisco. While players not here anymore, right? We saw Kalush play D.Va on this map a lot, and
yeah,
they're one of the first teams that really played D.Va, and she changed a lot in 5v5. Felt like she was much more defensive, much more PL oriented, but also had that obvious verticality or the vertical capability that kind of made her a good option, especially in that second phase of the map. We're probably not there anymore. I think things are, you know, definitely trended far more towards like this rush style combos. Both teams are going to go for Ramatras. Striker on the Hanzo here, definitely a hero. We've seen him on before, and the Echoes keep getting brought back in. So the difference, of course, being the Mercy pocket for Luke Mina.
This is definitely what I had in my research, Mitch. The Ramatra Echo Mercy comp. Yeah.
Yep.
We knew this would be coming out, right?
I mean, maybe you did, but you have the Scrim data, right? I'm a little surprised to see it, right? Like, you are, you know, outside of the obvious meme of, like, putting a lot of resources in proper, which is something that the Shock do, right? You know, we know that sometimes Echo can beat, like, a pocketed sort of, you know, Echo setup with a sticky bomb and burst damage here, but Kai can't be happy about that run. That's supposed to be your pivot. The Ash is supposed to be safe and comfortable, well entrenched here. Probably just dives in with that extra heal.
Just picking them apart. I mean,
go kill anybody?
He's back in business.
Okay, dude.
He's back in business.
Yeah, we're so Barack, man. And, I mean look,
yeah.
the follow for Luke Mina was good, right? Yes, you're pocketed, so you know you can shrug off a lot of non-burst damage, and you can probably play much more aggressively there, but Kai looked like he had no idea where Proper came from.
Yeah, and I mean, Lukamina does a good job as well, avoiding the angles, so Kai can't even pick him off in the first place. And then when you deal with Kai, I mean, who is really going to pick off the Mercy on the side of Shock, right? Kevster maybe diving in past Ramatra, but it's a tough task, so great execution by the Shock there, well played, and now they onto point B here. And they're going to push this card as much as they can, just trying to hold the Gladiators off and not allowing Kai to find any opening picks here on the Ash.
Kai, just a warning shot there with the dynamite towards the Catacombs. Proper though, what's in for dinner? We'll have him, my goodness. Yeah, that is a well done piece of steak there, my goodness. He just explodes there, and even taking Babel after the fact means that the Gladiators absolutely shattered on this defensive setup. I think they have Kevston lurking maybe, but all he can really do is harass
Oh,
here.
Marvel is lurking.
Marvel. Is he just trying to get out? I'm not sure.
Should be good here.
I mean, Homie be clinking and clanking every time he takes a step. I'm not really sure he's built for stealth here. He's built for Olympia, that's for sure.
Oh, you have to buy some attachment or something, right? Some soft boots.
Stealth attachment.
Yeah.
He needs to fix his loadout, bro. Oh, God. All right, well, I mean, Lastro just gets demolished inside the bloom of that annihilation from Junbin here. I hate seeing this. Going for it after the fact here. Marvel is able to stay alive for the most part, but eventually, yeah, Focusy Beam is the perfect antidote to a Ramatra that's inside that ultimate. Proper has to get a little close, but the Gladiators here look pretty average. They look pretty average so far.
Yeah, Marvel swaps over to the Winston. I didn't mention, but Lastro swapped over to the Kiriko, of course, and a bit of a swap there, but he gets picked up as well. I mean, look, you want to get past the Ramatra because otherwise you can't really punish these picks coming out for the Gladiators. Bob is going to throw one out from Kai, but Striker finds a pulse bomb. Oh, that's a nice little shot there. Maybe you can find some stability from that pick, but it's been looking rough for the Gladiators, like you said.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case though, Johnny. Losing your Tracer here. Striker only really able to get a trade off the Pulse Bomb. Probably doesn't feel great about it. Now the Gladiators want to slow things down, starting to pick the Shock apart as they're quite dispersed, I think, after that push came in from Junbin. So a chance here for the Gladiators to catch their breath and figure out just what the flowchart's supposed to look like here and how they can sort of get past Junbin, start to pressure
Well, I can tell you that the flowchart for the Shock, if they're going to stick to the Lucio and Kiriko, it's go in, dive, go past, go into the backline here, get on top of Kai. It's interesting, really, because the Lucio is such a committing pick. Like, you're really forcing yourself to play this aggressive playstyle, right? I mean, there's not a ton of healing coming out from a Lucio and a Kiriko composition, and so you really can't negate everything happening with the Bionades and Kai on top of this Ashe. Nice boop from Junbin. You need to find this Kai pick. Oh, what a sleep.
Proper. Yeah, demolished. That was beautiful stuff there from Bavel. A little bit more quiet this game. Really dominating the high ground here on this Ana. Getting Kai in position to do his best work is definitely what the Gladiator should hope to do, and he's able to snipe Renko down inside the castle. This is it. The Gladiators are actually starting to affect the pace here.
Yeah, I feel really good about the Gladiators in these compositional matchups. This is when you can find some stability and put your Ashe on the high ground. Even though Junbin can knock you back and stuff, you have the coach gun to sort of move around and protect yourself a little bit. Marvel playing Winston right here. You have both the high ground with the rest of your team, but also the forward high ground. You have a lot of options here, so that's the dive from the Shock, and they're just going to mitigate everything that I just said.
Yep. Sorry, Johnny. That's the way it be sometimes. Junbin just turns up and destroys that high ground presence here from the Gladiators, losing Kai again at the start of the fight. The Shock can't afford to have Mercy here still. They need the speed boost from Lukemino, so there's less maybe behind Proper in terms of keeping him nice and topped up and allowing him to play aggressively here. But on the Ana, he's still looking pretty scary as well. Drops down a bit of harassment there from Kester as a big defense left of the round of Marvel. The focusing beam, oh, he gets the nano. Again, the instant health means the focusing beam instantly does less damage per second, per tick in that situation. No. It's just the antidotes, but it's not enough. Kai's still down to the mines, and Lukemino gets involved as well. 3 players up for the Gladiators here, and they're eventually going to get surrounded. Lastro's in trouble.
We wondered about the Shock backline being able to play these main supports heroes when they signed Renko and Lukemino with a great sound barrier there, keeping his team alive, and then aggressively finding a couple of picks as well. Shock, they're looking like they're going to cap this point. Kevster with the touch. They have a Bob here as well.
They can't get out of the corridor, though. That's the problem. Yeah. Junbin there on the wrecking ball basically just says no. And the Gladiators were grouped up, ready to go, but no opportunity to make it back. Proper again gets punished there by the Ashe, and that's kind of Kai's function here for the most part. Proper's done such a good job of avoiding the scrutiny of that Ashe at mid to long range.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we'll see Striker and Proper swap off the Tracer and the Echo here. Obviously now moving on to third point. The more closed off point of the 3 points here on Eichenwalde, so you don't have a lot of room to navigate. We're not on a Junkrat meta, but you know, if Jake was on the cast, he might suggest that hero. But yeah, I mean, the Shock move over now to a bit more healing here. You have the Ana and the Kiriko on your side, so they can maybe build on something here, try to find an opening that enables Striker and Proper to go in.
San Francisco, obviously, no need for the Lucio anymore. Crossing the bridge is not really an issue for them now. They don't need the speed. So we saw Bob come out there defensively from the Gladiators. While that was put to sleep, the Shock didn't really feel like they had a decent way in, right? So I think you're feeling pretty good, at least, about getting the Bob out. Got a minute left of the round.
Bio? Marvel? Okay. Looking to push this momentum, push this advantage, but they can't find a pick.
Marvel with the Primal, a bit of an issue. Like, again, creates some degree of spacing here, but looks like the Shock are really just interested right now in moving the cart. They're not trying to take a fight here. They're trying to stick pretty close and get a fight outside of spawn. And then Junbin, this is why. Junbin wants to force them back onto their side of the map and get value out of this annihilation. You better believe that's exactly what transpires. Now he throws up a shield in the wall. San Francisco play that really well. Instead of diving deep to win the fight, on the edge of that corner, they push and get Junbin set up to lock him into spawn.
It's really so smart from the Shock. And this is where you see really cerebral players come to life in a setup like this where everyone's on the same page. As I said, if you are the Shock, you're playing the Ana and the Kiriko backline, you're just trying to keep your team alive, and then when you find an opening, when you find a Bionade on top of Kevster and Marvel, well, that's the moment to push, and that's where we see the Kitsune rush enabled, of course, from the Shock, and they really go aggressive, try to find these picks, and they find that pick, and then you're in a 5 versus 4 situation, and the ball just gets rolling from there, right? So great to see the Shock being on the same page, finding an opening, taking their time, and then striking when the opportunity is there.
Is this Ashe really doing much against the Echo setup? Because Proper is 7-3 right now. Kai, I mean, admittedly, might have been the one getting those final blows here, but definitely feels like Proper's still got a bit of freedom here. And, you know, Kevster and Tracer both with, I would say, neither with headlining performances here. Kevster being 4-1 was pretty nice, but it's not really been enough for the Gladiators to slow the shock down towards the end there.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the issue a little bit for the Gladiators at some points in the spring stage as well. You sub in Kai, and you kind of lock yourself in to that long-range hit scan composition, right? And if Junbin is playing the Ramatra, for example, well, I mean, it's hard to get value in the front lines, really. And so the Kai hasn't really found that value as of yet on this role. But now, when you're on the attack, you give yourself a little bit more room here to navigate the angles and to find the setups you like. So 28 seconds for the shock here when they secure the point, but like the Gladiators, they're not out of it yet. They have the opportunity to set a really good timer on the attack.
Looks like they still do want to play this fairly slow build-up composition, right? It's the Ramatra, we call rush because there's no Lucio here, and they are still running the Ash. So they're hoping to bait something from San Francisco. Catch him out just like that. Striker, caught with nowhere to go. Kevster basically drags him into Kai's crosshair.
And this is what I talked about. I mean, Kevster and Lastro, they're in the backline on the Kiriko and the Tracer. And they're kind of like herding the backline of Shock and putting them in a position where Kai can find these picks, for example. So great job by the Gladiators there. Both of these teams wanting to take it a little bit slower. Yes, they're playing their Ramatra, but like you said, they're not playing rush. Like, they don't want to engage on top of the backline, right? They're taking their time, allowing their damage players to find these openings and really play their mechanical game and find the picks.
I like the Kiriko Tracer combo, right? We definitely see a few players, more aggressive Kirikos, will just walk up where their Tracer is and then know they can swift step out of trouble if they have to. We saw right there the San Francisco shot getting absolutely picked to pieces. So the Wrecking Ball here, for San Francisco, what's the game plan here for Junbin?
I think Junbin was really comfortable playing the Wrecking Ball up until Kai actually swapped over to the Sombra. So curious to see how long Junbin is going to stick on this Wrecking Ball. I suspect the Winston come out once more, but I think Kai on the Sombra, he's very cognizant of what he's dealing with here. And even though Sombra might not be Kai's signature hero, this could be the Gladiators trying to expose the Shock's composition here.
It's interesting, right? Maybe San Francisco don't expect the Gladiators to have this in their back pocket. Kai's got to pull out there, actually takes a fair bit of poke damage. Junbin was hacked, he's still able to trundle away from the cart. Marvel's the one that gets caught out instead. Proper again, just descending on the tank.
Hello.
Blowing him up very quickly here. Maybe biting a fall that he could shoot at the moment, but a nice little bio there. Sleep. Okay, he's got everything going on here. Lastro got a nano, but can't do too much on his own. Definitely don't want to give that healing to from those Inspire procs, so Proper kind of gets out of jail there and strikes a bit of a mortal blow with the Gladiators as they were sort of mid-step trying to take control of that high ground.
Yeah, and I had a conversation with Jake backstage in the first couple of matches doing today, and he shared the knowledge as well that, you know, we're actually seeing a lot of these Echoes duplicates Dianas because it's just way easier to build up the nano boost. You generate the ultimate charge faster, right? And you have the Bionade as well. It's a win condition, so we're going to see more of that in the summer stage, Mitch.
Yeah, the changes to Echo making, you know, it less of an obvious decision, you know, just copy Winston and move on with your life. Proper, man, he's looking excellent. This is kind of what we hope to see if you're a San Francisco fan. Proper put in a position where he can just go, not worry too much about the consequences here. Really aggressive plays, been keeping Marvel under the thumb for most of this round, while Junbin constantly has the Gladiator suffering from whiplash. Sleep here, but he should be able to walk away from this one, even with the bio.
Oh, he's struggling.
Oh, got him.
It's a nice pick.
Kevson able to run him down. Johnny really has to extend deep for that one, though. Walks into a sleep here. Strike able to find that kill despite, let's see, Marvel trying to protect him with that Primal Rage now. Up he goes and deals with Proper. Marvel finally getting his time in the sun, and the Gladiators still with 3 minutes on the clock. So a lot of time to work with after a very quick point A take, are getting close to this second checkpoint.
And Gladiators have this EMP as well, so a great opportunity here for the Gladiators to close out this second point. Marvel waiting for the EMP to come in. We're going to see the Shock engaging first, trying to find the picks themselves.
This Johnny! The Jungle Queen! They can't swing stick on Junbin though. Kevster shuts him down, but I think the damage has already been done because after Junbin falls, Proper's there already to find 2 quick kills. Hang on, Kevster. Hang on! He's able to equalize the fight for a 2 versus 2 here, but man, you've kind of lost the element of surprise here. How do you pressure Striker down? He's not going to offer himself up for free.
Yeah, you can't with the spawns. I mean, Shock are just going to come back here faster, so you gotta wait it out. Marvel swaps over to the ball. I suspect this ball swap was actually to get back faster, but now you're in a situation where you gotta engage quickly with this nano boost from Bubble.
Played a ton of ball with the Soul Dynasty, right? This is, you know, not out of his wheelhouse, suffice to say. Good hack there on Proper from Oh, there it is, surely! What a big boop, and yeah, that'll catch Renko out. No charge of getting away. But Luke Mino, I think it was, able to swift step to his teammate, but straight into the belly of the beast as Lastro eats him up. And this will be the Gladiators getting to the castle phase, Johnny, with like a minute 45 or so. It's a pretty good number here to get the map done with time to spare.
Yeah, kind of clean from Oliver right there on the Wrecking Ball. And this is what he offers you. You can play so many different heroes at a very high level. And it works out for them. Kai's going to swap over to the Hanzo again. Third point, a bit more closer, a bit more stacked. And Hanzo really allows you to put out a lot of damage onto the enemy team. Junbin is going to be dealing with a lot on top of himself here. So we gotta play cautiously around this angle here. If he gets bionated, it's go time for the Gladiators.
Striker on the Hanzo here as well. Okay, proper duplicate the Ramatra. He's swinging haymakers here, but so far no one willing to receive them. I mean, he could build his ultimate so quick when he hits those punches. There's only 4 seconds left, though. Looks like he's going to be knocked out of duplication anyway. Kai ensures that. Storm Arrow. So the Gladiators now bounce back, springing into action. It's going to be Marvel getting the nano boost here. They want to push up, and Prob's down Kevster already. The pulse bomb from Kevster isn't quite enough. Look, Mino eventually is going to be brought down, but Kevster, his loss is a lot of flexibility off the table here for the Gladiators now, and the sleep on Marvel means this annihilation is probably going to be cut short. Renko playing around the pillar, can barely see, of course, with those effects in play. Don't worry, the colors are client side, not player side, so they're seeing default skins. Renko plays in the back corner, holding on to this nano.
Just playing slowly here. You have the annihilation coming up from Junbin. You have the nano boost. No pressure on the shock to do anything special right here. They can sit back. Dragon comes out from Striker. Oh, it's a beautiful dragon. And now the shock, they can push up. They can regain this position.
Lastro, no chance to escape their shield bash, or no, the angle was just impossible to navigate. Huge pick. You're not always expecting that for your Dragon Strike. Sometimes it's just to create some spacing. It's something that maybe, you know, is a catalyst for a team fight win, but rarely gets it on its own. So San Francisco feeling very good about that one. Almost feels like a freebie. Kai will have a Dragon Strike of his own coming back in. And with these L-shaped corridors, it can be hard to avoid a Dragon Strike that cuts through just like this. But the Shock are able to avoid the gaping maw this time.
Yeah, I don't think they saw there that Gumino was bionated. Instead, it's going to be the Shock going aggressive with the nano boost. Proper gets in there, finds Kai. But it's a minute on the timer here now, Mitch. And Gladiators, they have built up some of these support ultimates. You have the rally and the nano boost coming online. But you gotta find some value here. This is tough. You almost have to win 2 fights here against Shock with this positioning.
I don't feel confident for them at all. The Gladiators, I think San Francisco are pretty well entrenched here. They look pretty comfortable. The bio there from Babel is fine, but it's nothing that you can really capitalize on. Kevston needs to go huge with a pulse bomb here. Johnny, I'm calling it now. He has to make an opening for the Gladiators, otherwise this clock will dwindle further. We're at 28 seconds apiece. Gladiators are going to be behind no matter what happens. It's Kai finding Junbin instead. One of the DPSs from the Gladiators able to step up now, makes it a 5 versus 4. Here's the annihilation for Marvel, hoping to push everybody back. Junbin in a tough spot here, caught in the middle of it. This annihilation is going to be very hard to dance around. This cart is moving. 10 seconds left in the round here, and here comes Junbin with annihilation of his own to try and maybe get us into overtime at the very least here. 5 seconds left. Junbin just needs to stay alive a little longer, and the healing is coming thick and fast. Luke Mino trying to keep him standing. We are into overtime now. Marvel eventually going to be able to roll over Luke Mino. But San Francisco have a 28-second lead. The Glads finishing in overtime means it's only a 1-minute extension.
Oh, Junbin gifted them a lifeline here on Eichenwalde, going down that early with the annihilation as well, and he comes back and he's missing Diana heal, so he can't really keep himself alive on the payload. Crucial mistake there from Junbin on the Ramatra. And now the Gladiators, I mean, you got 1 minute versus 1 minute 28 here in overtime. Whoo! This is anyone's game.
Oh yeah, felt like San Francisco was getting pretty comfortable there, but sometimes, man, Hanzo just serves you up these key kills and you've got to be ready to capitalize on them. Suffice to say, the Glads were as Marvel hurtled into the midst of the Shock with annihilation as soon as the starter's pistol went off, apparently. With only 30 seconds separating these two teams, so much hinges on the approach to point A. And I've got to say, Johnny, I really like the look for the Gladiators, right? I think we saw, was it Striker or Proper got forced out into the open by the Tracer, and then Lastro and Kevster just go in on this 2-man goon squad, finding kills and cleaning them out. The Shock are going to have to be ready for that approach this time around.
Yeah, I mean, we know by now that Lastro, he's not afraid to do the more courageous things and going aggressive deep into the backline with Kevster, right? So there is that threat. I do think that neither Shock and the Gladiators, they're happy with their point A defense. So both of these teams could really shore up their point A defense, and that could make all the difference here in overtime. Oh, they're gonna swap.
Alrighty.
They saw something.
What have they seen is the question. We don't really see what the picking actually is, but it's straight to
they're gonna
Brig.
peel.
Ash. I think they see the... I mean, yeah, I'm not really sure. Maybe seeing the Winston on defense is what makes them feel like they see the play? Maybe it's the back line of
maybe
the
the
shot.
proper
Unclear.
echo. I mean, you can play around the pillar, right? You want to sit back and really try to poke out proper, avoid the echo as much as possible, and now you have the Brig and the Ash to really sit back and make it difficult for the Shock to find an opening here.
You could say the same, though, about the pillar favoring proper, right? You can really use that to break line of sight and just only dive in when there's a guaranteed kill there. Just like that one, man. And yeah, he gets his altitude and just ducks back around the pillar. That airborne mobility that Echo has really gives him the edge in these situations. Kai is, I don't know what he's cooking, but that one is it's gone wrong.
Gone wrong indeed. Kevster, no, don't think so.
Yeah, Johnny. Yeah, it's like Gordon Ramsay looking at a toasted sandwich on Twitter. You know what I mean? People used to send their pictures of their food and make it purposely cursed. Yeah, that's Johnny right now. But you're much more polite about it. I've got to give you credit. I don't think you get picked up for any big network cooking shows as a result, though. We really need more sensationalism from you in the reaction to this.
More sensationalism from me.
Yeah.
All right,
Johnny, I've seen you in improv class, my guy. I've seen you. Those were good days. You got it in you.
Yeah, and I failed to improv right there. Look, I got the amateur casting chops right there, okay? I saw Kevster trying to touch. It's not his fault, he had to touch, but I failed to improvise about saying anything insightful, so I just commented on a Tracer diving in. Just sacrificing himself to keep the timer running.
To be fair, I wouldn't exactly say that was stellar improvisation from Kai, who decided that perhaps just going 1v2, 1v3 on the point was the way to get them out of the situation. Look at this.
Oh, it's tough.
Marvel, rough start to the fight. Proper just, he knows. He just has to dive in.
Yeah.
And just dodges away.
Let Renko go. You know, you wanted to see a little Renko highlight. There you go. Making a name for himself here in the big leagues.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, look, 2 key sleeps so far in this round. Very much getting involved in a lot of these engagements here. I will take a final blow. I will say he is being focused out by the Gladiators here. So 9 deaths so far for him. Again, a lot of that pressure's come in as Marvel and Kevster primarily. He's 13-4, by the way. Have really got up in his face. Proper, though.
Yeah,
on the Widow. 16 final blows, 8 deaths so far.
Okay. That's up there.
Yep.
16 final blows. That's pretty good. That's more than I could achieve in a damage game. I'll say that. I'm a tank player. Committed. So,
almost deadlift territory.
Yeah. I mean, he could be deadlifting right now because he's got the Lucamino Mercy pocket. You know he's gunning for it. He's back in the summer stage, and just as I say that, they're swapping. Why do you even bother talking? This is madness.
I get asked that all the time, Johnny. I still haven't figured out how to answer that question. You just do. It's very natural. So we have Junker Queen, Tracer, Genji set up here. This is all in from San Francisco. They're getting dash resets one way or another.
I am scared if I'm Bubble or Lastro, especially when they're flanking around here. It's gonna be ring around the Rosie, and they got point control. What did the Gladiators do here?
I mean, this is like trying to give a bear hug to a cactus. You just do not want to approach. What choice do you have?
Oh,
Junbin! In that Nemesis form. They catch Junbin. Junbin takes a ton of damage. Kai instrumental in finding that elimination. And ultimately going to be credited with it here. Just 11 seconds left for San Francisco to make something happen. Both of these teams falling flat on this overtime offense.
Is this a draw? Is this a draw, Mitch? I don't think we had a draw this season.
In the current year, we got a draw, ladies and gentlemen. San Francisco and Los Angeles both failing to get any progress in that overtime. Both teams showing vastly different compositions, right? I mean, Kai actually, you know what? I don't get that, Kai. You never smile when you win. Like, you just don't. And you just get on the mic and be like, yeah, well, it's another day at the office. You're smiling now for a draw. That doesn't make any sense.
Hey, he got the pick. He got the winning pick, Mitch. Give him some credit, you know? Junbin sitting on top of the cart as Junker Queen and Kai finds that pick. Playing a ring around the Rosie perfectly, by the way. You know, trying to build some time for Kai to get that pick. And he crucially gets that pick. I mean, that's no easy task. So Kai did his job there. They were on the back foot after failing to capture out point A. So I think the Gladiators, you know, they're pretty happy with that draw here, considering they had to deal with that shock Junker Queen attack.
Yeah, I like the read, right? You have to make that read awfully quick because San Francisco weren't opting to give you much time to sit back and figure it out the long way here. Well, quite a map it's been. It's going to end up in a draw here. Again, this is the first of 3 series. There's still much more Overwatch to be played. A lot of Ramatra here for San Francisco. Them surging ahead on that last part of the attacking side. The Gladiators here, after that key pick on Junmin it was, you see the Gladiators absolutely go for it here. Neither of these teams giving each other an inch. We're getting a match of a quality, Johnny, that we just didn't expect coming into
Map 6. Map 6. I'm calling it now, Mitch. Map 6.
Okay. Johnny,
we're going to be here all day.
Take that map 5 prediction here to account for the draw. I'm okay with that, Johnny. Great way to kick us off here, of course, after our mid-season break. And San Francisco showing us proper, looking, dare I say, rejuvenated, a little revitalized, perhaps. Like I said, very, very close to being in deadlift territory there. I think at one point accounting for 16 of 36 of his team's final blows. So really solid stuff. Yeah, really solid stuff on that Echo. Dorado comes up next. Yep, someone's just added another map there in that end column. That's right. We may get 6 if we're lucky, depending on who you ask. Stick around. Dorado is going to be our 3rd map in this series.
Cannot come through, but now Shine is going to That is the delay tactics widely dealt
in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What?
That is dirty. A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied. Yeah, that was a good shot.
Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano's in just to keep him alive.
Well, it's been a lively affair between these two squads as the North versus South rivalry has been renewed. It is the Shock versus the Gladiators here, and the former performing on a much higher level than we perhaps expected. We know that San Francisco, feeling like they're, needed to change something, Johnny, in the mid-season break. I'm trying to find a way to sort of sugarcoat it as much as possible. But they went in a direction that we maybe didn't expect, right? Renko comes in from Redbird Esports and Illinois State University. Lumino, of course, comes across from that Vegas team. Probe as well, who we're now seeing subbed in, comes in from O2 Blast. Big changes for the Shock, and so far, the jury might be still out, but they're looking pretty good after 2 maps of play.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good so far. Probe coming into this lineup as well. As you said, we're moving over to Dorado, so you want some long-range hit scan coming into the mix, and this is what the Shock really were missing in the spring stage. I like these moves from the San Francisco Shock, and it just allows you to play with these players a bit more. It makes more sense, right? You don't have to figure out, oh, well, we're going to Dorado, guys. Proper P-Sang. Who wants to play hit scan, and who wants to play Tracer and Sombra, and like, what are we going to do? Like, it's pretty straightforward. You sub in Probe. Probe's a great player. Stop from O2 Blast. And then Proper, you go cook. Go cook.
Go cook, go kill, do whatever it takes to bring us home the W, Proper. We're not picky at this point. Was it 3-5 the San Francisco Shock team coming into the second half of the year? A team that has done pretty well with rebuilds in the past. I mean, last year it was almost almost a wholesale rebuild, and they managed to get almost all the way, right? They were a fixture, they were a feature of our playoffs at the end of 2022. This year, it's a rockier start, to be sure. Having a really solid, more than serviceable Sombra player to play alongside Proper on the Tracer is something that the San Francisco Shock desperately needed. So we'll see if Probe is that player to step up. We'll see what they come out with. It will be a defensive Widowmaker, though, here for Kai.
Yep. This is a... I don't want to say it's an interesting pick, because, look, I mean, we've seen Widowmaker on Dorado since, Alpha, since, 2015, and we still had, the Overwatch Discord and stuff like that. So I don't think that's too big of a surprise, but Kai still playing Widowmaker in this year, in this economy, it is not something we see every day, and Probe is going to mirror it as well, coming out of spawn here. I don't think Probe is going to roll out with this Widowmaker, but it is pretty standard to get some shots in here, and then we'll see what he thinks of it.
Decent pressure on Marvel early here. Probe considering extending this stay on the Widow. Okay, so a feign here for Marvel. Looks to drop down, then just jump straight back up. Kai just waiting for someone to reveal themselves, but now the cat's out of the bag about the Widowmaker. How did the Shock respond?
How did the Shock respond? I mean, for now, they have the Widowmaker still, so the Gladiators are pretty limited in how much they can actually show themselves. Probe, he's sitting so far back here, and just... The Gladiators, they're forced to back off. Proper finds a pick, putting pressure on the Gladiators here, and now, I mean, you can't let this get out of control. You have to retreat so far back right now so that you can recontest the payload ultimately one more time here on point A.
I mean, look where Kai was playing from, Johnny. That felt like a one-and-done position, right? You're not rotating out of that corner on the high ground, and you see him eventually just sort of getting surrounded and caught out by the Shock, because keeping Marvel alive is kind of integral to the plan of having a Widowmaker play remotely far forward. So losing him, the wheels start to fall off here. That's why the Shock are now, I mean, look at where the card is. Just out in front of the checkpoint with barely a fight. It's just a pick. That's all that really happened that has allowed San Francisco to now be knocking on the door. They better get it together with Gladiators here, although San Francisco getting a 3.8.
And Kai's over on this Sombra as well. I mean, Marvel trying to stay alive here against the brutal dive from the Shock. Great nade there as well from the backline. I mean, the Shock right here, they're in some trouble here now, because if you lose position, you might get dove here by the Gladiators. Kev's there under pressure, he goes down.
Man, Proper is just, he's filthy. I mean, he is not being denied right now. Sees Kevster almost one-clip the guy, forces him to use all 3 blinks to try and stay away. Really just prolonging the inevitable there. The Nano on Marvel is fine, but a whip shot from Luke Mina will make it very hard for him to get involved, and he can't cycle the Nano into a primal to stall further. San Francisco have that point A. They do get slowed down a little bit, but I tell you what, we see Proper on the Tracer. Junmin's looking very, very solid, and again, that San Francisco backline are holding it all together.
Yeah, they're looking so good with Probe. Oh, Proper and Probe. Thanks, Chuck. I appreciate that one. Probe onto this Widowmaker as well. It forces Kai or Kevster to really contest the Widowmaker, right? And when you lose that Sombra, you know, dealing with Junbin, for example, that just frees up Proper and Junbin to have an easier time engaging onto the backline of the San Francisco Shock. Kai has built the CMP, though. Just looking like he's ready to unleash it right on top here on Renko.
Kai gets what he came for now. And Kest is able to get involved there and deal with Probe. So those 2 kills mean this one's pretty much done. The EMP well deployed. And we kind of talked about Kai playing Sombra on the previous map, Johnny, in response to the Wrecking Ball from Junbin. Said, okay, well, maybe Kai's not the most storied Sombra player, but how important is it for this guy, who we known as a primarily hit-scan player, to be able to at least flex to the Sombra? Feels like it opens up a lot more for the Gladiators within maps without substitutions available.
Hey man, I don't want to, like, you know, be too harsh on him already, but like, you know, playing Sombra in his career is arguably like super important for someone of this caliber to have a role in the league, right? So it's really important that he flourishes on this Sombra, and they're just keeping the momentum going. Kevster with a nice pulse bomb right there, and this dive from Junbin, it's not going to lend itself too much. They're not going to find these picks. Gladiators doing a great job in diving here.
Yeah, 2 consecutive fights, one really cheaply. The first one off the back of an EMP from Kai, and then Kevster gets the pulse bomb stick. This is elementary, very straightforward Overwatch. And the Gladiators have bought themselves more than a minute off of 2 1-ult fights. They've got to feel good about that rate.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about it so far. And Shock, now this question begs, like, how does Probe sync up with Proper and Junbin? Are they going to take some of their time here and find the backline, or Junbin is forced to unleash his Primal Rage? Or is this going to amount to anything?
Bubble looks to just keep everyone topped up there. Lastro goes for the rally. Looks like no casualties as a result of that from Junbin. So, yes, buy to a little bit of space here, but San Francisco haven't really converted that Primal into high ground control. They've managed to advance the card a bit further, but the game plan remains the same for the Gladiators, and in they come. Proper trying to deal with Kevster again, but he gets topped up. Looks like a repair pack thrown in his direction. And a nano boost on towards Marvel makes him pretty hard to bring down. The hack was in there, sure enough. Catches the pulse bomb, great deployment, but catches himself out there. A late EMP in the fight for Probe. Looks like the Shock are hoping to turn this into something. He has to get outplayed from the courthouse here, but looks like justice will be served either way. San Francisco continue to advance, but it's incremental here.
Yeah, and it's looking fine right now, but Gladiators, they have the ultimates right here. So Shock, yeah, you're pushing the card, but Kai, with this EMP, that's going to be crucial right now.
Straight away, the Gladiators back into that high ground position. Marvel really values being able to play from there. No one else from San Francisco can really make much use of it here, based on their composition. So Marvel and Junbin will duke it out for a little bit. Junbin just trying to allow Renko to charge out towards a nano, but he won't get there. The EMP. Kai says, I just want the Ana. Get that, and we're pretty much done here.
Yeah, and finally some stability here for the Gladiators on point B as well. You know, you get a pick onto the Ana, and that pretty much secures the fight. And now Shock, they're just trying to buy time. They don't want anything to do with this without Renko here to help them out. They are going to build up this nano boost on the side of San Francisco Shock, but Gladiators as well. I think they're feeling comfortable here on the high ground. Marvel is one of those Winstons that we could see go aggressively with the Primal Rage if he finds an opening as well. So this is a great position for the Gladiators to be in with 45 seconds to go.
I like the wraparound here because Junbin can't go to the high ground via like where the card is without breaking line of sight to Renko, basically. So playing from here means that Winston's going to be more durable, able to be topped up more. That's what Marvel's actually trying to disrupt here. Look at throwing the bubble down. This is not necessary for his own protection so much as it is to break up that healing line of sight. Primarily from Marvel, he says, no, I'm going for it here, why not? Sleep Dart does come in while Probe finds Kai elsewhere, so there's a real window for the Shock, and Marvel knows he's got some heavy lifting to do. Hacked again on the ground, still able to force away Luke Mino for a time, but Proper now is going to make it even worse. Insult and injury come in equal measure as Proper finds 2 there. Pulse onto Babel, Marvel down, and the Shock have a chance to extend this round.
And it's looking likely like they're going to cap point B out here with Marvel and Lastro out of the mix. I don't think we're going to see a touch come in. Oh, Kai gets slapped onto the card, and Kevster goes down. Oh, that should be it.
Yeah, Kevster just got ruined by Proper there, almost one-clipped and knew he was coming. San Francisco get a time extension, up to 90 seconds now heading into this last phase of the map, and no one told me that, so I guess that they can go to the back spawn. Yikes! Unfortunate timing for them here. Looks like they're not able to get back into the rear spawn of the map and get staggered out.
And this buys even more time for Probe to scout, and Probe with this EMP to try to find an opening. I mean, Lastro coming out late from the spawn. Shock has positioning right now. this could be them closing out the map in fast fashion here, unless the Gladiators can build a halt here with the support ultimates.
Marvel backs up here, but still wants to try and stake some claim to this high ground, much like he has for this entire round so far. The MP came in, the answer was good though. Lastro, only given the nano, topped up and kept in the fight. So Probe doesn't end up getting any value for the use of that ultimate, but Proper, you better believe he does. Another pulse connection on the Marvel. Winston out of the picture for the Gladiators now, and a two-player Vital Grenade means that Junbin can dive on in here and follow up on that anti-heal. Beautiful stuff. Lastro and Bubble dash to the 4 wins. And now the Gladiators have to trickle in. 22 seconds left in the round. Renko with a really safe distance here, in a great spot to disrupt, and Junbin blows Kai up. He goes for the EMP, he gets it off, but it's not going to be enough. Proper gets involved once more. Marvel again falls to his hand. Biotic Grenade on Proper, he doesn't seem to mind. He knows he needs to extend a little bit further to get the round done here. Astro could be a problem. That shield is annoying. Proper trying to work him down for the time being here. Buy a little bit of time for reinforcements to come for the shock, and Junbin's going to be returning to the fray on the Wrecking Ball. Marvel over to the Doomfist here, wants to get into the fray as quickly as possible. Sleep on the Junbin. He'll be up and going in no time, though. When Marvel doesn't quite connect the punch, it's Probe who has to get out with a translocator here, but no one's touching the cart. All of the Gladiators forced to spread away from the objective, and San Francisco get it done in overtime.
Boy, are they looking good right now, playing this composition with this new roster. Probe joining this team in the mid-season as well. He's new to this roster. He's never played with Lukemina before. He's never played with Renko before. And they find a way to make it work. You wanted a Gordon Ramsay reference? Finally some good Overwatch, Mitch. It's looking really good from both teams right now.
Love that. Yes, good to see on this round. I think the Gladiators did quite well, slowing the tempo down when they had opportunities, right? Winning sort of multiple fights and doing really well in terms of their ult economy, right? Not overspending, getting it done off the back of Kai, and then Kevster just, landing pretty effective ultimates from those DPS positions. I would say, like, the Gladiators played it pretty safe. We saw San Francisco make the rotation just outside of the power plant, right? They go right around the outside to try and make sure that Junbin can play more aggressively. He doesn't have to, like, leave the line of sight of his Ana player. That's when Marvel, maybe overextends a bit to try and to kill the backline, and then Proper does proper things. He has 11 final blows for 2 deaths right now out of his team's total of 23 final blows.
I mean, it's like putting Max Verstappen in a Red Bull, right? Like, you got a great car. Like, he's got a great car. Just let him cook. He's doing great stuff, He's got a good team now. Just enable him to do his thing, and that is what Proper doing. 11-2. He's playing some of his best Overwatch right now in this setup. And honestly, you mentioned 3-5 record for the Shock in this matchup going into the summer stage. That's a disappointing result, and so now you're seeing what they can do when they find some momentum, and some of these players really showing what they can do. Lukemina, for example, he's been on Vegas Eternal. I mean, his win-loss column isn't looking too hot, but now here on the Shock, he's showing what he can do alongside some of these great players.
San Francisco get their engines running early here in the second half of the season. Kevster just trying to slowly make his way around the outside here, and maybe Renko, he lines him up. Sticky bombs though don't connect. Dicing with death now is Kevster as he falls right in front of Proper. Probe a little low, Junbin denying the... What is this? I don't know how that worked. Physics, an afterthought for Wrecking Ball players apparently. Junbin now with that adaptive shielding going to stay nice and healthy as he continues to disrupt here, but he's being ignored for the most part by the Gladiators. He'll work the car to prevent it from moving up here, but the Gladiators have other plans. They're trying to push deep into the backline of the Shock, who for the most part, Johnny, are doing well keeping themselves alive, with the exception of the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, taking a little bit too much damage there, and it's hard to operate here on this very point. Let's see how they break this choke. It's going to be tough. Gladiators just pushing forward. I mean, they're just steaming ahead, and the Shock, can they touch here? Proper wants to. He's got a pulse bomb. Junbin's back. EMP comes out. Junbin finds a pick on the bubble, and this is Shock holding their ground.
The Probe did well. He was getting spy checked as he tried to back away from the cart, and I thought he was surely done, but the Gladiators don't choose to pursue him at all. And the timing's perfect. EMP comes out, Junbin with the pile driver, and all of a sudden San Francisco are back in a position to execute this defense.
Back in a position indeed, and now you have the nano boost as well, and Proper with a pulse bomb. It's going to be tough for Gladiators to really break this here. You could go aggressively with the nano boost if you opt to, but instead I think they're going to poke and prod here a little bit. Bobble goes down. It's an aggressive dive. I mean, Junbin on this Wrecking Ball, they're going to take every opportunity they have to push aggressive. They're not going to leave any opportunity go by, because that is what they can do with the pace with this Wrecking Ball. You're not playing a Winston idling around the corner and waiting for team to really move up into a position where you feel comfortable to dive. Instead, the Shock and Junbin on this Wrecking Ball, they're pushing past their boundaries to really go very deep with this Wrecking Ball and put so much pressure on a backline like the Gladiators. Like, oh, what is this? Like, you just, and they find the
He can't stop moving. What is that movie where Jason Statham, I think, if he stops, he dies, and he just has to keep going? I forget it. We're terrible movie, by the way. Do not recommend. But Junbin, thank you. Great. Thank you very much. Production straight in my ear with that one. That is Junbin right now. This guy has to keep moving, otherwise it's all over. So far, so good. Poking, prodding, probe, finding Babel there, and it's going to be the Gladiators with just over a minute here to make something happen. This very dynamic San Francisco defense is hard to break.
I mean, they're so screwed, right? Because Kevster is over onto that Echo. So do you want to play Echo Sombra? Do you want to try to contest this ball with a Sombra? Like, the swaps just doesn't make sense. You built up 5 ultimates as well. The Gladiators are just in a world of trouble. Like, you just need to use the ultimates at this point. But then again, are you going to build them back up? It's 45 seconds to go. A full hold is looking very likely here if you can't secure any of this value from these ultimates. Kai, are you going to go to that Sombra or stick to the Tracer?
That is the question. At any rate, Johnny, the odds of him building an ultimate on either of those heroes are slim to none at this stage. The Gladiators are going to have to make it work with what they have. They've got Duplicate, Primal, Nano, Rally, all key ultimates in their own rights here, but can you make it work? Probe goes for an EMP here. Looks like Astro got immediately nanoed in response. So that's Babel's ultimate now being drawn out. Kevster with the duplication here for the Ana by the looks of things, but gets caught in a maelstrom of bullets and thrown hands. He's going to have to get back out of there in Echo form. Junbin got caught though. Looks like maybe slept by it at the very least, and the sticky bombs are enough to finish the job here. Primal from Marvel as he hop skips and jumps into the backline, and Renko is brought to bear. Now it's a matter of getting rid of the Brig, and finally the Gladiators, when push comes to shove, they're able to find a way to break through.
And it is Gladiators struggling to find some momentum there, but they get the job done. I mean, you saw Kevster duplicate Diana to try to look for a biotic grenade opening, but it doesn't get any value because Marvel is by his lonesome in the backline. Now Marvel, credit to him, gets a nice Primal Rage 2 picks right there to secure point A. But at least these small things for the Gladiators with a brand new main tank, probably playing from Korea, I should know that, but small issues that really, you know, make it difficult for the Gladiators to win. I guess a top-tier team like the Shock here playing this Wrecking Ball composition.
Need to see the Gladiators win this next fight. If they get snarled up on this part of the map, it looks pretty dire in terms of the time remaining. Junbin here again. Hard to follow. Need a high refresh rate to know what this guy is doing, that is for sure. Playing from the top of that overpass there, he's just able to bide his time and then look for an opportunity to get engaged with the fight, but the Gladiators actually did the opposite. They back away there. They lose a bit more time, but Probe gets run down by Kai. Yeah, he sees a very low health Sombra. He goes in for the kill.
Great opening there by Kai, but Proper is going to get him back. I mean, you're opting into the Tracer duel. You're going to have to deal with Proper as well. It's tough, so yeah. Now it's a 4 versus 4 situation. And this is going to enable the Gladiators to push forward here a little bit. And this provides a little bit of an opening. I mean, Marvel has a shortcut. He can jump straight up here. And Kevster as well. He can bob his way up there and maybe duplicate Diana. Find a biotic grenade opening, but instead it's going to be Probe that goes first with the MP. No value though.
They caught Marvel, so I guess they force him to jump away, and he gets a heal pack immediately from Lastro. Buys a little bit of breathing room for the Shock, but they might need a little bit more than that. Kevster knocked out a dupe once more. Junbin just a perennial issue here. Not sure how to deal with him, but eventually the combined forces of everybody, including every one of the Power Rangers, is able to bring him down. Kai, nice pulse bomb there, stick on Luke Mino. Finishes him off, and the Gladiators with 38 seconds left. They're in there with a real shot at this.
Oh yeah, real shot at this as well. I mean, there's going to be a recontest here from the San Francisco Shock, and you have a pulse bomb from Proper. You have the Nonobus as well. The touch is going to come in from Probe.
Hack on the Brig from Probe. So far, he's not really being bothered too much. Junbin, though, gets a nano. So does Marvel. Both Winstons are buzzing. Proper's forced to recall out of that one, goes very low, and the pulse bomb doesn't quite find its mark. Now upstairs goes Junbin, wants to harass Kevster away, but he's constantly being healed by Lastro. Eyes fixed on the Echo. Junbin can't stay alive in the middle part of this fight, and Probe has to get out. He's looking for a health pack at best, but that checkpoint had long since come up, and the Gladiators have 90 seconds to finish the map.
I think we're headed for a draw, Mitch. No, I'm kidding.
Don't.
No, I'm kidding.
Not again.
San Francisco Shock.
7, baby.
That would be a first. Probe's got this EMP though. The Gladiators are setting up early, and they're trying to poke the Shock here. Try to find an opening perhaps with Bowl's biotic grenade, and maybe setting up Marvel here to find an opening. But Kevster, Oh, don't die too early. It's going to be all about Probe here with the EMP. If he can find a target, that's going to open the door for Shock to really settle here on the defense.
High expectations already resting on this young rookie's shoulders. An EMP here to really hamstring the Gladiators is in order, and it's a 3-player catch. Probe able to get rid of Kai here, forcing Babel and Lastra away, who were hacked. But getting rid of the Tracer could be pretty big. Proper, though, can't prosper. Run down by Lastra with the shield bash, and Kevster in duped R4. That's probably half the reason why it's so hard for the Tracer to find an elimination for San Francisco. 4 versus 4, but Proper has spawn advantage, although it's both Tracers returning to the fray, so may not be an important comparison. Kevster low. Watch out for those Winston right clicks. He has to dodge them and he can't get away. Junbin finds him. Luke Manu inside rally is going to get brought down by Marvel's Primal with the pulse from Proper. This time finds its mark. Fable's out of the mix. Proper tries to stay scarce as much as he can. But the rally comes out now. We can only really just stand on the periphery and try and do damage. It's Junbin coming in with the Primal. The card got awfully close there, but Kai can't shepherd it home, and the Winston now comes back to roost. Kai can't touch. And the Shock get it done. It's a hard-fought series so far, but they enter the break up 2-0.
Oh, what a back and forth. I mean, you trade out. It's a 3 versus 3 situation, and there's no support on the field for the San Francisco Shock. Instead, they rely on the damage players and Junbin, of course, to find those picks to secure the point in the end. I mean, this is sweaty. This is sweaty right here, Mitch. All of these team fights, it's coming down to the wire, really. But Shock, they're up 2-0 in this series now. The Gladiators gotta be kicking themselves. They've gotta feel like they should have had a shot at one of these 3 maps, right? Proper on this Tracer, though. I mean, impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, incredible series. Kevster at one point as well was in deadlift territory. I think he was 7 of 12 of his team's final blows here. But in pure volume, Proper definitely able to outshine here. Probe has a tough, game on his hands, right? We see Kevster moving on to the Echo. Kai on the Tracer, who, by the way, definitely had some moments where he's able to make things happen, but this was crucial for Probe. In this part of the fight, San Francisco are kind of on the back foot. Probe got spy checked, forced away from the card. He lets the EMP go, and the timing is perfect because Junbin returns immediately. Johnny, this Wrecking Ball is a problem.
It is a big problem. Yeah, and especially like if you're the Gladiators, because how do you really deal with this? They did find a way to push past there on Dorado and force Junbin onto the Winston. But you're just seeing, like, when Shock are enabled to play the Wrecking Ball, like, they're chaotic mad scientists. Like, they're just chaos all over the place, and it's not something you can practice against. And so it puts a tough task on the Gladiators here, having to deal with Junbin's Wrecking Ball on all of these points, and you lose so much time on the attack.
Colosseo coming up next in this series. San Francisco, picture this, coming in out of the mid-season break, 3-0ing. The Gladiators will be quite the sight to see. And it's on the cards. Stick around, everybody. Map number 4 in this series is coming up. With a set jaw and a look of grim determination, Overwatch's John Wick enters the fray once more. Proper and the San Francisco Shock are back after a mid-season break that's seen the team look a little different, but I tell you what, this guy is still sharp as ever. 15 final blows, 3 deaths on Dorado.
Woo-hoo-hoo. I mean, someone is crying out there, Mitch. They're like, no, not the proper propaganda again, no. Oh, we can't have this again. The reigning MVP.
The stories write themselves.
Yeah, come on now. He's one of the best players in the league. I'm just happy to see one of the best players in the league perform to the peak of his ability, and we saw that right there. 15-3. Oh, he's looking good right now. And also the Shock I mentioned to you in the break. I'm just happy that the Shock are playing pretty formidably as well. You know, they're the most successful franchise in the team's history. I want them to be a gym trainer that like you run into and you're like, oh, this is a challenge. You know, at least not something you meet in the wild, right? So I'm glad that the Shock are showing us something good here. I predicted a 3-0 for the Gladiators, and now they are up 2-0 here after 3 maps and a draw, right? So
like, you want the Shock to at least be like a mini boss and not the guy that gives you the dungeon map.
Exactly. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Is that too much to ask for? I'm not simping out of control here, asking for them to win the entire thing again. I'm not asking for Proper to be MVP. I just want them to be, at least a step on the ladder towards winning the title. And I think we're seeing right now what the Shock are able to do when they really unlock Proper to do his thing, but also what they're able to do when you're seeing some great players come in here and with the great synergy and understanding of what it takes to play good Overwatch.
Yeah, look, I think Overwatch League is always fun when San Francisco are in the mix and in the conversation as a top team. Yaki subbing in here for the Gladiators, of course. Again, like we saw Kai, maybe, look, I wouldn't say playing outside of his comfort zone, but, you know, we don't expect to see him on the Sombra. We don't expect to see him on the Tracer, right? We saw him playing like this defense Widowmaker on Dorado, which is a big risk because if it doesn't work out, then you have to spend the rest of the map, which is like 80% of Dorado, playing something else and making it work. So Kai did pretty well, I think, all things considered, but Yaki definitely feels like a better fit for that Tracer Sombra role player alongside Kevster, who had a very good showing, but again, not enough to outshine Proper. Probe's going to stay in. I'm curious on your feeling, Johnny, about Probe coming out of Dorado.
I'm feeling pretty good about Probe, to be honest. I'm feeling good about how he joins this roster as well and what he can do for this roster. I think his role is pretty determined, being able to play these long-range hitscan heroes, but also we saw the Sombra right there on Dorado. He's helping his team towards success, utilizing the EMP to find these picks early in fights as well. This is sort of what the Shock wanted to do. They wanted someone who can play the long-range hitscan heroes, but also fill in on that Sombra if need be when you need him, right? So looking good for Probe right now. Again, early days. This is his very first Overwatch League match, joining from O2 Blast, so we'll have to see what it can bring us here on Colosseo, but for now, looking pretty good.
We didn't see a lot of Colosseo, I feel like, in the mid-season madness. Again, it was, map pick, and a lot of the time teams preferred to go towards Esperanza when it came up to push here. I think Colosseo, pretty polarizing map. There, we have this weird combination of, long sight lines, but then verticality coming up at different times in the map, and being able to find the right tank to navigate both of those scenarios can be difficult. Well, that's why we see Doomfist pop up on this map, right? Because sometimes his lateral mobility is quite desirable, combined with his obviously verticality. See lots of Winston on this map. We've seen Junker Queen play. We've seen Wrecking Ball as well here. So lots of options. Do we see like a pocketed situation for San Francisco?
Ain't no way.
If Echo's
Ain't
a
no
fixture,
then... But Lucamino and Lucio, though, boosting his teams out of spawn. And are they going to commit to this?
Out of the brick.
No, yeah, onto the brick.
Very standard comps here this time from both sides, Johnny.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm fine.
Very standard. I mean, this is pretty much what the meta is, right? I think we're just at a stage right now where, depending on the map design, you can't shy away from this. And Junbin, I mean, he's not wasting any time getting to on top of Lastro right there.
Yeah, like Junbin dropped down with his bubble there. I think, Proper and Junbin were there in time. And there was no bubble from Marvel to protect Lastro, who got dove on. So he's got blown to smithereens. Probe coming out with credit for those 2 kills, but a great start to the round. Just as the bot unlocked, San Francisco were there, and all 5 of them ready to rumble.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because when you think of this map, you think about like 50-second stalls and just poking and prodding. Well, I mean, no one in these compositions is really poking and prodding, right? So you might as well get to it, and the Shock do just that, building up the meters already. But now you have this aggressive positioning. Junbin with some pretty, unique positioning here in the window as well. He can get into the backline without really committing the leap, and so he's posing a threat here for the Gladiators that they have to think about when they engage.
I love that we're in meters here. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Americans
boy.
use meters is for swimming.
That's what
You know
I'm
what I mean?
talking
I know they
about.
Yeah, I'm about it. Double flattened here. San Francisco get a great start of their fight. Look, a little bit of filler for that moment there because San Francisco have already built up to those very scary ultimates. Probe is way ahead in EMP charge. He's looked very good so far this map. Already there's 2 final blows alongside Proppers 2 here. San Francisco are chomping at the bit and the Gladiators are reeling.
I mean, it's 8:30 to go, but I feel like this is a key moment in this push map as well. Because, I mean, are you just going to walk into Probe CMP here? You have to contest here before the... oh! Didn't really get anything. He just hit Marble.
The plug pretty early there. Yeah, I guess maybe some crossed wires perhaps for San Francisco as Probe was looking to set that fight up with an EMP and then translocates away very fast. Maybe we're already getting blown up very quickly. So San Francisco ultimately don't get to leverage that in order to take that first checkpoint. They're going to wish they had that one back.
Yeah, they wish they had that one back, and Kevster with the pulse bomb as well. There's going to be the Gladiators securing this fight. But hey, I'll say this, okay? I'll say this. These are new players on the Shock right here. They're trying to build synergy together. I like the principle they're setting of trying to be aggressive. Yeah. Probe telling himself, hey guys, I'm going to go aggressive with this EMP. It's very easy to sit back, but at least they're trying to build this aggressive playstyle in mind, and I fully support that. So, you know, it didn't work out that time, but look, I'll give them some time to figure out their synergy right here. Now it's going to be the Gladiators, and Yaki finds a pick on the other end right here. So this is Gladiators building on the attack here, and now they're probably going to be able to secure this high ground and make it even more difficult for the Shock to defend.
Really straightforward that was. Just hack the enemy armor and get the Winston diving on in there. Junbin not able to get back to safety there. Marvel just sat up on that high ground perch, and this has been a very swingy map so far. The Gladiators winning 2 fights back-to-back. This one, they win without really having to use any ultimates whatsoever, which is a huge boon because the real fighting's just about to begin. When this bot gets under this bridge, that's when the Gladiators are going to want to make use of these key abilities, these ultimates they've saved up. And Yaki's actually catching up to Probe on that EMP charge as opposed to being about 50% behind prior.
Marvel's gotta stay alive here though. This is Shock using their ultimates, trying to be aggressive, but they can't find any picks. Bobble with Anonymous and Lastro with the rally, keeping the backline alive. And now the Gladiators can stabilize here perhaps.
Jumby doesn't feel too bad, I think, about disengaging because he didn't waste his primal. He goes in there with the nano, builds primal, then he realizes he has to get out. Probe this EMP, much better looking, able to secure the kill on Babel, and Probe's able to get away, get the mega health pack, and draw Marvel out of position. San Francisco, they want to double down here. Surely they're going to commit further to really getting some meterage back under their belt.
Oh yeah, but you gotta be careful because Yaki has that EMP. One step too far, and Yaki will capitalize on that. The Gladiators are going to be happy, content, sitting on this high ground. This is what we talk about when we talk about Colosseo, sitting back, but Yaki, he's looking, and there's the dive.
Yeah, once again, it's Yaki combining with Marvel. Kevster was in position this time around as well. San Francisco going to have a tough time keeping their backline protected against the EMP. Not much they can do about that, really. But happy to at least get the bot in somewhat neutral territory. By the time they're off respawn, they'll be back in advantageous position to try and retake here. Very close in terms of total meterage, though. Both these teams pushing a lot of just a couple fights strung together.
Yeah, and the way these ultimates have played out, I mean, Probe is closer to the EMP, but this is an opportunity for both Proper and Kevster to find an opening pick with the pulse.
Okay, both Winston's making their dives here. Looks like Marvel knocked off course and has to use Primal actually just to get where he needs to be there. The whip shot, I think, knocked him awry. And he's going to use that Primal to find a kill on Luke Mino. Unsuccessful pulse bomb there from Proper. This leaves Marvel, I mean, in great position to rip through the backline of the Shock.
They're going to take the lead here. I mean, they're going to clean up here. Proper, forced to push back. Yeah, he's not going to go down there. He's got the pocket from Renko coming in, but... Yeah, or you're going to get the checkpoint. Oh, Probe goes down. That's awful for the Shock right here. This is going to be so much push for the Gladiators.
Good touch, though. I mean, the recall timing from Proper perfect. Keeps him alive. Junbin hiding inside the bubble, able to get some stall now into the primal rage. He wants to make sure they don't give up this checkpoint for free. In dies Luke Mino. Geronimo, he says, with the rally in play. And the Shock are able to hold the Gladiators off from their checkpoint. What a great little turnaround there. Like you mentioned, a team only recently formed, able to put together a great defense where it really counts. The Shock maintain the lead now over halfway into the round.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the statistics. You're not supposed to win these 4 versus 5 fights, and the Shock find a way to make it happen with the Primal Rage and the Rally. And oh boy, I mean, that's going to be a big sigh of relief there for the Shock, not falling to that early pick onto Probe. And now, here's Probe on the other end.
EMP there, but Nano Boost straight away, giving over to Lastro. Impossible really to break through that. And now Lastro gets to use that ability a little bit more offensively. Junmin, overextends there, gets a little bit too close, and Yaki will make it impossible for him to properly escape. So now the Gladiators get to have another crack at this, Johnny. The bot is going to absolutely hoon across the map right in front of this checkpoint. There will be time for the Shock to get there and fight. Probe needs to not get caught.
Oh, this is so close. There's less than a little bit more than a meter separating both of these teams. And I mean, 3 minutes 30. We're getting close towards the end there, Mitch. Like a couple of these fights could make all the difference.
I like this posturing from San Francisco. Even though both their supports were still in spawn, they get aggressive. They set the line of scrimmage really far forward, so it slows the Gladiators down. EMP though, that's a nice one. Renko again just has to throw up his hands inside. There's not a lot you can do in that situation. Proper finds a nice pulse bomb on a Babel, but that's the checkpoint finally coming up for the Glads. Proper doing work, but it doesn't matter. It's the objective that the Gladiators choose to play instead.
Gladiators, they find the cap right there, but both of those picks enables the Shock to regain control of their point. So the Gladiators are not going to push some ridiculous distance. This can be the Shock just winning 1 or 2 more fights here, and they could be back in control. Probe fights an early pick up the Kevster. Oh, this could be the map.
That's big. There's an opportunity here for San Francisco, but Yaki takes Probe down just after EMP came out, and I guess with Marvel and Primal Rage, there's no chance to get value off that Probe EMP. It's another rough one for San Francisco. Just when it looked like they had a real opening to equalize at least. 2 minutes 23 on the clock. The Gladiators have a slim lead now, and they want to start to stretch their legs a little further. Into the back line we go. Lukmino disintegrates. Renko, Hack can't do too much to stand and receive. San Francisco here, man, they're close, but losing that fight there with the player advantage, losing a 5 versus 4, that's going to hurt.
It's gonna hurt indeed. I mean, Proper is trying his hardest as well, and like both teams playing really well here, but you can just see the Gladiators, Yaki and Kevster on the Sombra Tracer. They're so comfortable. Bobble here with the Nani boost. Let's see if they can push the advantage here. Pulse Bomb's gonna miss from Proper, and now it's all back in the Gladiators' court. What ultimates are they gonna compete here offensively?
1 minute 43 left. Nano boost over to Lastro once more just to protect him, but there's no pulse, there's no EMP, so it's actually, I guess, proactive. They're trying to use that aggressively. Lastro, though, gets taken down because the biotic grenade connects with him. Renko able to finish the job despite the nano boost in play. San Francisco obviously using one of their own here, but in a position to challenge. 1 minute 20 seconds left in the round. It's only 2.74 meters separating these two teams total. This is anybody's map.
Yaki has EMP here, no support ultimates.
Goes for it, Junmin caught out, doesn't have a chance to use that Primal Rage here, but it's going to be traded instantly. Proper gets rid of Yaki. 4 versus 4 now, but Kevster has a pulse bomb. Can he make judicious use of it here? The bot is encroaching ever further into Gladiators territory, and Kevster and Marvel are low. Good bio grenade connection onto Marvel, and Probe takes down Kevster. Comes back into the fight to redeem himself now, and the bot is getting close. 49 seconds left of the round, and the pulse bomb is good on Marvel. Here come the San Francisco Shock, make it 2 for Proper. Cutting a bloody swathe through the Gladiators, and the Shock get themselves on equal footing. They've got the checkpoint now. They want just a little bit more. They may end up giving up their lives here just for a bit of extra progress. Probe goes for an EMP elsewhere to try and pressure Babel down, but Kevster is going to stick Lukmino, take him down, and Renko has to back away. These two teams are on equal footing in this map with 20 seconds left.
Both teams have capped a point, but because of the stall, neither has pushed too far. Shock looking to close out the series right there, but because Gladiators hold it, they're tied with 10 seconds to go. This is madness.
Johnny, you might get what you asked for.
This is nuts.
And getting a draw on push will be absolutely ridiculous here. Here come the Glads. We are in overtime now. Leave the bot at your own peril. Marvel goes back, of course. The Gladiators will be the first team to have a chance to try and swing this back in their favor. Nanoboost towards Marvel. Lukmino under a lot of pressure, trying to shield Bash away. He does get to safety for a time. Then Marvel wants to return to the fight and spread his influence toward the front line instead. Up to the high ground once more. Really wants to make it so Probe can't hack targets with impunity, but Marvel is hacked himself. Forced to play the low ground now, and that Primal Rage is about to expire. He's able to get away, but Popper has a pulse bomb, and he's looking to make use of it here. Into the catacombs he goes. He doesn't quite find the stick, but he finds the Arnold regardless. San Francisco have a real crack at this now. The pendulum swings back the other direction. San Francisco have already got the checkpoint. They just have to exceed their total so far, and the map will be theirs.
And no support ultimates for the backline of the LA Gladiators. Probe has an EMP. He wants to go early here onto Lastro. Find a pick.
EMP to start the fight off. Lastro gets caught. This is what the Shock wanted. A 5 versus 4 now as Junbin drops down to the low ground. Calmly, EMP comes in now from Yaki. It catches onto 2, but the nano goes to Luke Mina when he stays alive. Here come the San Francisco Shock. They've got the numbers. The bot's got to get across the line, and they'll snatch the series away. What a way to finish in Colosseo, and what a way to make your grand entrance, a newly formed roster after mid-season break. San Francisco are back.
Oh my God, what a banger of a series right there. 3-0, but we played 4 maps. It was back and forth the entire distance. That was one of the best Colosseo maps I've seen as well. You can't be too disappointed if you're either team, but that was a crucial win for the San Francisco Shock. Going into this matchup, 3-5 record, they needed to get off to a hot start in the summer stage, and they just did that against the Gladiators with a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, look, one big step closer to 500 for the season, which is really important for this team, having such a slow start. But a win against someone, I mean, not to mention bragging rights, but just a win against someone like the Gladiators, who has always been a potential threat when we get to the playoff end of our competition so far in 2023. So getting a win against them feels like a proof of concept. It feels like really starting on the right foot here, because San Francisco, I don't know what it is about this team, but they make great use of rookies. Their rookies always hit the ground running and look excellent straight off the bat. It's what happened last year with this squad as well. So got to give them credit for putting this together in the short time that they have. On the other side, Johnny, the Gladiators make a change to their team. Without danteh here, they look a little rudderless here, maybe lacking the conviction that's needed to sort of win these fights, especially in an aggressive mirror like this Winston head-to-head.
Yeah, look, Marvel, I think he struggled a little bit in this series. I don't think it was his fault they lost, but still, Marvel new on this roster, and again, probably playing with some ping, right? It's going to be some time for the Gladiators to learn how to play with their tank. So that's where you saw like the two opposite sides of the coin. Marvel getting adjusted to a new team in the Winston role, and you're pivotal, right? You gotta dive in, you gotta set the pace for your Tracer and your Sombra. And on the other side of things, I think the Shock, considering that they have 3 new members on this team who are now syncing up together, we saw that they had a great understanding of what they wanted to achieve, and then the mechanical skill and the great game IQ from all these players really just combined for some great Overwatch from the Shock.
Let's talk player of the match here, Johnny. A player that hasn't really entered the conversation for this title so far this season. Junbin absolutely deserves that honor today. The Wrecking Ball, he was heralded as a great Wrecking Ball player, one to watch. It's nice to get to see it unironically played and with great efficacy. It wasn't just an Ilios as we suspected it might be. When it came out on Dorado, Junbin was able to have instant impact on this hero. And that's a scary prospect for any team that doesn't have a Wrecking Ball player that might have to go up against this strategy.
It was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, his uptime playing the Wrecking Ball as well, always up to something. And he's going to be enabled to play more of that Wrecking Ball when you're seeing more of the Tracer and Echo compositions, right? And some of these maps really open the door for him. But similarly, the Winston as well was really good for him. Taking a look at his Wrecking Ball stats this match, I mean, 17 eliminations per 10 minutes, 1.9 deaths. I mean, you're playing Wrecking Ball, so being able to stay alive, that's like a huge key right there. But really impressed with Junbin, I gotta say. I mean, this summer stage could be really good for Junbin, and more of what we expected from him going into this season.
And it's not just the stats that make him look so good, that made such an impact. It's forcing a player like Kai to play Sombra against his Wrecking Ball on a map like Eichenwalde, right? You probably want Kai to be on hit scan. It's where he's his strongest. It's where he gets to be more than just like maybe like a utility player or someone that's trying to counter a certain strategy. But when Kai is over on the Sombra or on the Tracer, right? You definitely feel like it's a little bit less comfortable for the Gladiators. A glaring weakness perhaps in their game plan, Johnny. A lot of fun to catch this one with you. Great to see the San Francisco Shock bounce back in a big way. I think we've got a ton to talk about after our first day back after the mid-season madness. So we're going to take a quick breather. We're going to come back. We're going to break down the day that was, of course. I've been Mitch Leslie here with Jon Snow, Johnny Snowden, of course. We'll see you guys after this.
Welcome back, everybody. Whoa, what a match! And Johnny, I'm gonna give you some break. Take a breather, drink some water. Great job on casting, and of course, Mitch as well, as always. Great job casting. What a match! San Francisco Shock coming in strong with their new lineup. They're looking really good. So Johnny, you take a breather. Jake, let's talk about this match. Yeah. Walk us through it.
We've got to. I mean, Junbin, I think on the Wrecking Ball has to be the highlight of the match. I mean, we've criticized the Shock a lot, I think fairly, for not really finding their footing on the tank role, not knowing what they're doing. But Junbin on the ball, this is definitely a specialty hero for him, and one that Shock made work to great effect, looking really coordinated with the Tracer Sombra, and also a hero that can kind of play to this Western support lineup where when you play the Wrecking Ball, it's not as crucial that you're like always one-to-one in sync with the supports. As long as you get the heals on ball, you'll be okay. It's more about syncing that perfect dive with your DPS players, and the supports just need to stay alive, keep healing, keep charging those ultimates, and just be very, very hard to kill. And they delivered on that in spades. Luke Minu and Renko came together with a lot of not just big plays this series, but also nice rotations, nice dodges of the dives coming in. And I mean, Marble, I think, looked great on the Winston. He had great primals, big juggles, caught a lot of players. And yet it was just Luke Minu and Renko did a great job keeping each other alive. I think it was really highlighted on the Colosseo overtime in particular. Closer series than the scoreline would suggest, but you've got it. I mean, again, it's a 3-0, right? Like, yeah, they made it close, but it's a 3-0. And so for Shock, they're feeling great about this rebuild. I still am okay with Gladi. I think this is just Shock came out way stronger than expected. That's how I feel about this match.
Jake, is it too early to say the Shock that we know and love, they're back? Is it too early? Is it too early to say that?
I think it's actually kind of fair, honestly. Like, I mean, Gladi is a big win. I mean, I don't look at Marvel and say, oh, he had a bad performance, like Marvel's not fitting into the team, Gladi's weak. No, Gladi played well. They played their game that we see them play a lot. I think this was the Shock that I was expecting to see this whole season. Probe looked great. I mean, we only saw a little bit of Striker, but he looked great as well. The combination of these DPS players, proper, maybe in a more consistent wheelhouse, able to play for the most part Tracer this series, but looking really, really good. So for Shock, it's like, these were the questions we set out for them. You know, DPS, are they gonna figure out the hero swaps? Tank, like what heroes are they picking? Are they gonna just give one player starting time? And support, are Luke Minu and Renko gonna work? All three of those questions have been answered and they all look good.
I think just short and sweet, like the happiest takeaway for me from this series is just that we saw two really good teams go head to head. And we're not sitting here in the post-show and like questioning their hero decisions or like their player swaps or like who should play what hero. It was just really a competitive series between both teams and playing good Overwatch without much hesitation. And I think not having hesitation in your game, that's a great step towards, you know, achieving success and playing good Overwatch.
And I also want to highlight, you know, San Francisco Shock's tank player, Junbin, with the Wrecking Ball. Like, I was like, when I was looking at it, I was like, oh, is he gonna continue playing it? And he did, and he looked fantastic. And I thought that was very intriguing and very exciting to see as well.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, will that hero take hold? That was a convincing performance from Junbin. It made me look, oh wow, maybe this hero's legit. Like,
it looked so good. Like, it was all over the place.
But you need a specialist. It's a hero that it's almost as hard as Winston to just pick up and play. And while so many players this season have been like trying to build up their Winston game, I don't think anybody's been grinding Wrecking Ball trying to get ready for that. No one's seen that coming. So if Shock can like make this the new meta, I mean, who knows? That's a way in against tougher opponents as well.
All right, I mean, talking about Junbin and his Wrecking Ball, we actually got Junbin for the post-match interview. The initiator of Hamster Meta is on the line, so let me head over there and ask him some questions.
What's it like to ball out of control?
I do want to ask that, but I don't know if I could translate that and make it funny, so I'm just going to skip over it. Junbin, congratulations on getting the win. Now, I want to start this interview off with a question about your new teammates. You guys recently have new teammates, and you guys, of course, have you guys put up a great fight today against the Los Angeles Gladiators. How's it like playing with your new teammates? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 좀 더 쉬운 질문으로 일단 제일 큰 질문은 오늘 경기에 들어오면서 좀 새로운 팀원들과 같이 합을 맞추고 오늘 승리를 거두셨는데요. 이렇게 새로운 팀원들이랑 같이 이렇게 게임을 해보니까 좀 어떠신가요?
이번에 이제 이번 시즌 연습할 때 새로운 팀원들이랑 다시 합 맞추면서 연습을 열심히 해서 좀 괜찮은 것 같아요, 이번 시즌 초반에는.
I mean, it's still really early in the stage as well, so we're getting a lot of practice, but it really feels good. We're getting a lot more practice. We're building communication, and I think it's going really well. And I also think that it's really showing, of course, in today's match against Gladiators, because you guys beat them 3-0. Another interesting thing for the San Francisco Shock, and you specifically, is your Wrecking Ball play. I think that played a huge part in today's win for the San Francisco Shock. how'd you guys come up with this, with the decision to run the wrecking ball? 자, 방금 말씀하셨다시피 뭐 합도 중요하지만 제가 봤을 때는 준빈 선수의 레킹볼이 오늘 승리를 거둔 데 굉장히 큰 역할을 했다고 생각을 하거든요. 이 레킹볼을 쓰게 된 어떻게 이유가 좀 따로 있을까요? 어떻게 해서 레킹볼을 이렇게 기용하게 되셨나요?
이번 시즌 처음에 이제 연습할 때 윈스턴도 이제 점점 저희가 승률도 낮아지기도 했고 이제 다들 약간 다이브식이 아니라 이제 거점 위주로 게임을 하다 보니까 그냥 어차피 정면 그 거점 싸움을 할 거면 그냥 레킹볼로 좀 더 힘을 실차해서 연습해보게 된 것 같아요.
Yeah. I mean, throughout the season when we're doing practices, we integrated a lot more Winston dives, but we realized that when we're playing Winston at San Francisco Shock, we weren't really diving the opponents. We're sort of controlling the point as Winston. So as a team, we thought, hey, if we're controlling the point, why don't we just, instead of using the Winston, why don't we try out the wrecking ball? And I think that's how we decided to go with the wrecking ball instead. Very interesting answers, and of course, again, big congratulations on getting the win, and hope to talk to you soon again, Junbin. Thank you so much. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치면서 보내드리도록 할게요. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 수고하셨습니다.
Hey, talk.
You're gonna buy any time to run.
No, I mean, I think Junbin is ecstatic about playing wrecking ball. Like, you know, if that's on the table, if Krusty goes like, hey, you know, what if we play some more wrecking ball? Would you like that? And Junbin's like, yeah, let me play ball. Please let me play ball. So I think he's the first to jump at it, if offered the opportunity, of course.
You could say it's a jump ball. You watch sports, right?
Yeah, but I don't get the jump ball. Like, where the jump?
Do you not know what a jump ball is?
Yeah, I know in the basketball. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it was a shitty pun, Jake.
All right, I'll take that.
A day of free Overwatch to kick off our summer stage with these fresh new rosters, everybody. Let's
a brutal day.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the scores one more time for those of you that missed today's matches. Here's what went down. 3 Overwatches. The last one wasn't really a 3 Overwatch. I mean, it is.
It was 4 maps. Yeah,
it was 4 maps, and it was very close. But hey, first one, Mayhem beating the Outlaws. That was crazy. Rain beating Spitfire. We predicted, as predicted.
But hey, Mayhem beating Houston 3-0.
It's a huge upset.
And then Shock beating Gladiators 3-0. Like, no, I had Gladiators
2 big
3-0.
upsets.
Yeah, for sure.
2 big upsets, for sure.
2 big upsets.
Yeah, I think both of these are upsets. I think Gladiators didn't look weak. Shock just looked like miraculously stronger. So the rebuild looks so far like it paid off completely. They do go up against Justice tomorrow down there in the lower third. You can see. I think that will be interesting because, you know, Alfie and the Justice, they have played spoiler to strong teams all season long. So even if Shock are coming out really strong, I think that's another serious threat they have to contend with. A team that has their own style, has their own unique feel. I don't know though, but Shock looks so good. Like,
Johnny, why are you
I guess I feel kind of embarrassed that I'm like already like jumping back on the Shock train already. It's been 1 series and
I'm on there right with you. Because dude, this is so exciting. Like, I know, like, San Francisco Shock, I wanted them to perform better like during the spring stage, and now they're like, you know, we got a hint of what they could do. So like, I'm super excited to see what they have in store for us. I mean, you know, moving forward. Very exciting stuff. There were so many great moments throughout the whole day. So I guess, you know, it's time to let's talk about our favorite moments. Like, what do you like? Best of the days. What do you guys got?
I'm
going first. Okay, I'm going first. This wasn't really game related, but we have a recurring guest on our desk. He goes by the name of Steve. Steve is right there. Hi, Steve. Yes, everybody, that is Steve. I think this was his 3rd cameo appearance. I think it was. Yeah.
Who's counting?
I'm counting. I'm pretty sure it was his 3rd.
If he gets any more, he's gonna have to go on strike with the actors.
Another one right there.
There it is.
Guys, next time you guys see Steve, just say hi to Steve on the chat. I mean, you're gonna see him often. He's a great. We love Steve.
Oh, the freeze frame.
He's great.
We do love Steve.
Yeah.
He's the best.
Best of the day.
That was pretty good.
I'll go next. You know, as usual, bring things back to the boring old video game. But I thought this was one of the more exciting primals I've seen. A nice, incredible parkour primal for the ages here. As you see, Donghack starts off on one kill, and then maybe I'll pick up this brig too, and then this crazy I I think he got punched and he bashed into the hoodoo to fly up in the air.
Oh my.
And then got juggled. I mean, there's a after that, like, how many players would
And
catch
then
that
Admiral,
juggle?
didn't you say like LOL
After
or
that
something?
ridiculous hit, how many players catch this juggle? I mean, how do you even realize where he went? So danteh playing on another level to hold this. After this, I'd be like, I'd be off my screen. I'd be like looking around, like, what's going on? danteh's like, no, it's cool. I got this.
That's absurd.
I'm not letting him walk.
Yeah.
No ground touching for you.
We got so many good Winston players.
Yeah, we
in our
do
league.
now. Like the level of play is disgusting.
Winston's a scary hero.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And also like danteh coming in as a rookie. It's like, yeah, I'm one of the best Winston. You didn't know about me 6 months ago.
danteh, I should have mentioned, danteh can hang on the wrecking ball too, just saying. Who knows?
That's true. That's true.
Well, I'm moving away from the video game, Jake. I'm moving away.
Oh, God.
But hey, look, I thought this was a fun little video. So, you know, I gotta give credit to the teams when they put together some fun little videos. We had one right here from the Shock. I enjoyed it. Good
Love
job.
content. Yeah.
I mean, this call right there and both.
It's beautifully done. They're both
The acting
talented
is
actors.
just, yeah.
5 stars.
I'm gonna be honest, when I
Put this
first
on your
heard this, I was like,
IMDb.
there's no way this is true. No, there's no way. It was...
I credit to them as well, doing it in English.
Yeah?
Yeah. Props to Striker, you
across
know,
the room.
keeping that.
Yeah, they did a great job. I thought it was really funny. This was a really funny video, so credit to the Shock team for putting that together.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they've got to lean into the memes. And Shock social team is always crushing it, so of course, you know they're ready for the memes.
Oh yeah, one of the best.
They're never caught flat-footed. One of the best in the business, absolutely.
True. I mean, hey, the West region first day we're all ended, but hey, the action doesn't stop because check out what's happening in the East, starting at 1 a.m. Pacific. The APAC region, they're starting their matches today or tomorrow. It's 1 a.m. Right?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah. And here is the schedule: Charge versus O2 Blast, Inferno versus Spark, Dynasty versus Shanghai Dragons. Well, which ones are you guys excited for? I want to see the Shanghai Dragons one with Fate coming back.
Oh,
I think they're gonna be good.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna be way better with an actual tank playing the tank
Dragons
role.
and Fate, I think Fate has always been a player I believed in. He's just like a natural leader player on tank. This could be exactly what the Dragons have been waiting for. And we've also got Inferno versus Spark, two of the top teams in the APAC regions. Charge, I think, looking to reassert themselves as well as one of the serious contenders. They would look like one of the best teams in APAC coming into the qualifier, but fell short. So I want to see Charge, putting out a statement here with a solid win.
We'll see if Jimmy comes out with a Hanzo again. You know,
he needs to.
You know, put the bow and arrow down. Come on now.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, if you're not a gamer, Degen, or a night owl, don't worry because we've got Inferno versus Spark on Morning Recall tomorrow at 9 a.m. So if you guys missed it, don't worry. Get your sleep, and then 9 a.m. we're gonna play that specific match just for you guys at 9 a.m. We're so nice.
It's gonna be a banger, right?
Inferno versus Spark, yeah.
it
Spark,
has
your
to be a
favorite
banger,
team.
right? Well, I think they're good. They're pink. They got a good damage duo. Yeah. What's not to like?
MM3 on the Cassidy could be something. Could be something to play with here.
All
We know APAC teams love Wrecking Ball, Who knows?
That is true.
The
We
mag
might see
wrecking
some more
ball.
Wrecking Ball, yeah.
It's enabled.
It could come out.
Oh boy.
Right.
Unlock
And-
the heroes.
Guys, here's what we've got later in the day for the West broadcast as well, which is tomorrow.
The New Vegas.
Hey, yeah, there you go. New Vegas versus sort of new Excelsior.
They have a new main support, yeah.
Yeah.
OG.
Yeah, that's exciting. Gladiators, hey, against the Valiant, and then Shock against Washington Justice.
Alpha E versus Proper.
I think these are all potentially interesting matches.
Yeah.
Look, Vegas. This is actually a great opportunity for them to get their first win.
Yeah, actually, it's a little bit scary how good of an opportunity it is. It's like if you let this one slip by, are
they really gonna win though?
Guys, Shanghai Dragons Season 1, they had a rebuild. Everything looks so great.
Yeah, but come on. Nice to you. Irony.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. They had Fearless on that team. They had Dia on that team.
I mean,
sometimes the pressure of expectation gets to you, and that's
But
the
at the
question
same
for these
time,
players.
wait, didn't someone say that they're playing from Korea, all the new players on Vegas?
That's what I've heard. So
Ping plus
huge pressure of expectation. On ping.
And then communications, I don't think they speak English.
I love to watch people's downfall. So
True. Hey, but hey, I mean,
I think you're sleeping on the rack attack irony support duo.
Yeah, you know.
All right, guys, okay, enough rambling.
I was out of pocket.
I think we did
I'm
enough
sorry.
talking. Hey, all those matches will be happening tomorrow. So, guys, that is it for us here on the desk. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Is it early?
No,
it is early.
it's not early.
It's
Come
early.
on.
Grow
up.
Early. Hey,
Grow
bye.
up.
Bye.
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 Adaptive circuits engaged. Honor. Thank you for the